Where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound just like this. We have a packed show today. We have Joey Lanegbrunner, and I'm going to have to ask him exactly how to say that. After him, we've got him for an hour, and then we've got our Congresswoman, Celeste Maloy, coming on.
Yeah, she came in at the last minute. We reached out to her regarding her vote, and she said, I said, will you be on the show? We have a lot of people that have questions, and we actually just reached out, and you wouldn't believe it. She said, I'll be on tomorrow. So yeah, she's coming right on with us. And then we've got Cari Bartholemew, and she's running for the USB a little further down south, but we still want to give her a shout out. Hopefully everyone picks up on this, but we're going to bring Joey on now. Joey specializes in running away. So let's bring him on. All right, Joey, how are you doing?
Doing absolutely amazing. And you guys?
We're doing good. We're just running through all the fun stuff that has to deal with everything here. But I got to adjust your sound a little bit. But tell us, first of all, tell us how to pronounce your last name.
So it's much easier than it comes off to be. So it's a very German last name, but it's Langenbrunner.
Langenbrunner. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Right.
All right. That works out.
Langenbrunner. Ich spreche Sie Deutsch. Yep, that looks like a German name.
So can you, now Dave introduced us, David Weiss. Can you kind of give us an explanation of he said you help people expatriate?
Yeah, so kind of I would say that's like a bit of an extreme way to say it, but yeah, no, we could start that way. Or another way I say is that I kind of create like an insurance, for people. So, for example, we can get into it, soon here, but essentially just finding like a second home or like a second citizenship, or essentially just kind of like a backup plan, for you and your family, just in case, you never know, but it's always good to have insurance. And the more globalized this world gets, either you like it or not, it's just good to have a backup plan,
So are you kind of like, so do you like set up like I don't know, I guess to sound hippie-ish, do you do like a holistic plan? Like, we're going to find you real estate, we're going to find you a bank, we're going to go through the process of getting a passport, start looking at citizenship, things like that?
Right, exactly. So basically like a holistic plan. So for example, I got a lot of clients who want to just get like a second home in, let's say in Mexico City or something like that. We'll help them get a residency, get a bank account, help them with the papers and stuff like that. Or if they want to get like a citizenship in like the Caribbean islands or something like that, kind of right off the coast, but like you're close enough. These are kind of like scratching the surface here.
I have a girlfriend who wants to say that she says there's a way that you can claim not where you pay taxes. You're no longer sovereign. You're your own sovereign nation. It reminds me of Peter Griffin.
Sovereign citizenship.
Yeah.
That's how you become target practice.
That's what I thought. But is that something that people can actually do in this country to where they are sovereign and they don't pay taxes to the United States?
So my first reaction is no. The only way to really get out of paying. Okay, so like here, I'll tell my clients there's 3 ways to really reduce your taxes, and I say reduce. One, you can move to Puerto Rico. I'm sure you guys know that.
I didn't. Tell me more.
So essentially, you guys can move to Puerto Rico, and you just pay taxes to Puerto Rico and not the federal government anymore. You pay no capital gains.
Wait a second.
A lot of wealthy people go to
Puerto Rico. It's not a state, so you get no direct federal tax from Puerto Rico, unlike the rest of us here under, what is it, the 17th Amendment?
Correct.
Or is it the 16th, where we just get
Do you have to claim citizenship
molested?
in Puerto Rico?
Oh, so Puerto Ricans are actually U.S. citizens.
So there's no way.
How did
nothing
they
you have to
essentially
change.
So you essentially just move there, just like the similar if you're moving from Utah to Idaho or Idaho to California or whatever, it's the same thing. The only difference is you're essentially changing your tax residency from a state to Puerto Rico. And when you do that, you essentially, there's basically like this loophole because it's not a state,
Yeah.
but they're not their own sovereign country. It's U.S. soil. That might be controversial to some Puerto Ricans, but it is what it is. So essentially, people will go there to essentially not pay a lot of capital gains. So, like for example, like a lot of crypto people, they've been there for years and paying zero tax on their capital gains, no federal income tax, but they're paying like maybe 4% or so, depending on your situation, to Puerto Rico. But here's the catch: you actually have to live on the island, so you have to stay there 6 months out of a year, and that's where people have issues with. You're stuck on an island, and
And if their
and the
business
culture
is in the States, they're still paying taxes in the States on their business. Business tax, like corporate tax rates. If their business is located in the United States, there's no getting around that.
If they have
These have to be people who pretty much have established wealth. They've got their capital gains coming in, and they are willing to live in Puerto Rico.
What
for
if
half
you
the
have
year.
an online business? You station it there. All you need is the servers. And then winters in Puerto Rico doesn't sound half bad. Is Puerto Rico like a crappy place to be? What about it?
Yes, that's a great question. So you kind of do have some crappy places. I'm not gonna lie. There's some places that are not nearly as developed as the U.S. But then again, you do have some kind of like neighborhoods that are really really nice. And the issue is that you have, they'll call us like gringos and stuff like that. There's gringo communities that are kind of gated off, and then like the locals and natives kind of over here. So you have that big wealth gap there, and so I didn't feel necessarily comfortable moving there with like that kind of gap. You can kind of feel it, but basically you can have your own gated off community. I mean, I'm sure you guys know of, let's say, I'm like Peter Schiff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Peter
I
Schiff
know
was
he
there.
moved down there.
Yeah,
He built
he's
like a
down there.
compound and took all his people down there.
Exactly, he took everyone down there. It's like, I don't want to pay taxes anymore. And he took his gold business down there. So, but you actually have to live there. You actually have to stay, set up, shop down there. You can't just, set things up there, then take a boat, back to Florida. They watch you very, very carefully on this kind of stuff. So that would be the first way that you can kind of reduce taxes as a U.S. citizen legally.
Mm.
But you can never actually get sovereign to like Peter Griffin and Family Guy and
No.
consider yourself. See, and
No.
I didn't think so, but this friend of mine was like, no, you go to lawyers and you do this and this, and I just like, if this was an option, everyone would do this.
Right. No, I mean, they got to pay down their debt. They need collateral for the debt, which that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah. Truth.
And then the second way to reduce taxes is that if you are actually outside of the U.S., okay, there is this law called basically the Foreign Earned Income Exclusion, FEIE, for your listeners. And it essentially states if you're outside of the U.S. for 11 months out of a 12-month period, then basically your first, and this changes due to inflation, but your first $120,000 of active income is tax-free.
Mm.
All your capital gains and passive income is still taxed normally, but the first 120 of active income is tax-free. Also, if you actually have a residency permit in another country, so like let's say I moved everything to France or whatever, then I can come back to the U.S. for 3 months out of a 12-month period because I can prove I'm paying taxes somewhere else. But that means I would have to file a return in France and in the US, which is annoying. But I can get the first 120 tax free. That's it.
That's well, what would you say is the most popular escape destinations right now?
Ooh.
Let's say for the median income, because we know that all the ultra rich seem to be going to New Zealand or something. But for like your middle class.
Yeah, so the wealthy are definitely going to New Zealand. They're going to Dubai, these places. I would say if you're kind of like your average Joe, Mexico is a good spot. Costa Rica is a good spot. Colombia is a good spot. I would also say Ireland is a nice spot, kind of like an easier transition, because they speak English and stuff like that. A lot of people are.
They kind of speak English.
Close enough.
The thing about living in Mexico, I love Mexico. But there is a pay gap there as well. I mean, my husband and I got married in Cancun, and we would spend months at a time there, and years ago. But just outside of Cancun, it's not what Cancun is. So anybody, I've been to Ensenada and Tijuana, and these places are absolutely different than what people visualize who have traveled there. Even in Mazatlan, when you just go a little bit out of town, you are in an absolute third world country. And there's a big golden, church, a big Catholic church with golden steps and all this stuff. And then there's people sleeping on the steps. There's dirt roads. There's huts. It's phenomenal. And I wonder if an American would be safe in Mexico, because I know they also build compounds. But I've heard on more than one occasion that there's actually kidnapping insurance in Mexico, and cartels know this and will kidnap wealthy people just for that insurance.
Right. So for me personally, I don't like Mexico. I have a lot of friends who moved down to Mexico, and like that's their vibe. I'm more me personally. I love moving. Let's say I'm gonna be going to Cyprus and Greece and Spain to look at property. I'm like later this year. That's a little bit more up my alley, bit safer. But the reason why I brought up Mexico is because it's kind of just right there.
Right. And it looks like paradise. It's definitely someplace that I would consider.
Yeah. So what I remembered is during Tulum, probably about half of my friends, they all flew down to, Tulum, and they're having their parties and stuff like that down there. And so Tulum is starting to get really nice. Mexico is building a brand new airport, so you can fly right into Tulum. And so I know that's a huge destination for Canadian and American expats. Again, not my vibe. It's a little bit kind of like a hippie tech on like Silicon Valley type there, but people do like that kind of vibe down there. So yeah.
Wasn't it in the LA Times last year? I read that it was like a re-edit from the Mexico City's newspaper that they were getting mad about all the immigrants coming up or coming down there from the U.S.
Right, yeah.
They were saying you're gringo in our Mexico.
Yeah, it's actually really funny because like a lot of Americans didn't realize that they needed to get a residency permit to stay in Mexico because also as U.S. citizens, you can go down to Mexico for 180 days, so basically like 6 months, and these people were just overstaying their visa. Like you're illegal. You're illegal, and some of them were getting in trouble and actually being deported back to the U.S. How insane is that?
I saw an interview with the Mexican president when we were arguing over Trump's border, and he was on this interview, and the guy interviewing said, well, this is, he hated Trump's policy, and Mexico's not going to hold him in Mexico, and blah, blah, blah. And then right at the end of the interview, the guy says, well, I guess if people come into your country, you let them get jobs and get services from the government. He goes, oh no, we send back them. We find them in our country. We send back them. And I was like, oh, the irony here. You're sovereign, but we're not. That's crazy.
Right.
I've been in Germany where we've applied for a green card to open our business, and we automatically paid 19% right off the top. But then businesses, there's so much red tape. And then they told us, you're not going to get citizenship here. So you're going to have to apply for a green card every year, and you have to leave after 6 weeks. And we're just like, how do we run a business that way?
Yeah. Well, if you need help getting a residence in Europe, we can talk about that here. So there's a few programs. It's like for me, as I said before, I love living in Europe. I think the south of Europe is great. Germany, a lot of good, hardworking people there too, but a little too cold for my taste. But what's really cool about the EU, especially like the Schengen area, so there's like 20 plus countries that are all part of Schengen, and you can kind of think about them as U.S. states. I mean, it's very different, but essentially, if you get a residency permit in Germany, you can basically just kind of hang out in Italy, and no one would really know because you just fly there or take a train or something like that, and and the border's open, completely open. So basically, what I tell my clients, like, hey, I can get you kind of like the easiest residency to get into Schengen, to the EU, and you can go live and do whatever you want, once you're inside. So Germany has a lot of red tape, unfortunately. But there's a lot of cool stuff there too as well.
Hold on, you're telling me Germany is very strict and bureaucratic? Who knew?
Very.
I love Germany.
Who knew?
I love it.
I love it too, but since I'm part German, I try to go through my heritage and try to claim, what I thought I can get on like citizenship there because,
dual, but it's
and they
hard.
wouldn't allow me, and they wouldn't know. Yeah,
My husband was born there, and because he was born on the military base, because my mother-in-law was pure German, all of her way back, and his father was a military man, but because he was born on the base and not in the hospital, they won't give him dual.
Was the base's
American soil.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, it's crazy, but they're also highly particular. But Germany is suffering a lot right now from the immigration that's come across, the illegal immigration they've had no control over.
I know. I know. I tell it was like I have a lot of friends in Germany, and I tell them all the time, I'm like, hey, I'm here in the U.S. I'm German, but I wasn't allowed. But you're taking all these illegals. What's going on? I'm like, oh well, it's just politics. Okay, politics. They're having such a huge demographic issue. I mean, all of Europe, but they're not having children there. In the U.S. we have our own problems, but in Europe it's far worse. And so instead of let's say bringing back some of these people with German blood, which like there's tons all over the Americas, they're taking in illegals, and and the same thing. And I see they're doing the same thing in the U.S. too. People aren't having enough children, so they're just busing in illegals, and I'm just like, okay, here, so the EU and the US, they're doing the same thing, and I don't really understand why.
There's a lot of policy that's written that kind of punishes having children, and I don't know. You've got Poland and what's the other country?
Is it Switzerland?
No, not Switzerland's
or Sweden.
Not Sweden. No, Poland and.
We're talking about Hungary.
Poland, they're incentivizing having children, and it's not really. It's making a little effect, but it's not. I don't know. If I take a 30,000-foot view, it seems like Europe gave up on pride in their nation or pride in their community. And I'm not saying that to knock Europe because we're heading that direction, but It's just that's what it seems like.
My family in Germany, we have my sister-in-law's there and her children, and they just said to me recently when they were visiting that this isn't the government allowing per se. They're allowing about as much as our government is allowing politics to come over our borders. These people are coming and infiltrating, according to the German people that I speak with, and they are getting very bad, just like every European country, in England too, to where it's getting such an over stress on their infrastructure, like their hospitals and their police force. And so they're not acclimating. Whereas the German family I had, when they moved to the United States, they refused to speak English. It was German only, but they wanted to be Americans. And yet in Germany, they like that too. They like you to speak the language and they like you to do all that. But these people coming in from Somalia, from other Middle Eastern countries, are not acclimating. In fact, they're causing huge stress on the criminal justice system because of some of the crimes they're committing, and it's happening all over Europe. It's almost by design, kind of like what's happening in the United States. These are undocumented voters, if I'm being honest.
Right. And yeah.
So the second that border is closed, that would send a huge message, because the border to Mexico is closed. It's closed. You can't go across to Mexico. As you just said, they will deport you. You can't own property in Mexico if you're not a citizen of Mexico. All these little things. And yet Americans are getting, the bad rap because we want to close our border. But in Germany, in France, in Italy, those countries, in England, those countries right there are overwhelmed. And now they're fighting back, when essentially they were like, let them come in. Our birth rates are down. They're going to acclimate. We're going to have a better Germany. We're going to have a better France. And it didn't turn out that way.
No, it didn't. And, so this actually ties in what I do professionally, because I help people immigrate legally. There's legal ways to do this, and I can help people. I can hold their hand or whatever. I mostly deal with, let's say, like high net worth individuals, and it's really crazy because even in Europe, they're closing down a lot of programs, that are supposed to bring in high net worth individuals. So, for example, let's say like in Portugal, they had this program called a golden visa program, where you would buy a property for about $250,000. And then 5 years later, you would get the Portuguese passport. You'd pay a little tax there and stuff like that. And they closed down that program. And then with that, they're, all these illegals are coming in. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. You got people who want to come there, invest into homes. You got this. They have these beautiful homes there in Portugal.
Yeah.
But I mean, like some of these homes are hundreds of years old and need some serious work, and these countries, like they're broke. They're more broke than the U.S. in many ways, and they're very socialist too. So, they don't have good policy, when it comes to like dealing with money. So they need money. And just recently, they got rid of the program because of politics. I'm like, you guys need this money. Why do you close down these programs? So even Europe is pushing out, the people, with wealth who want to come there because the food's great. The culture is great. There's a lot of beautiful things about Europe, and they're like, eh.
It's crazy. It's almost like they're trying to turn us all back into a third world nation. And maybe that's so there can be one government, one global government that controls all of us. And just bringing us back 100 years is their idea of equality or fairness.
I think it's personally they all set up this Social Security like system, a retirement that's government managed. The government did what governments do and managed it very well. So it's going in the drink. And then next thing you know, we're not having kids, and they need to bring in and I'm not disparaging the migrants, but they're a lower class that tends to reproduce more, and they need to flood their communities with people so that when this group that has forgotten about family units in retirement. When they retire, they need all these new people to pay taxes into that retirement system.
Right.
Hey,
Right.
Joey, what's the name of your business?
Yeah. So so I just have a business here called Joey International. So Joey.international. The website's still a little under construction, but basically you'll kind of get your contents there and kind of like see the programs. I mostly specialize in citizenship by investment. When you're talking about like, let's say like world government and stuff like that, what I tell my clients is that it's important to get multiple citizenships as a backup plan. And the
Yeah.
reason I'll tell you this here, let me kind of give you guys like a fun little scenario. So do you guys remember when you were little, you would go to mom and say, "Hey, mom, can I go out, with Jimmy, down the street? Can I go out and play with him?" Right? Um, and your mom might say no. And you're like, "Oh, shucks, like that sucks." And then you go to dad and you said, "Hey, can I go play with Jimmy down the street?" And your dad's like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." If you only have one citizenship, it's like having one parent. Think about that.
So the clients, I know you probably represent clients that are probably retired or have investments that are coming in maybe a top class tier client. But in some of these new immigration options they have, you could probably help people who maybe make a couple $100,000 a year. And because a lot of that money will go further in another part of the world, right? I mean, if you can buy a property in Portugal for $250,000, well, that's less than homes here in the United States.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So for example, one of the top programs I do, there's 5 islands in the Caribbean. They all speak English. It's all English common law. They're actually part of the British Commonwealth. So they're essentially protected by the UK. And you could essentially buy these passports for lower 6-figure amounts. So maybe like $200,000 or so. You can get an extra citizenship, 0 tax, right off the coast. You can maybe even buy a home there for maybe 400,000. Beautiful, with the view of the sea, beautiful weather. Very similar to Puerto Rico, and get citizenship that way. And it's just right off the coast.
And how do you get there?
To Miami.
Do they have airports?
Yeah, no, they do. They do. You just fly to Miami, then fly there, or fly to Toronto. And they got flights there, and they got a lot of direct flights between them and London as well, because there's a huge tie between them and the UK. And so that's a place where there's, they speak English. It's protected by the UK, so it's kind of like a easy place for Americans to go to. That's kind of like a little bit more familiar. And it's beautiful weather.
Could that be a gateway into? I mean, I know the UK is no longer a part of the whatever. Brexit killed that, but could that be a gateway into a British citizenship?
So if you are a citizen of an English Commonwealth country, that does give you certain benefits in the UK. But it doesn't necessarily like fast track you, but you will get certain benefits. So for example, let's say you're stuck, I don't know, in Brazil or something like that, and you lost your passport, you can actually go to a British embassy and get like a temporary passport. So like that's kind of so like basically a British embassy will essentially help you out. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What type of client do you have? Is it just wealthy clients looking for a second option? Is it preppers looking for a place to hide if the fit hits the shan? Or is it, I mean, do you get criminals that want to get out of here? Like what type? I'm sure you have all types and you probably won't share exacts, but what is the base client that you usually get?
I would say I really focus on 3 different kind of clients. And I will, first say, if someone's applying for one of these citizenships, they do immense amount of background checks to make sure that they're not a felon, that they're not Interpol, that they're not laundering money or anything like that.
Imagine if our country did that.
Right. Yeah. So there is very strict due diligence. So my three main customers, I mostly focus on the U.S. market, but I can sell this, to really anyone in the world, basically. I would say the first one is just kind of like your average, like middle class family. You know, let's say they have a home that's now worth, like $1 million because with inflation and everything like that, your house is worth $1 million. I had a client the other day actually take out like 150 out of their home, and then they're applying for citizenship this way. You
Mm.
know, they still got low rates, and and they don't care. My second type of client is mostly like, let's say, like an entrepreneur that works a little bit more remote. They might be in the tech world, or this and that and stuff like that, or maybe they had to exit in a company, and so they just have some extra money that they want to, kind of protect and have kind of like a backup insurance plan. And then my third would, definitely be kind of like the high net worth, people who have like, let's say like 10 million plus dollars or stuff like that. And the cool thing about these citizenships is that you could include your whole family. Sometimes you can include like your grandma, your grandpa, or certain situations like this, and basically just get like a holistic insurance plan for your family.
Hmm. Yeah, I was about to say it seems like the kind of the tech world, those would be the guys where their job isn't dependent on them being in any one location. That'd
Well,
be,
after COVID, we learned a lot of work can be done
yeah,
mobily, like remotely.
Right, right,
my
right.
job cannot, sadly. But a lot of the people who deal in tech, I mean, a lot of them kind of practice that in CONUS, but maybe a few of them contacted you and now the Google administrators living in Tahiti or something.
Do
No,
you
no, exactly right. Yeah.
do you take a percentage? Like what do you charge?
Yeah, so essentially I get a commission. So I charge kind of like a consulting fee, and then I'll get a kickback from the government, for like full
Are you a
transparency.
lawyer?
No, I'm not. So basically just a consultant, and then I deal with registered lawyers on the ground.
Okay, so you just have the know-how to get through some red tape and all of that. And then you have resources like lawyers and things to reach out to. So
Right.
you're like a realtor for immigration. Like your people
Yeah,
can shop
exactly.
around for
Yeah.
where they want and you have all this, but then there's a lot of inner workings that make it happen. How long does it take usually for a person to start the process, go to you, start the process, come up with the money? Um, does it take 5 years?
Definitely not 5 years. The great thing about these citizenship by investment plans is that I will tell my clients to at least just kind of reserve a year, just 1 year. So, like, let's say, for example, it takes you maybe 1 to 2 months to get all the paperwork in. I mean, you're gonna have to like notarize this and notarize that and get a copy of this. Like they do like a medical check too. They're very, very strict, with these kind of things. And then once you turn it in, it might be, let's say, somewhere between like 3 and 8 months, depending on how fast or how slow the government runs. So I would usually say it's about a year, and you can get, the passport in you and your family's hands.
Mm.
That's amazing.
I have a couple questions. How many countries or do most countries require the passport before the purchase of real estate? Or do you also, is that something that could be done at the same time or prior, or how does that work?
Yeah, so usually you would buy the real estate, and then once you kind of show, that title, like, hey, this property is in my name or my company's name, and it's of a certain value, then we take that paperwork and put it in with the application.
Because that
Mm.
So it's
shows
kind
your
of
intent to live there. Like you're showing intent.
right.
Like your money is where your mouth is. You're buying the property there.
Is it common for people to buy real estate and not move there, but use that as an investment somewhere else?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, they use it for investment. They can do like Airbnb and stuff like that and make some good money that way. Or it's just like simply a vacation home. Like, hey, So it's during winter. I want to go down there for 2 months. I can work remote. I could, do my show, down there, with some minimal equipment, and I just want to get, I just want to get away, and
Sounds
stuff like that.
amazing. Is Panama on the list of places that is a tax haven for folks?
So yes. So Panama is a territorial tax, which essentially means you only pay tax on what you make in Panama. So if your company is in the U.S. and so your income source is outside of Panama, you theoretically would not pay tax in Panama. But
You would still pay in the U.S.
Right. Yeah. So it's always, it's like if I'm dealing with Canadians and stuff like that, they definitely have the option to basically just pay no tax, but we still, we're still troubled with that.
How do the Canadians do that? Once they leave the country, Castro Jr. forgets about them, or how does that work?
Basically, yeah. For every other country outside of the U.S. and another country in Africa, if they move out of that country, they don't pay tax there.
Really? So
how simple is that?
Our government really just wants to once a year just give it to you.
Hey, California is trying to impose that for people who leave California to continue to still get their taxes. I
saw that.
It's on a smaller scale,
10 years or something like that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah,
it's insane. But we're in a clown world.
Right. Like, I love this country so much, but I'll tell you what, for tax reasons, like I almost wish I was born in Canada, just because I could still have a good passport. I still have great access to the U.S. and I could leave. I could just change my tax residency. I could just move to the Bahamas, pay zero tax, and go hang out in Miami if I wanted to, and just pay zero tax.
Well, Canada is also open to more countries than the U.S. is, such as Cuba and other places that we became unfriendly with in the 60s and 80s and 90s. And
yeah, I'll tell you what, that's another reason why I actually had a client a few months ago tell me, hey, I don't feel safe, going where I'm going with a U.S. passport. Like,
that would be something that would red flag me right away.
Right. Because like he was telling me he went to Turkey and they were treating him horribly, even though that Turkey's part of NATO. They treat Americans like crap, when you go in. Which, I mean, I'm just like, okay, we're part of the same alliance, but you treat Americans like crap, but you go in with a different passport, no problem, come right in.
And that's where the Maldives is, and you think that a lot of Americans travel there, but you don't feel safe. I mean, even when every time I'm in Mexico, our passports are so locked up that because you don't want to walk around with it, you certainly don't want to flash it around. And it's to a point where you have you're talking about Tulum, for example, and how there have been a lot of tourists caught up in Playa de Carmen because of drug cartels. And they're just out in the city of Playa, which is getting more and more populated by Americans. And drug cartels don't want to kill Americans. They absolutely don't, because that's a huge portion of their economy. But when it happens, it happens. And Americans tend to have a price tag on their head in some countries, or they've got the cloud of the devil in Muslim countries. We're infidels. And I mean, which is also something I can't get my head around about all the migrants that have moved into England, for example, and they're Muslims, and they are raging against their government in France as well, in Germany as well, and because they don't like the culture, and they feel like they're a greater, higher, more important person because of their beliefs, and yet why are they moving there? If they don't like the culture, it's a little terrifying because, isn't it Switzerland? Is it Switzerland's had all the crimes? Sweden. I get the two mixed up. There's so many crimes against immigrants against their citizens that they've completely tried to stop any more immigration for fear. Yeah, I think it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, here, I'll tell my clients this. There's about 193 jurisdictions, so basically countries that are recognized by the UN. Think about that as a buffet. Okay, there's going to be a country out there that where like you'll be welcomed. First of all, they'll welcome your money. They'll welcome you. You'll feel safe. You'll have a good time. There's 193 countries. If you're going to a country and you don't like it, why are you there? There's other countries out there. Like, I get it. Coming from the Middle East, there's a lot of issues there, and it can be unsafe for families and stuff like that. But, there's other countries there. But if you're in a country, you should respect that country's culture 100%. And if you don't like that, go to another country with a culture that you like. Because I have American clients where they're like, well, I don't recognize this country anymore. I don't feel like this is the country where blah blah blah. You know, what country, Joey, like what country has this, and that? Okay, well, this country, this country. Like I'll bring up Ireland for example. It's kind of like an easy place, for Americans to go. Things just run better. You can pay pretty low taxes there. That's one place where, hey, I want to go to Italy. I want better food. They're poisoning our food, and people in Italy are eating pasta every single day, and they're not getting fat. I want to go there. Okay, let's go there. Here, you just do this, do that, blah blah blah. So like if you don't like the country that you're in, there's 193 other jurisdictions out there. It's a buffet.
I completely agree.
Don't
And
put
when you're in
food on your
Italy,
plate that you
though,
don't like.
in Italy, when I'm in Italy or I'm in Germany, you adapt to them. You adapt to their culture. You respect their culture. You are a guest there. And when you start to be there, we would live in Germany for months at a time. And you don't go to lunch, at our lunchtime, because they go home and close their business and take some time off. And Italy too. It's like siesta in the middle of the afternoon. And you're like, wow, why aren't they open? You don't care and call them and yell at them. You're in their culture. You're at their time. And yes, you stop for a coffee in the middle of a road trip because it's time for coffee or tea. And so you adapt. And that's what makes the experience so amazing.
Is there any countries you avoid?
Any countries avoid? My clients are definitely not trying to move to China or Russia for sure.
Afghanistan.
Ukraine right now is a little sketchy, probably.
Yeah. And it's crazy because 5 years ago, I did have a bunch of friends move to Ukraine, and they loved it, but I would say most of my clients are going to Europe, Latin America, and then places like Dubai and stuff like that are kind of like some of the biggest places for sure. And then maybe some are going to Malaysia too.
Oh, okay. How hard is it to get into like Dubai and those, because those are really, I mean, they're Muslim countries, but they're international essentially.
They make it extremely easy. What's really interesting about some of these countries is that if you immigrate illegally, there's very harsh consequences. But also on the flip side, they make immigration really easy. Do this, that, do this, get a medical check, and come right in. And it's fast, it's efficient. They do a bunch of stuff online. It's not a process that takes a long time.
They just want to know who you are.
Yeah, like here, like I'll give you an example of, some problems that the U.S. has. I had a friend. He dated, he married this girl from Armenia, and she's been waiting for maybe almost a year to get an appointment at the U.S. Embassy so he can bring his wife there. Armenia is a Christian country. There's nothing wrong. And meanwhile,
she's married to a citizen,
right? And waiting over a year. And I was jokingly telling him like, oh, why don't you just, take her across, the border, and I can tell that he was thinking about it. And this is an upstanding citizen, nothing to taxes. He's like, man, I've been waiting a whole year for my wife, and I don't know how much longer it is because once they get the appointment, it's gonna take another year, and he can't leave the country because his business is here. And he was thinking about that. Think about how horrible that is.
That's so many people. And they end up paying upwards of $20,000 and waiting a decade.
Yeah.
And they've already been married to this person. They're already supporting this person. Some of them have children with this person. And because their children can't be born on American soil because their wife is in another country waiting for citizenship, now it's double the work to get your American child over. And it's so messed up because we know we definitely need reform in our immigration policy. And when you talk about Dubai, and my cousin lived in Dubai for a long time, and again, the culture is a little different. But it's so focused on the international community and making it a great place where wealth and everything is appreciated. And you get to a point where when you have a system like that, where they want people, but they want good people and they want to make sure they're healthy people, and then it's a fast track in, why is America not leading the charge on that with technology to be able to vet people with the ability to take a retina scan?
Why isn't America doing all this magical
DNA
stuff?
if they want, and the FBI database? We should be able to get people in within a month.
We used to have kind of like this Ellis Island approach, where people would come in, they would do the medical check, they would do this, they would do that, and then they're in. Like, hey, here's the legal way to do it. It's, easy to do and stuff. Well, like, I don't want to say easy, but if you do this, do that, boom, done, and that's it. It's
Okay,
very,
we're
simple.
looking at your website and it's beautiful.
Yeah, you got Liberland on there. That's how Dave. I was wondering, has Dave hit you up about getting him to Liberland yet?
I've been involved with the Liberland project since 2017. I currently serve as a ambassador at large, actually. So that's
So with Liberland, I just got a question. It sounds amazing to be able to go and plant your flag and maybe build a property and all of that, but I don't know how people get the resources there. And then I'm worried they'll be conquered at any given moment by the governments around them. Is that something that is a real concern, or is that getting kind of covered with your ambassadorship?
I think every day that goes by, our claim gets more and more solid. So for probably the past year or so, we've kind of had a continuous settlement on the territory of Liberland, and they've been able to stay there for about a year now. So that's a really, really good sign, because legally that land is not Croatia, it's not Serbia. If your listeners know about the Liberland project, it was essentially those land that was unclaimed between Serbia and Croatia. Serbia and Croatia are in southeast Europe, and due to a border dispute, blah blah blah, the small little piece of land, about 7 square kilometers. It's not big, but it's big enough for just kind of like a city for maybe like 120,000 people or so. So it's not small. Things have been going in the right direction. Slow, but slow and steady, wins the race, with these kind of things. So it's one of those things where I really see, if God blesses me with children one day, my children will be able to really, really see kind of like the fruits of what we've been building all these years.
It's kind of amazing. Of course, I always have that fear. I would love the idea. I love the idea of a new opportunity to build a new community. But in today's world, I worry about if it got too great. And I saw the show where they went over the Constitution, or the proposal of the Constitution to Liberland, and I was like, well, this sounds fine. Sounds just fine. But are you going to have a military? Are you going to have police? How are resources going to get through? And if resources get cut off by another country just out of spite, will you be recognized by the UN? Who cares if you are? But I don't care about the UN. But I think that Americans and a lot of other people, because we're usually the last hope, right, for freedom and for entrepreneurship or business. we've always said, where do we go from here? If America falls, where else do we go? The thought of there being a place that Americans could go, lay claim, and just start over, it's kind of exciting. Not that I want to. I want to fix it here first. But
it runs in our blood, we're a rebellious people. And this is something that we really need to hold dear. This is what makes us Americans. Now, what I'll tell you, kind of answer your question like, oh, like, where do we go? And, let's say for a country, let's say like Georgia, so Georgia was a former Soviet Union country, and 30, 40 years ago, you would not want to be there. Today, things get done in a very efficient way. They have low taxes, these kind of things. So it's a place that you could go now. So
no taxes?
I mean, it's like 1% tax. It's like very low tax. So there's other places that are basically cashing in on the fact that the U.S. is going down. So there's other places you can go to. The world's
Georgia
more competitive.
That is the country I never would have thought would be a place that isn't it freezing there though?
Yeah, I wouldn't go there personally.
I mean, you still have to deal with Soviet Union weather.
Aren't they? Well, Georgia's south of Moscow. It's not freezing, but aren't they like leaning hard into capitalism too because they saw the other side?
Yeah, and that's another thing. We've seen these countries that have been super communist or socialist. Just if you guys think of like a pendulum, it's just like swinging, very radical in the other direction, while you see the West is swinging very much, in the direction of the left. And I'm just like, okay, you got all these countries that lived through this communism and socialist and all these kind of principles that we're trying to fight here in the U.S. and they realized how crappy it was, and they're like, okay, we're doing the exact opposite because that didn't work.
Yeah. That I've heard that a lot about all of them. They may not all be moving the same, but they're all playing capitalism. Most of them are trying to have strong property rights. I mean, I've heard Romania is that way as well.
Yeah, a lot of Eastern European countries are the same. Like let's say even like a country like Poland. Poland is they're building one of the tallest buildings in all of the EU in Warsaw right now. In Poland, they're gonna have a higher building in Warsaw compared to Germany. For like a skyscraper. Poland is on the up and up because they learned. They rejected communism.
And are they rejecting socialism? Because some of these countries know they go bankrupt. I mean, Venezuela is a perfect example where you have it all. Right. You have it all, and then your politics destroys you.
Right.
And socialist countries eventually run out of other people's money. I mean,
well said. Simple.
Wow, Joey. So I know we only got about 5 minutes left. Tell us what would you like to tell our listeners and our viewers before we end this?
So what I would like to tell people is that it's important to have a backup plan for you and your family. I got friends who are building bunkers and prepping food and stuff like that. But I get it. But to me, that's not very practical and it's not really sexy. What's sexy to me is getting a second citizenship, a home somewhere else, James Bond style, and just learning how, like if things go south, knowing how to get you and your family out, because living in a bunker with a bunch of, canned food just doesn't sound like the way to live, man.
Mm-hmm. Joey, how do you recommend, let's say we actually need to go to a bunker because, won't you need to have some foresight that the world's actually in trouble and have the ability to get out? Because do you assist people in like a plan? Like you have to go to this airport, you'll hire this jet, they'll take you out. Do you go that in depth?
I do not, but that is a really great idea. But you bring up a funny thing about foresight. There's a reason why you guys are doing this show. There's a reason why I'm here, and there's a reason why all your listeners are listening, because we all have foresight that something's going on,
That's
and
so
these things,
true.
so I mean, here's your warning. Is it going to happen tomorrow? No. And do I think like the U.S. is going to fall, the next 5, 10 years? No, I'm not like a doomer, but in 30 years from now, what's going to be the situation? It's not going to be one of those things where, boom, things, everything's out. There's nuclear war. I don't think that. You'll have plenty of time to get things going, but these things take time because you never know when another COVID thing is going to happen. And I'll tell you what, the reason why I got passionate about this is during COVID, I still wanted to travel around, and I traveled all over Europe. I didn't care. I didn't get the shot either, and I still traveled around. And I realized if I had 2 or 3 other passports, okay, well, if you're a citizen of of XYZ country, you can go here, but an American citizen can't.
Hmm.
I was like, this is my ability to travel. This was my fundamental belief. You know, just
It's
to
amazing that
travel.
it's created a whole new, so many different business opportunities because of,
Market.
yeah, it's created its own market. Your business, like, here's something that I was thinking about when my children were very young. We thought we need to take them to Germany and get them exposed. We've taken them to Mexico. How great would it be to be pre-family? You're just a single person. You've got a great job. You've got some money in the bank. And then when you do create your family, to raise your children in 2 separate cultures at the same time, where they pick up a different language, they pick up a different culture. They also have their American roots and they know America and its culture. What a huge advantage, because Europeans usually have a couple languages at least under their belt by the time they're 5 years old or 6 years old. And they're world traveled because they've been all these countries in Europe, and they're well versed in geography in their lives. And yet in America, we're lucky if we see another state, let alone travel to a different country, and we're culture shocked by it. And then we don't understand why all these people don't speak English. And you're like, there's so many different countries with so many different languages. What an opportunity to get your kids in 2 different lives. That
Right.
would be
Exactly.
huge to me. I mean, I could see this before my kids were born. We actually thought of this, but unfortunately, financially, weren't able to do it because our business and everything went under. But when it happens, if you ever have the opportunity to raise your child in a dual culture, I think that you give them far more advantages that way.
Exactly. Well said. Well
I
said.
have one last question. Where's your escape place?
My escape place, I actually this year I'm gonna be traveling to the south of Europe, and I'm gonna be looking at property in Spain, Italy, Greece, and Cyprus, and trying to get basically. It's gonna just start off as like a vacation home, but it'll be kind of like my backup, and I'll get a residency permit that way.
Perfect. Yeah, I was looking at your website and you had Philippines on there. Beautiful place.
Absolutely.
Malta, El Salvador, just all these just beautiful places that, man.
So China, what is their deal? They don't let Americans get citizenship there, like absolute, or you just wouldn't want to live there because it's communist China.
I mean, I don't know if they'll. I doubt if they'll give you like citizenship in China. I don't know who in their right mind would
Wouldn't
run
want it.
something like that. But I will say, I mean, there's still a lot of job opportunities. In some places there it is safer. They have more economic freedom than us. They
Oh
don't.
yeah, and they'll take your business all day long, and they'll give you far less taxes, and they're communist China.
Right. We have more social freedoms, but they have more economic freedom. So they don't have the freedom of speech and these kind of things. But I would say like you can set up a business there and make some good money too. But I would not become a citizen of there, for sure not.
Well, they
Yeah.
probably wouldn't allow it
No,
unless
of
you
course
pledge
not.
your full, like.
And when you set up a business there, you're setting up a business with a silent partner.
Right.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, that's for some people. I wouldn't recommend it, but if you're making a factory or I don't know, like the new iPhone there or something
Yeah.
like that, it
Well,
might
they
be a good
created a
spot.
city. They created an entire city to build the
Right.
iPhone. So my mom and one of our sweet viewers, I guess she's kind of right. She says, I'll be gone in 30 years to think about my own life, but my children and grandchildren need to plan for this. And I think, and my mom probably never thought, and I might be wrong, but you probably never thought that you would need or think to even have a backup plan to living in the United States, because she's from the generation, the Patriots. She was raised by the greatest generation. And so here she's thinking, there's nowhere else after this. This is the light on the hill, the beacon of light. But now that she's seeing where the country has gone, and there's so many questions out there for boomers, and for our Gen Xers, and millennials are the ones reflecting the questions and not reproducing and having kids, and then the Gen Zs are like, to get hell with that. The country's going to be gone because climate change. We're not reproducing. And eventually it's going to be such a weird world in 30 years that, like you said, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not 5 years, but I challenge anyone, in the way we're living now in this clown world, you can project what 30 years from now looks like. I don't think I know what it looks like to you. It's like we're fighting wars with sticks and rocks at that point.
No, my thing is more like my biggest concern is an economic collapse.
But which is like the fall
and
of Rome.
I think that's going to hit everywhere.
Well, if we fall, doesn't the rest of the world fall?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Your mom says
Tuscany.
Go ahead.
Your mom said Tuscany sounds wonderful. Maybe.
Yeah, Mom, we should go to Tuscany.
But no, I just don't see how we can look. The two major economies in the world, both right now, are over leveraged and leveraging more and more because they're not even looking for a way out. They say they are, but they're not, because they can't.
They don't care. They don't care.
Their political will, and also, I'm going to say it outright, and this is both Republicans and Democrats, they're making money off further leveraging. They're getting rich, and so they are stealing the silverware as the Titanic sinks.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's where we are, and they're going to ride us. They're going to ride us into the ground to, I think, on our side, to where the rest of the world doesn't trust the dollar. We lose dollar dominance, and then we get to see what that new world looks like.
Well, here, I'll tell you this: if the Titanic is really sinking, just know that us as a human species, we overall, I'm very optimistic, and we do like to build beautiful things. And so right now there's other Titanics, there's other boats, there's other ships that are being built. Go set up shop in one of those boats, before the Titanic goes down.
That's brilliant.
Really?
What?
Because, yeah. Anyways.
Well, it seems like you could do it too, pretty affordably for what Americans make on average. It sounds like something that even any middle-class person could do if it was really important to them. I mean, they might sacrifice a little here, a little there, but it sounds doable as long as they're able to work probably remotely and continue to keep their job somehow.
Yeah, I mean, how much is your physical safety worth?
Mm-hmm.
You might have all the money in the world, or I tell, some of my friends that have, tens of millions of dollars in Bitcoin and stuff like that. And they're like, well, yeah, the government can't touch my money because I have Bitcoin or whatever. And I'm like, well, how about your physical self if you're still here?
Yeah. Well, not just physical self, but your ability to live the life how you choose to live it.
Yeah.
Do you add into your portfolio looking at, if someone comes to you and they say, look, this is my profession, this is what I do you have a means to look into saying, all right, these are the locations where you will prosper the most at?
Absolutely. Because it depends on the type of business that they do. Like for some people, maybe Dubai is a really good option because just like the kind of clientele, like the kind of people that are living in Dubai, maybe that's a good option, or maybe London is the best, or
Or
maybe Morocco is
Cyprus.
the best. Yeah, or Cyprus,
Cyprus has
or
a ton of businesses, LLCs that go out of Cyprus. Now, they're not all good. Some are nefarious, but
right.
Cyprus has got really great easy business licensing laws and that are very business friendly.
How is Cyprus with that argument between Turkey and Greece?
So I've actually studied this a lot because Cyprus is kind of like my top place where I'd love to go, because they speak English a lot there. The weather's great, blah, blah, blah. But that situation, I mean, it's definitely not a good situation, but it's one of those things where you have you have two UK bases in Cyprus, and then you have UN jurisdiction that kind of separates the north from the south side, between the Turks and the Greeks. With the Cypriots, and that part's EU, and it's just been kind of at a standstill for multiple decades now. So it's just one of those things where it's just kind of like a frozen conflict, and I don't necessarily see anything really happening violent there. But it is something, people who are living in Cyprus. I mean, people in Cyprus should have a backup plan too.
Wait, I remember when everyone made a run on the banks, and Greece was actually a little terrifying there for a while. That was
in 2013, right?
Yeah, that was a decade ago. I know we have to cut this short. We've got our next guest. She's not here yet, but
I think they just pulled up.
I just think it's amazing that you have found a business model out of something that it doesn't sound doomsday at all. It sounds reasonable.
Pleasure seeking.
Yeah, this is like travel, but you get to enjoy and invest in a country and a culture, and you also get a different option where raising your family or protecting your family. My last thing, when you say Bitcoin and people have tens of millions in dollars, well, what happens if we lose any internet ever? Like it's wiped out. You're not rich anymore.
Hopefully a couple of guys somewhere are doing daily printouts, and then they can start a hard log.
That is a serious question. What happens if there's an EMP across the world and we no longer have access to Bitcoin?
Then it doesn't matter.
It's just like having toilet paper made out of dollar bills.
If that happens, it doesn't matter for anyone.
Yeah.
Right, because all your money, even in dollars, is gone because it's on the bank.
Yeah.
Unless it's stuffed in a mattress.
Your electricity's gone, your running waters, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I would say that like the new currency would unfortunately just be bullets then.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. That is
alcohol.
That is one concern I have for the US, is that it feels like we're marching headlong into a civil war.
I want to push back on that. Because like we're seeing like this new movie come out with Civil War, and like if you're watching the media and all these movies coming out, it's like all this apocalyptic stuff. I don't think anything like that is really going to happen. I mean, we can try to manifest it and stuff like that, but
let's not do that.
Right, exactly. I don't see something like that happening. To be honest, I think Americans in general, they're not going to get up and fight. They're too busy watching TV and stuff like that. I don't think they're going to pick up a gun and do something like that.
Well, I was saying to my husband the other night when we were talking about something along these lines of how the projection of how, bad it's going to get. And I told him, Americans have no idea how bad it could be, because we have never suffered. Not our generation. We've never, until the toilet paper crisis of 2020, that's the first time Americans probably felt a pinch of what it could be like to go to a store and not be able to buy a product that you need. But even then, what we know and what we need and expect is so different than, say, people who live in Afghanistan, who really live hard, right? I think you've even said that. You go there, they have lived in the pits of that place, and the
They're a different breed of human.
Yeah, they know difficulty. Americans have no clue what difficulty is. So with that, I'm going to.
Yeah, she's going to go get Celeste. Joey, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
Again, everyone, that's Joey International. Joey International will be in the show notes.
It was such a pleasure to meet you, Joey. And thank you for being on the show. We got to have you on again when we can get more in depth about your process and how you do it.
Yeah, no, that's I think that's really cool. I am a hammer operator for a living. I'm a handyman. So I don't know how available my trade is for travel. I should have learned something specialized or something, but
every country needs a handyman. I'll tell you what. I mean, that sounds very, very useful. You can go to any country and probably get a job. So.
Well, that might work out. All right, Joey, thanks for coming. And we'll talk to you soon. Everyone, we will be back in just a minute. Bye.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Okay, that wasn't Celeste. It was a false alarm. It was the girlfriend. Anyways, we're back in, though she might be here now. I don't know. But no, that was cool chatting with Joey. Well, yep, Celeste is here. So we're going to adjust the cameras real quick and we'll be back again. Okay, we're back again. Oh,
this
Celeste.
Is so exciting. Thank you for staying, guys. Thanks for sticking with us through our little break. And Joey was an excellent guest. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, we just talked to a guy that specializes in helping people
get immigration.
Yeah, get immigration into other places.
Oh. And passports and become like dual citizenship. And so this is how this comes about. Celeste wasn't on our docket. And we know a lot of you have reached out regarding the recent vote. And we had just had her on just a couple of weeks ago. And I don't want to talk about you in third person when you're sitting right here.
No, first of all, I just want to say thank you. This is
Again,
last minute. This is amazing.
we're literally talking less than 12 hours ago. I reached out to Celeste and said, hey, we've got some people who've got some questions. Is it possible to get you on the show again? I don't want to speak for you. As I said last week, I'm not going to speak for Celeste. She will speak for herself. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll definitely come in. And then I talked to your chief of staff.
Yeah.
And he says, how does tomorrow sound between 3 and 4?
Yeah.
I said to Jared, we were last night at the Trent Staggs event with Matt Gates.
Yeah.
And I said to Jared, like, I've reached out, we'll see. And then
boom, back.
How's tomorrow sound? So thank you,
This is-
Congresswoman.
Look, I said when I was on here before, part of my job is making sure that my constituents know what I'm doing. And I mean it. It's not just something I say. So I know the funding bill vote was controversial. 24 hours later, I was on a stage in Washington County talking about the vote. I've been in King County and Wayne County. I've been everywhere talking about it. I've also got a video that I've recorded that's going out to all of the delegates today.
Great.
I'm being as transparent as I know how to be about how I vote and why I vote that way.
We'll share your video as soon as you
Okay.
got it
Yeah.
out there too.
So tell us
thanks.
about the vote.
Okay.
Well, what's the vote's name?
It's called the Consolidated Appropriations Bill, something along those lines. But there were actually two of them. The second one's the one everybody talks about. So there are 12 appropriations bills. That's how we make the budget. That's where we control the purse strings. That's
It keeps
Congress doing.
But it also keeps the country open, right?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
was on the table that the government was shut down.
It was potentially on the table, yes.
Okay.
So we did 12 appropriations bills throughout the course of the year. And then when it came time to vote, because we'd staggered the continuing resolutions, remember there were two separate deadlines. So the 6 bills that addressed one of the deadlines, we voted on in one tranche. And then the other 6 bills that addressed the other deadline, we voted in another tranche. So 2.5 weeks ago, we voted on the first 6 appropriations bills. And I voted yes. And then a few days ago, we voted on the second of those 6 appropriations bills, and I voted yes. And it was not an easy vote. There were things in the bill I didn't like, but there are a lot of things circulating that aren't accurate. It wasn't a bill we've never seen. You know, sometimes that does happen. There's several thousand-page bill and nobody's seen it. This was a bill that was made up of 6 bills we had a chance to look at.
So you read this bill to its entirety. You
yeah.
had the time. The ink was dry.
And my staff did. And in the end, I decided that it was worth voting yes. So I voted no on the continuing resolutions because that's not the way we're supposed to run our government. We're supposed to pass spending bills.
And you said that last time you were here, that
Yeah.
you would vote no on continued resolutions.
Because I wanted to vote on actual bills. And one of the big reasons that matters to me so much is that there are policy writers in those bills that say what the government can and can't do. Also, it's not just the amount of money that's in an appropriations bill, it's what the buckets are that money goes into, how it gets spent. And the continuing resolutions we were passing were continuations of Nancy Pelosi's policy priorities, both the policy writers and how that money's being
And it's
spent.
kicked down the road.
Yeah.
That's what the continuing part is. So
Yes.
you guys can pay for it now or you can pay for it later, but you're going to keep the whole process of kicking it down the road is a problem.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, continuing resolutions are a 1% cut. And so some of my colleagues felt like they'd rather have a 1% cut than have the potential of, increases anywhere in the budget. But in the end, what we had of the 12 appropriations bills, 10 of them were cuts. The only 2 that were increases were Homeland Security and Defense. Homeland Security was an increase because we pulled some of the things out of HR 2, the House's border bill. We pulled some of those things straight out into the appropriations bill, and Speaker Mike Johnson went and fought to keep those in. Those are the things we've been talking about. As a Republican Congress, we've said it's border, border, border. That is the issue for us this year. We have got to get control of the border. We impeached the secretary, and that didn't change anything. The appropriations bill is a chance for us to actually do something. We didn't get everything, And I know a lot of people are unhappy about that. I'm not happy about it either, but we got some of the things. We increased funding for ICE detention beds, because right now we don't have places to hold people. It's not enough beds, but it's something. We increased funding for Border Patrol so they can get overtime, so they can be out patrolling, so they can be out picking people up instead of out of funding to keep working.
Or babysitting the immigrants that are
babysitting.
stuck.
Yeah.
They can actually do their job.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I've got a couple questions, but right now the word is that Border Patrol is just facilitating these illegal immigrants further into the country. How do we deal with that, if that is the case?
So what I know about it is what I learned when I was in Texas in January. We met with Border Patrol then, and they are spending a lot of time processing people. That's one of the things that we've tasked them with doing. So I don't know if that's what people are calling facilitating. But in my mind, the facilitating part is that even when we pick people up, we don't have anywhere to hold them.
So that's what the beds is?
So that's what the detention beds is about, is getting a place to hold them. And even Speaker Johnson, when he was talking to us in conference about this bill, said, look, we know President Biden isn't going to suddenly become a border hawk. Like, that's just not going to happen. But this bill is going to tee up some of the things that President Trump's going to want to do next year. Like, be able to actually pick people up and hold them. We have to have beds by then.
That actually makes sense, because when he says, I'm going to secure the border, and would you come this way?
Slide this way a little bit.
I want to make sure
you keep disappearing. Actually, we should scoot over
show,
a little bit.
Let us move.
Well, I'll get cozy. Yeah. I'm going to get close enough. I can
there you
drink
go.
Your
That's
girl
fine.
There.
Hey, my lady drink is delightful. It's called a honey bunny.
Here's what I hear when people talk about, and Matt Gaetz was excellent last night. Great turnout. I mean, tons of delegates were there. And Matt Gaetz was saying, Trump's policies would this and this and this, and people are cheering and cheering. And I kept thinking in the back of my mind, how many of these speeches I've been through as a delegate and as a party chair and as a citizen, and it all sounds so great. But I keep asking myself, how are you going to do that?
Yeah.
How are you going to do this? How are you going to do that? Where's the money coming from? Which then goes back to Congress, and which is him, but he's one person. So this is going on in my mind. And it all comes down to this. If we are going to have an effective presidency out of Donald Trump, you guys have to start now.
Yeah.
Because we can't just build it without Trump coming out saying, I need $1 trillion to get all this done.
No, we saw what happened last time. So when Trump got elected in 2016, Republicans had the House and the Senate. What we didn't have was a plan in place.
Or support. A lot of them didn't want to support him.
Right. And so we spent a lot of time getting things planned and put in place and getting them up and running. And we used up a lot of our runway just figuring out what we wanted to do and how we wanted to do it. We're trying to be smarter this time and have some of the runway, built so that he can just take off and get things done instead of spending the first 24 months trying to convince everybody that's the right plan and trying to get all of the pieces in place so it'll work.
This is an election about the border.
Yeah.
This is the key issue. And it's actually the first time in American history that it's a key issue to both sides.
Yes.
Like Democrat voters, Republican voters, and independents.
I think
the border is a number one issue for the first time in history.
If Biden loses, it's because of immigration.
Yeah.
It's because of his loss in the inner cities. But the big question I have is we get these bills, these appropriation bills, do they have to be grouped together like this?
They don't have to.
Because I would like to see them separated so that your average Joe can look at it and see what's going on in them. Because right now we have money that, granted, I understand why the U.S. theoretically wants to send money to other countries for utter BS. That way we put money in their countries and they're less likely to turn their back on the U.S. dollar.
Yeah.
Because we require that. But how do we separate this? Because right now, if me or Holly wanted to go read that bill, we would have to take time off of work. We would have to build a pillow fort and just get comfy.
Well, there is a little bit easier way. You could go watch the committee hearings on these bills.
Are they on C-SPAN?
Yeah. And they should be on the Appropriations Committee website.
Okay.
Here's what bothers me. And
before we move on, can I just address the thing about sending money to other countries?
Yeah.
Because that seems to be what a lot of people have homed in on. they look through the bill and they find something where we're sending money to another country. That's in the state and foreign operations bill. The state and foreign operations bill is a cut. It is lower than it was. We are not sending as much money to other countries as we were before this bill passed. And so there's
unless
still
that
work to
country's
do.
Ukraine.
Well, and the American people, I think, are at a place where they're like, stop spending money in countries, period.
Yes.
Look,
Yes.
the people are hurting.
Yeah, I see that. And I know that's one of the things when I'm out talking to people, I am too even keeled sometimes. And people who are mad want to see some of that anger reflected. They want me to stand up and say, I'm mad too. I get why you're mad. And the truth is I am mad too. I've learned over the years to keep an even keel and keep my voice even and not lose my cool.
You mean they're not going to listen to you if you rant and rave?
That's the thing. You lose an
poke 'em in the
argument, the
chest.
second you start freaking out, people stop listening.
Yeah. So just to be clear for all the listeners, I've also had it. And I've used this quote a lot recently, I guess because it's, shiny and new and right at my fingertips. But and I think I may have brought up last time I was here that I was reading Rob Bishop's book, The Things I Learned in Congress That They Never Taught in School. It makes good airplane reading, and it's all about how Congress works, which is interesting for me right now. But he has a quote in there from Ezra Taft Benson, who, was a prophet of the LDS Church. But the reason he quotes him in there is because he was the he was the Secretary of Agriculture for President Eisenhower. And he said, if you're on a hijacked plane, you don't solve that by cutting the engines. You turn it around and bring it back in for a safe landing. And he used that quote when he was talking about the budget. And I feel like that's what we're doing here. The plane's been hijacked. We've been flying in the wrong direction. And this bill is a step towards turning it around and bringing it back in for a safe landing. The reality is, if we just cut all government spending that shouldn't happen in 1 year, we'd really cause some tragedies. I don't like all the government spending either, but I'm willing to take incremental wins to get us back where we should be. And the rhetoric has gotten so extreme that I think there are a lot of people who really believe we could just slash the federal budget down to 1/100th of what it is overnight. And the truth is, if we did that, it would cause some real problems.
You're right. But the reason that people believe that is that, let's face it, the first time you came on, I said something and I saw you, it shocked you. The federal government is viewed by the average American as an adversary.
Yeah.
I
don't think that shocked me.
Yeah, no.
That's very
I
much
saw
a
it on your
reality in my
face.
life.
You stalled.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. Because the only time I interact with the federal government, I come out on the other side hurt and feeling uncomfortable about it. I feel like I went the rounds with Mike Tyson. Federal government offers nothing to me, but yet they demand.
Yeah.
They demand. They're running the government like they've just got an infinite supply of money, yet they demand that I prostrate myself for taxes.
Right.
For absolutely no reason right now.
If they owe you money, they'll take all the time to pay it back, and there's no interest. If you owe them money,
and they use our money year round to build interest and to build more and to build more, and then give it back to us. We're lucky to get it.
No, and just to be clear, I want to get to where we're spending a small fraction of what we're spending now.
What if we just went to pre-COVID levels?
Yeah.
Are we even back there yet?
So House rules this Congress required that we cut back to 2022 levels. So that's the baseline we started from. And there's only 2 bills in there that increased, and one of them's DOD, and that's one of the big talking points as well. Every day we were on a continuing resolution is a day we fall further behind China on military tech. There is wasteful spending in the DOD, and some of that gets cut, but we increased our spending on tech research, which we need to do. We live in a really dangerous world. We can't just pretend that falling further and further behind on military tech doesn't have consequences. Voting no, not funding the government, also has consequences. And I want a lot less spending too, but I want it to make sense. I don't want to do it on the backs of our military. And the defense hawks in the House were the ones who were pushing the hardest for no more continuing resolutions, because, I talked to some National Guard people this week, and they don't get their funding when we're under a continuing resolution. They end up not getting paid for everything they're doing. There are real costs to not acting like grown-ups and making budgeting decisions. That's our job. We control the purse strings. And anytime we put together a funding bill, there are going to be reasons to vote no. There's going to be something in there that I don't like. I've never seen a bill that's so perfect that there's nothing in there I don't like. But I feel like my job as a representative is to make hard decisions on behalf of the people I represent, and then come back to the people I represent and tell them why I'm doing what I'm doing.
So with that, I want to tell you something that I hate, and I don't think a lot of people understand this. And this is why I wish it was an itemized type vote for every single thing, because everybody that's in Congress, everybody, they're given this bill. They get hopefully time to read the bill. Yeah. I mean, Mike Lee said there wasn't time and he wouldn't vote for another bill like this, but it still passed. But then you get there and there's so many different items that if it was item by item, then we'd get to see your vote in a more transparent way.
You're right.
You are getting 2 votes to cover ridiculous amount of items.
Yeah, the whole
and then you're
budget.
weighing which is which over that.
Yep.
And then you could lose your job.
Yep.
Because you have to vote on this or this goes away. And this is, we need this and we don't need this.
Yep.
And let's all keep in mind, it is an election year and people are going to throw this in your face.
Oh.
So you showing up here today speaks volumes. I hope it speaks volumes to you folks, because she could come in here defensive. We know those of you that have contacted us over her vote. I just asked her. And I texted her. I didn't call her chief of staff. I didn't call her campaign people. I just texted her, hey, do you want to give a statement? We're getting questions. And she's like, I'd be happy to be on the show.
Well, no, what she said is let me tell my organ grinder to message you back so he can tell me where I'm dancing tomorrow.
I did say that. I did say he was going to have to figure out the schedule.
Yeah, because that's probably how it goes, because you're probably run thin.
You're running everywhere all the time.
Who needs sleep? And I want to be clear for your listeners too. I know some of them are never going to agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm not here to try to make everybody agree with me. I'm trying to make sure everybody knows what I'm doing. I know some of them will never agree with me. It is still my job to show up and explain, even if they're never going to like it.
You hear that, folks? This is what your elected representative should be doing. And we have her showing up, and she knows there's going to be negatives. We know there's going to be negatives. Jared and I both had questions. We thought, you had told us on our show, I'm not going to vote for another spending bill. Well, what is not getting advertised is this bill isn't a spending bill per se.
No,
it's
a
spending bill.
I'm voting for a spending bill. I wouldn't vote for another CR. And I wouldn't vote for a spending bill that is an increase. This is an overall decrease. And let's talk about some of the things that people are concerned about, because some of the things that are circulating out there just aren't true. And honestly, there's enough truth for people to have heartburn. When you're in a really closely divided Congress, you're just not going to get a really clearly, solidly conservative bill or a really clearly liberal bill. You're going to get one that's pretty close to the middle. And there were a few key things that I felt like were so important. I'm willing to put a marker down on those things and then keep working on some of the other ones I don't like. One of those is the Hyde Amendment. So we kept the Hyde Amendment in there. The Hyde Amendment says no federal funds can be used on abortion. And one of the things I keep seeing circulating and that people keep texting me and asking me about is, doesn't this bill fund a bunch of abortion? And the answer is no.
Well, if it's funding the Department of Defense, and the Department of Defense has their own, they have their own rule that yes, we'll cover abortions and we'll fly you to get them, or trans surgeries.
So what the Department of Defense is doing is paying people to travel, but they can't pay for the abortion. It's illegal. That's what this bill does. Now, in the House bill, we had a writer in the House bill that said they couldn't pay people to cross lines for abortions, and the Senate pulled it out. So I'm willing to get back to work on that. We can keep working on that. But in the meantime, they can't pay, no federal agency, no federal dollars anywhere can be used to pay for abortion.
Travel is more expensive than abortion.
Are they going to, I don't want to get bogged down too much in the abortion and the military argument, because it's a confusing cloud.
Go ahead.
One question I have is, what steps are being taken to break these bills down?
So we took one It got broken down into two pieces.
Into two.
So we had the laddered approach.
So we're going for 3 in
Well,
4 months.
Hopefully we'll have 12 in 4 months.
Oh, 12. You're going for broke.
Hopefully. I mean, I'm willing to keep
Why
working on
won't
that.
Democrats do that? Is there a problem? Like, what's the problem? Why is this just not a
Because
no-brainer?
it's easier to fold a lot of things in there when you're voting on a lot of bills at once. And that's why I think we should vote on 12. Now, just to be clear, there's nothing in the Constitution about 12 appropriations bills. This is actually this is a construct of Congress.
Right.
We've split our appropriations committee into 12 subcommittees. But I mean, that is at least a split of the entire federal budget into 12 pieces that are related. So, you're voting on defense spending in one bill and you're voting on interior spending in another bill.
As it should be.
And that at least gives people a chance to see how you're voting on those issues instead of having a bunch of them together. I'm willing to come in and defend my vote because that's my job. I'm not willing to defend the fact that we're still grouping these bills together. I'd rather see us splitting them up.
I would like that for transparency.
Is that the speaker's job? Is that?
Is there other, and then a big one, and this is one I harp on all the time. Is there anything that you see in bills that you feel like should be left to the states? Like, honestly, the abortion argument should be left to the states. And you want to deal with that on a defense level, put a bill forward that says if your state has a young serviceman or woman in the military and that state wants to absorb the cost from travel to procedure, then let the state deal with it that way.
Yeah.
And it has to be separate from it's
sure
not
everything-
TRICARE now, it's CHAMFIS or whatever the healthcare system that the military's under, and let them deal with that. Because I think it's time. We're in this pickle we're in is because the federal government is bitten off way too much.
I agree.
And it can't chew and swallow it.
No, we are very much in alignment there. And our executive branch is so complicated that it's hard to even hold a president accountable.
Don't say that too loud. They'll make another department.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They have too many departments.
Yeah.
Nobody goes and votes for the president of the United States based on a regulation that came out of the EPA or based on something that happened in HUD or something that, I mean, in this election, maybe Border Patrol, but all of those alphabet soup agencies belong to the executive branch.
Mm-hmm.
And so the accountability is so hard to trace because the executive branch is doing so much that people just aren't making their decisions based
by
on
design. It's by design.
Yeah.
Too many chefs in the kitchen and people don't even know what they're eating.
And who are you going to hold accountable for what they're doing? I mean, that's why we impeached the Secretary of Homeland Security to
the
try
Senate
and create some
didn't.
accountability. And it didn't.
Did you
take it
get
up.
to question him?
No, I didn't.
Do we know how many votes in the
no.
Senate against?
They never took it up.
Okay, Mitch McConnell, you need a new job. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the
Well, he is
Senate's
stepping down.
the
so we'll
Senate's
have a new-
Democrat controlled right now,
The
isn't
Senate
it?
is
It
Democrat
is.
So of
controlled.
course it's not going to get taken up. That's
Except
their boy.
This is the biggest, the issue that's the most uniting in the country right now.
I know,
is
it's
that we
crazy.
need control of our border.
It's absolutely, it's
If
the
the-
first time in
but-
history.
If
but
the Senate would take it up, I think they'd
The
actually be
Senate
really
can't.
popular.
No, the Senate can't take it up. The Democrat Senate can't because their voice right now is it's Trump's fault because Trump is telling Congress not to fund this new imaginary thing that's going to make it so that we take in 2 less people a month on average. That's like the numbers.
Yeah.
It's like two
No, but I
people.
think you're right. If the Senate were to take this because of the Democrats and independents
No.
pushing this bill, then they could actually, I'm sorry to say it, but they use Mayorkas as the scapegoat and they blame
Well,
the troubles on him rather
Right.
than on
And
Biden.
He's taking his orders from the president.
They selected a goat that has poop all over its back and stinks a lot because he's really a perfect scapegoat for it.
I mean,
'Cause he's all
his
in.
job. But I've been surprised that the Biden White House hasn't decided to do something on the border.
Absolutely.
They've got to be seeing these
They
polls
can't.
too. They know that Americans agree
can't.
on this, and they're
They-
just going to ride this ship all the
They're
way
still
down.
saying
The
it's
problem is they
Crazy.
can't do something on the border. One, they're trying to sweep what Biden said before he got elected about I want all of the asylum seekers to come in. Please come in. He said that in multiple times.
You should call
But
them unregistered
They can't
Democrats.
because tactically, I mean, strategically, all of that. It would be them saying our policy was incorrect. What they're doing is they're trying to say our policy is correct.
And it's working.
Congress isn't allowing us to do it through funding.
And it is always easy to blame Congress. I mean, there is always a reason to blame Congress.
I mean, I blamed you guys. The other night I had
I
to
blame
plunge
us.
the toilet, and I blamed Congress the whole time I'm in
Hey,
there.
you should have called me. I would have come and helped
Yeah,
you.
but isn't
Yeah.
Congress's
Were you in
approval
town
rating a little
Thursday?
bit higher right now than, like, say, the lady who is in charge, the vice president of the United States of the border?
No, I actually don't think it is.
Congress is more popular than I think, like cancer, and that's it.
Barely.
Barely. Cockroaches are more popular.
But no,
I
the
think so.
thing is if Biden admits that their policy is broken, then he admits failure.
Yeah.
And the Democrat Party, I know they're all right now telling him you can't. I know from the outside you're looking, how can he keep doing this?
Yeah.
So instead they pivot and they say it's Trump's fault for not funding our new imaginary plans. When the issue is that Trump had that stay in Mexico in place.
Yeah,
and then
remain
there's
in
also
Mexico
the international law that you go to the next
First
safe
safe,
country. And as soon as you get there, that's where you are. And
Yep.
from there, you can work the applications. That's being ignored by the administration.
Mexico has also
re-implementing-
said they won't do it.
They would have to, though,
Yeah.
if we made it painful for them.
They would.
That'd-
We haven't done.
That'd be easy to do. We just say Detroit Diesel remand Mexico is off, and Mexico would change their mind before the sun set that very night.
But we don't have an administration that would even do that.
No.
Trump would do that.
Mexico is a country that survives on exports to us, and I'm not just talking about fentanyl and marijuana.
Well, that and their second largest income is from Mexican immigrants sending money
yeah.
home.
Yeah.
So
So
that
the
income
immigration-
doesn't feed its way into the Mexico.
I think if you
state.
actually taxed that, you taxed how much money people are sending home through wire transfers and stuff like that. And I think if Trump just said, "Hey, I'm implementing a 5% tax on anything you send into Mexico," that'd pay for your wall like overnight.
Well, we have wall materials. I was at the Mexican border this weekend, and we were standing there at the wall, and then it ends.
Yeah.
And there's a whole pile of wall
Rotting.
building materials
Just
sitting
rusting.
there. And we've already paid for the materials.
Yep.
But they're just sitting there.
All right.
If that isn't a picture that is worth a million words, I don't know
Yeah.
what is.
Well, I
Because
have some on my phone.
perfect, share 'em, because
how-
that right there shows that we had an administration come in not only to say welcome, come across the border, but also he literally had to put a stop to something that's already paid for, and your dollars are rotting in the sun.
Yep. Well,
It's
people
this-
are bringing drugs into the country.
Yeah,
This
killing your
gamesmanship
children.
is killing me, and that's I've said this before. The wall is a small part. It's I don't even think the wall carries as much effect as people think it does. I think our funding them when they get here policies has the larger effect,
Yeah.
because they can find ways in around a wall. They can
A lot of them
get
fly
here,
here.
around a wall. Yeah, a lot of them fly here.
Overstayed.
It's when they get here and we say, "Oh yeah, pop a baby out here, bam, you got
American
to anchor."
citizen.
Or, "Oh yeah, we're going to give you an amount of money." Some cities, and some of them are locally done, and that one I'm fine. If New York wants to do that to itself, I support them. I will hold a banner, and I'm glad I don't pay taxes there. I will, but
But
that's
we're going to
another.
end up bailing them out on
Absolutely.
things that
And that's another thing. Why do the feds have this policy in that we're going to bail out these failed cities? We're meant to be a melting pot.
Yep.
And you're meant to, when you do something wrong, you look at the place that did it right and say, "Can I see
Yeah.
your playbook?"
California
We can
and
watch
New
each other.
York need to be bailed out.
So tying this back to the funding bill, we cut by 20% the money that goes to these NGOs, because the federal government's been giving money to NGOs for humanitarian
Yeah,
relief.
you cut them by
What is an NGO?
20.
And a non-government organization.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like-
I was just talking about how much I hate when people
Like the-
use jargon and
No,
don't explain it. And then
and
I get
I
it.
know
The
an
UN,
NGOs, but
what is
yeah.
it? The UN travel agency that's been supporting all of them through the Darien
Well,
Gap.
Well,
well,
these
isn't
are
Planned Parenthood an NGO?
these are well,
Yes.
these are specifically the organizations that are supposed to provide humanitarian assistance to people
Mhm.
who come
So
across
like
the
Red
border.
Cross and
But they've been giving people money and sending them inland.
Giving them money, giving them directions, giving them aid and support on the way.
And on the humanitarian front, when I was at the border in Texas and when I was at the border in Arizona, I saw this in both places. If you are sympathetic to people who want to come here for a better life, and you think that not having control of the border is somehow a humanitarian thing, that it's softer, that it's better for people, what we've done by not having control of our border is create an absolute hellish nightmare south of our border, where the cartels are buying and selling human beings and drugs and all of the things that come along with being in the human and drug trade. So it is not a compassionate decision to let that border stay out of control.
It's created the most slavery the United States or anywhere in the world has ever seen. We have higher slavery, and half of it is sex trafficking.
It's satanic.
It is. It's evil.
It is.
What's the possibilities of us taking our immigration system, simplifying it, making it so that people maybe want to make an attempt at staying where they are and applying it that way? What if we made it just a simple thing? If you get caught coming to the U.S. breaching that First Safe Country Act, you don't get a shot at immigration. Just write that in. You don't get a shot.
Yeah, that's a great
And
idea.
if you apply somewhere else, we review it. And then instead of and then we'll correlate what scale, what place in line you go to by what country you're trying to escape from. Like right now, Haiti, we're going to move you to the front of the line because, obviously there's a guy named Barbecue down there that I don't know if he likes his fellow citizens well done, or
okay. What about something like what you're saying? What if it's as simple as doing to them what you would do if you wanted to get, I don't know, a federal job? You get a background check, you get fingerprinted, you get all of that, and then you maybe get a medical test to make sure you don't have some third world country disease that we've already eradicated, and then you pay a fee, you pass an immigration test, and then you get a sponsor, a business that wants you to sponsor you. And then we put no limits, and you don't have to claim that you're, escaping anywhere.
Yeah.
But how many people could we process if it was that simple? Am I just crazy?
Well,
or are we over complicating this?
Background checks are difficult in a lot of countries because who are we going to check their background with? But no, I think you're onto something. These are really great ideas. None of them work until we have control of the border. When it's easier to walk across than to fill out and so the first conversation we have to have is just, how do we stop the flow? And then we can talk about what the right way to design it is.
There's a triage process, and that is immediately stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
But secondly, how do we fix this wound? Now, is it the Senate that would create this policy if we did reform?
No, it could come out of the House.
It could come out of the House. What if
theoretically, if the Senate would take it up?
What if states individually created their own border policy, which means if you come over, here's how you gain citizenship of the state of Utah. You have to do all of this in order to qualify, and you must have a sponsor, be it a church, be it a business. And then could states start by creating their own border policies?
That's one area where I don't think the states should all have different policies. We're talking about our international border. This is the federal government's job. But one of the ideas that I've heard kicked around that I think is interesting is having states request the number of visas. So like a governor says, this is how many visas the businesses in my state need.
Ooh.
And so then you've got states driving the numbers conversation, because we usually talk about a big national number.
Yeah.
And then there's fighting between the states. Some states don't want that many visa workers. Some states say that won't even touch what we need. And if the governors were requesting them, then it's on the states to decide how many visa workers they want there.
Plus, in black and white, you get to see what the country actually needs, can sustain in each of these states, and the growth that is anticipated, and the American people have transparency.
Well, it gives prosperity to the immigrants coming here, because if let's say the state of Utah says we need more IT professionals that work in this, and they go out and seek them out.
Yeah. Or we need more seasonal workers for the ski industry.
Yep.
Or we need more
for our farming
year-round milkers for the dairy industry. So one of the complaints you get in the ag industry is that there's only so many ag visas, and our season starts a lot later than the Southwest or the Southeast.
Yeah.
So the ag states in the Southeast can use up all the visa
They
workers.
absorb them all.
And
before
they
it's
have
even
to
time
keep
for 'em to come here.
reapplying for these visas.
Yeah.
So being one of these workers, to constantly have to reapply for a visa when you've got a company who's hired you, willing to have you,
Yep.
and yet you're going through red tape that should not be there. And
Right.
yet, if you just snuck over the border, went there, went back home, went there, went back home,
Yep.
you've cut out the middleman, which
It's
is
a
the federal
perverse
government.
incentive. Yep.
So tell me though, why? See, for states to start saying, I think if all states said, okay, we're going to create our own policy, this has been an issue as long as I've been alive. And yet one president said, okay, amnesty for those who are here, but we're going to fix it going forward. Well,
Yeah.
amnesty wasn't the answer.
Right.
And now what's going to push the federal government? Are we at that breaking point where the Senate is going to take this on, or the House is going to literally take this on?
What's going to push the federal government is the fact that the American people have had it. I mean, this is the most uniting issue in the country. Republicans, Democrats, Independents all agree that we have to have control of our border. That's what's going to push Congress to do something.
So when are they going to do it? Because it's here.
The House passed HR 2. The Senate won't take it up. It's going to take a new president.
What's
we
in
have to have
HR2?
someone else in the White House. HR 2 has Remain in Mexico. It has
Okay.
the border. It has,
Okay.
more
hear that,
funding for
folks?
ICE.
Republicans need to take back the Senate. They need the
Yes.
House, and they need the presidency. And I've been told this so many times in the past about what we can actually get done when we have all three houses. Here's the thing. If we are going to put someone in office to take that seat, they better be ready to support our president, because his policy cannot be an executive order ever again. This policy, good policy,
Yeah.
has to go through the Senate and has to be approved in the House in order for us to have effective policy that enacts change. But you guys, not you, because you weren't in there, but Republicans cannot screw this up.
No.
They screwed it up when Trump was elected.
And we are so good at fighting each other.
Mm.
We get into this Republican one-upmanship where, if something's almost what we wanted, but not exactly what we said we wanted, we're going to burn the whole thing down. And if we can get control of the White House, the Senate, and the House, we're going to have to work together and stop acting like each of us is an army of one. And that's a lot of the problem with what's happening in the House right now. We have such a small majority.
Who's more Republican and who's
more
the
Republican?
conservative?
And even, Mike Johnson is a movement conservative his whole life. He's friends with the most conservative members of the House, but it's almost a reflex now that if leadership wants something, then we have to say no, without even thinking about whether leadership's right or moving us in the right direction. And we're just going to have to get ourselves together and take conservative wins and then keep moving forward for more conservative wins, instead of throwing the whole thing away every time because we like to be able to go out on the road and throw out talking points about how right we were.
Well, there's also another problem, is that our federal government, like I said a minute ago, is bitten off too much. So
Yes.
it's diluted. Our whiskey shot is a whiskey thimble in 8 gallons of Coke right now, and it just
Yeah.
ain't functioning. It's too diluted. Our federal government are taking on stuff that should be states management
Yep.
issues that should be dealt with. I mean, even if states argue, we have a means to deal with that.
Right.
And our federal governments take that on. When if our federal government stuck to just the basic deal that they made when the states came together and designed it, instead now it's an imaginary thing that the federal government make the states. It's weird. It's backwards.
Yeah.
And if they got to it, one, your congressperson wouldn't be living in DC. They would, rent a couch because they would be there
That
4
is
weeks a
actually
year.
what people do. They live,
Well, yeah.
they live in their districts.
Yeah,
And,
they
and
would-
just rent
They would be there 4 weeks a year. Instead,
we're
you've got to
there
be there
3 out of 4 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's a big issue for us, where you could go in there and you could manage this stuff and you could have thoughtful reflection on what's going on if you're dealing with what's manageable for you to deal with.
So this is part of what I'm talking about, though, when I say we need to just start taking wins. As if Republicans can get control of the House, the White House, the Senate, then we've got to start taking wins like defunding agencies, or policy writers that say agencies can't spend money on whatever, and start cutting back this regulation and red tape and the rulemaking that's coming out of the executive branch
Mhm.
that's extra legislative. You know, they're not laws. They're rules passed by agencies, and then we enforce them as if they're laws.
Yeah.
And as Republicans, we've got to start taking those wins, take down, you know, one today, one tomorrow, one the next day, instead of leaving them all in place while we scream about that we have too many. I'm willing to take them down one at a time and just keep going.
Each win is one inch forward.
Yes.
And forward in a, hopefully, a smaller government. But here's my problem. Like, we don't trust people. The American people, and even Republicans, they don't trust their own party. I mean, when Trump was elected, he was the great upset. He's going to drain the swamp. And then what I think he did is highlight who was in the swamp, and they were in our own party, our own people. And so you're absolutely right. And besides, most people who aren't in Congress, like I said before you got elected, it's great to promise. Yeah. But until you know what you know, and even as someone who was already up there and you saw policy and all that, when it comes down to you making a vote, what Chris Stewart found out, you know, it's going to be different for him than what it is for you. Yep. He's got different avenues. You got different avenues. And I'm sure you could go home from Congress tomorrow and have a successful law firm where you actually work with communities and actually do incredible things in the environmental world and help. You could be a private lawyer for how many agricultural companies.
It would pay better.
Right? It would pay better and you'd make less enemies.
It's true. And that's a good point too. I'm probably, my own chickens are probably coming home to roost here, because I was a hardcore Tea Partier in 2010 and, you know, throw the bums out and what have they gotten us? And now I'm in the mix of it. And what I've learned is what we all know, but it's nice to be reminded. Governing is really hard. Criticizing is easy and it's cheap. And I knew getting into this, I was signing up to take a lot of criticism. I'm not complaining. People have the right to criticize. God bless America. We have the First Amendment, and you can criticize anybody you want. But when you're trying to make decisions, when you are a state delegate, or when you're a primary voter or a general voter, it's so hard to find good information because it's so easy to find something to criticize. Anyone who's trying to build something or improve something will do something you don't like. If someone says they agree with you all the time, you know they're lying. And so you have to make these judgment calls of, I like their basic premise. I may not like everything they've done. And what I'm seeing now is that in an election year, people want to boil you down to one thing. Yeah. They want to boil you down to one vote, one talking point, or one thing you said once, or one personality trait you don't like. Sometimes it's the shoes I wear, and they want to just decide based on one factor, because we live in a really complicated world. And if you can have one litmus test, it makes the world a lot simpler. So my plea to people who are listening is keep doing this, keep listening, listen to the podcasts, read the transcripts, go watch the videos of the hearings, and get to know more than one thing. And I'm not just saying that about me. I'm heading into the convention. There are 3 people in my race. Get to know about all of us. Yes. The more you know about people, the more informed decision you're going to make. If you try to make a decision based on one thing, you're going to be mad about one other thing later. There's nobody you're going to elect that isn't going to have one thing you don't like. There's also nobody in this race that doesn't have one thing you can like. But if you're willing to get in and learn, then you're less likely to have a, angry reaction when something isn't exactly what you wanted, because you know, I like this about him, not sure how I feel about that. And the other reason that I really encourage people to get in and read things and watch things and participate, go to the town halls, get on the Zoom calls, is that I'm confident if people will actually dig in and get to know all of the candidates, it'll be clear who knows what they're doing, who cares about this district, who takes governing seriously and feels like representing people is a sacred trust. And those are the kind of things I want people considering when they go to state convention to vote. I'm not trying to put my thumb on the scale in any way. I want people to do their homework and get to know all of us and make an informed decision. Well, it helps you because they respond to you and they tell you, okay, this issue affects my life. I understand you have this background. I know. Yeah. This is the thing about CD2, folks.
We are rural. Most of us are rural. Most of us are fighting for the very water we drink and for the developments coming out. And this is a job interview. And I can't stress that enough. When somebody comes to the table, and I know there's controversy, people think that, oh, you were selected, not elected by your predecessor.
Oh, I was definitely elected. I had to go fight for those votes.
Absolutely. I mean, we were at convention. We know that was not an easy deal. But at the end of the day, it's a job interview.
Yeah.
And the history and the resume you bring by itself is extraordinary. I know
she's a dirt doctor.
Other people,
I'm a dirt doctor.
The soil
other people
surgeon.
in the race also have,
and a lone
other
lawyer.
people in the race also have a great resume.
Yeah.
But here's my question. Like, if you're not, so many people are just reading headlines and they're just reading talking points, and even delegates are guilty, folks. But how many people that were elected by you offer town halls, show up in the county in person to this little tiny podcast we do with a less than 12-hour notice, and then actually can explain a vote to you? How many of your electeds are doing that? I've never sat in, and I'll watch a town hall sometimes with Mike Lee. I've never seen one with Mitt Romney. I used to sit in on Chris Stewart's. Would have town halls every month, and I would sit in on those. Trent Staggs made a promise last night to the delegates. He will do a town hall every single month. And I'm just like, do you realize what that takes? And he's like, yes. He says, well, talk to Chris Stewart about that, because he made it work.
Yeah.
When somebody is trying to be that transparent with you and you aren't bothering to tune in, you may be the problem.
And can I just say, I have people sometimes come talk to me, and they'll be really upset about an issue, and they want to talk to me about it. And then they say, I'm sorry, I know you probably don't like having to talk about this. It is the opposite. I would rather talk about it. I would rather have somebody come ask me the hard question so that I get a chance to talk to them about the hard question than have them sit at home stewing and being angry. I think a lot of the anger in our political process right now comes from people feeling like they're locked out of it. They don't have access. They can't ask the questions. I mean, you're talking about how people don't trust the government. Like my family has a pretty storied history of not trusting the government and defying the government, in fact. And a lot of these problems.
Yes, I want to go into that. I read this last time and I was like, oh, don't bring it up. But okay.
The Salt Lake Tribune brought it up.
You have your uncle, am I correct? Yes. Is Ammon Bundy?
No,
not Ammon.
Ammon is my cousin.
Ammon is your cousin.
Cliven is my uncle.
Cliven is your uncle. And I'm a huge supporter of theirs, because the BLM just made up stuff on the fly just so they could take that land. Who knows why? I don't know why they wanted to do it.
You probably know a lot. And why?
Yeah, I was really up to my eyeballs in that for a long time. But the truth is, at their trial, here's what we learned. The FBI was abusing its authority. Wow. So I go to these town halls and I have people ask me, like, why don't you care about these things? Why don't you care about the J6ers who are sitting in jail? Why don't you care? At one in St. George, somebody said, my relatives are sitting in jail. They haven't had a trial. And I, was obeying the rules of the debate. But I wanted to be like, hey, raise your hand if your relatives have sat in jail for more than 2 years just to have a trial and be acquitted.
Yes.
Because I think there's probably not that many people in there who can. And
that's one thing I would like.
Amazing.
If I had my druthers, one thing right now, I would like to write a law that if a government official breaks a law or steps out of the bounds, that they get put on trial, and we have up to felony charges for them.
So that is one of the things, last time I was here, we talked about the FISA reforms. That's one of the things in the FISA reform bill. Everybody wants to talk about the Carter Page case and how that's one of the reasons to reform FISA.
Well, FBI was just called to the floor and questioned how many, what was it, 1,800 different abuses over the last couple of years?
Oh, no, it's way more than that. It's thousands and thousands, although they've gone down since Congress has been investigating, but still we're going to reform Section 702 and close that loophole. But the Carter Page thing didn't go through that loophole. They lied to get a warrant with Carter Page.
But that lawyer,
that should be a felony, and it will be.
That lawyer didn't he end up getting a fine?
Yeah.
Didn't he end up getting a fine?
I think he actually went to jail. I'm going to have to
I think it's 30 days, I think.
Yeah.
I think he served maybe 3 months or something like that.
Changing the whole system to catch that guy wouldn't have caught him because he perjured himself. And,
Yeah,
which is also a crime.
Yes.
He cut out what the CIA actually said to him
Yes.
so that
And
he could.
So we do need to hold our own government accountable. I mean, this is the stuff that got me into politics.
We
in the
need to
first
do
place.
away with some immunity clauses, and it'll affect down the line. It'll affect. We need to do away with the immunity that affects judges and prosecutors. Immunity that affects the officers on the ground.
Just to be clear about what immunity means, though, they only have immunity when they're following their own rules.
Yeah.
If you step outside of that, you don't have immunity.
But
yeah, I agree.
It's supposed to not have immunity,
Right.
but
and so
often
we have
it
to
is
be able
still
to hold our
applied.
own government accountable.
I mean, McCarthy wouldn't even bring up Hunter Biden during the laptop thing. I mean, Matt Gaetz mentioned that last night. That was a big issue. And so when we do have a House that's willing to bring all these committees and actually investigate, I mean, the J6 was a sham, and we're finding out truth about that. But when we actually have the House doing it and we don't have a Senate to back it, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And yet the DOJ should be highly interested, blindly interested in the fact that Congress has just revealed this and this and this. And the DOJ, because they're controlled by the government, the governor or the president, are blindly ignoring it. So is half of the American people. And yet, so you're doing all these meetings. Again, people, this is so stressful. If we don't put our party on notice, check one, you are going to get trust one more time. And we're going to give you the Senate, we're going to give you the House and the presidency. And then this work that you've been doing is not going to be for nothing.
Yeah.
Because right now it's for nothing. Has Biden even had to do an online meeting in front of Congress yet?
Well, he did the State of the Union.
Yeah.
So
Hunter.
Hunter. Yeah.
How did that feel in that State of the Union? Because he seemed to. I know you have to go.
I'll
But how
answer
did it
that,
feel?
and then I just realized I'm already late.
Did he feel angry in there?
Well, I felt angry in there. I don't know how he
Well,
felt.
yeah, but
he looked like an old man. Get off my lawn.
He did look angry. I keep telling people that was a little bit like being a modern day gladiator. I was in a small amphitheater listening to a campaign rally for the other team, trying to make sure my face wasn't doing anything that would make the news. In retrospect, I kind of wish I'd have stayed home.
Oh, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene soaking that up for you. Don't worry about it.
And I thought just going to the State of the Union would feel really special because who gets to go to the State of the Union? But it honestly didn't feel like much of an honor to be there because it was a big campaign rally.
It was political theater too.
Yeah.
But it always is, and it always has been from the start.
It's propaganda.
Kicked off under Thomas Jefferson, and his State of the Union was a letter he sent to him. I mean, that's how little, but now it has become, I mean, even Trump's was a campaign rally.
It was.
And the opposition,
but I enjoyed that one.
The opposition used it, but yes, because to us, but there's 50% of the country, to them, that everything we desire would be the end.
Right. Well, and I think the same principle we started off talking about, and then I really do have to go.
Yes.
I said, I feel like my job as a representative is to come back and report to you on what I'm doing. And if presidents from both sides would treat the State of the Union more like that, if they'd show up, I mean, this is a leadership issue, right? If you're going to lead the free world and lead this nation, then you should be willing to show up and talk about the actual State of the Union and what your plans are. And instead, it's an opportunity to have all eyes on somebody who's giving a campaign speech.
Yep. The applause when necessary to build it up.
Yeah.
And sadly, if you had a real State of the Union, you would admit your defeat, your mistakes, and then you would lead
outline the plan for how we're going to fix it, right?
Here's the solutions that we have found, and it
try
could be
to
on
recruit,
either aisle.
Yeah, and you'd say to Congress, this is what I want to do, and I need your help to do it.
Yeah.
Instead of it being just a exercise in political theater. Okay, I really have to go. I'm late. Thank you for
everyone.
Giving me an
Celeste Maloy. Let's
You're
thank
amazing.
her. Cari Bartholemew is up next. Okay, slide my way, Holly. Nope,
Fine.
you stay
Stay right
slid
where I
this
am?
way.
Okay.
Yep.
We want her to
Yeah, you've got to
get like a good angle on
be
you.
in
So
camera. So like
look
we're
at yourself and see
squoze
what you
and
think. Like how
oh,
you
we're
feel.
live right now. So just keep talking about regular stuff.
Yeah, how was the makeup lady? She took care of
Right,
you. She looked
fantastic.
great.
Oh, thanks. Good.
She ground on me all day and she got me to where I look like a person. But anyways,
She's like, put on a hat. Voila.
There you go.
She's like,
How it must be. to
pull
be
it
a
down
man.
so it
Right.
sheds a face. Done.
Hey guys, thanks for letting us do that intermission again. We
Yes.
just have such a busy day today, and I'd like to read Sherry's comment before we head into our next guest. She says regarding Congresswoman Celeste Maloy, she's very impressed by the lady and believe she's on the right track. And thanks for having her on to help us understand. And guys, this is our job. That's it. We
I
want
thank her for
transparency.
coming on.
The fact that she agreed to the show with less than 12 hours notice, and the fact that her staff went out of their way to adjust her schedule. And then thank you, Cari, for letting us adjust ours, because we never, ever, even me, I know that she's very available and she takes my calls, and I didn't even expect Celeste Maloy to go, what time? I'll be there here's my hours. We'll make it work. It stunned us. And then so we had to change our show around, but our guests have been wonderful about this.
And I think it gave you a chance to come in person. I'm glad
Right,
for that too. Because you and I have never met in person. yet.
No.
We've chatted a handful of times.
So introduce Cari here.
Okay, so we've got Cari Bartholemew on. And hey, you've been on some big podcasts also talking about this. And Cari is, your childhood story is heartbreaking to say the least, but you pulled out of that strong and wide-eyed, and so that's the inspiration part. And so
What is she
obviously,
running for?
you're running for the state school board. Is it
Position 13.
13? Yes. Or District 13.
Yes.
But as you can all see, Cari is a young lady of color.
What?
Young, maybe, but not so much.
But she comes in with a message of equality, true equality, of bringing light to these practices right now that tend to
Disrupt.
that are just racist. They're just, we'll call it what it is. They're just racist practices. And though I believe they're well-intentioned, they're still racist practices. And Cari's coming into, she's been fighting. You've been, the first time we talked to you, when back in Dave days, you were fighting against him then, you're fighting against him now. And so now I want to give you the floor. On this show, you've never told your history. So if you want to go into that, we can.
Okay.
Or if you just want to go into the meat and potatoes of what you're fighting for and what you want to do.
She's taking her fight all the way to the school board as
Yes.
she wants your vote. In what district does that cover? 13.
So that is the end of Payson to the end, basically the beginning of Provo, if you are heading, and I can never remember because I've driven all over the place now.
That's heading north
Yes.
on
heading north.
I-15. So,
Okay, yes.
so the south side of Provo.
Yes.
And
Utah County.
Utah County. So we're hitting Springville, Mapleton, Spanish Fork, that small, tiny part of Payson, about half of Provo. So,
Okay.
and Lakeshore.
Okay.
That's got to be a pretty conservative a
You would
group
think.
of folks. Yeah, this is what I'm learning about the school board is all those folks we think are conservative do-gooders who love your kids. Their policies may look different. They may give a different perspective. So welcome, Cari.
Thank you so much.
Share what you want to share and
Okay, sure.
let us learn all about you. And
Sure. Well, I guess I can start with just what my platform is. So my platform is, obviously I'm diverse. That's kind of the elephant in the room, I guess. I'm biracial. I'm half Black, half white. My father's family comes from Haiti. But I don't know him. I didn't grow up with any family. By the time I was 8, I grew up in such extreme abuse that I put myself into foster care. And then I lived in 18 homes in 9 years. And then I aged out of foster care. And the idea that you would teach anyone to purposely be a victim blows my mind. And
You're a true victim.
No,
And-
she's not.
maybe a true
Do you
victor
see
might
that?
be a better.
Well, no,
Yeah,
but
but yes, I
abuse-
check all the boxes.
abuse in the
abuse,
home,
yes.
and then
That's
you
incredible.
go into foster care, and I'm sure some of the foster homes weren't
Yes.
up to snuff because a lot of people become foster parents for the absolutely wrong reasons.
Right. Yes.
And I'm sure there's lots of them that come for the perfect reasons, but not all of them.
No,
Right.
but listen, you say so you're a true victim, and she's like, no, I'm a victor.
But she fights
And this
against
is-
it.
This, I think, is the very, very basic
yes.
thing you're putting across.
Yes.
It's a state of mind to be a victim or a victor.
Yes. And really, when we're talking about resilience, I am very upset when I'm hearing that resilience means let's have our middle school and high school kids chill out in a safe space.
Yeah.
I not able to get through an hour of class before needing to leave for, and they're saying that, well, this is compassionate and this is empathy, but it's not, because compassion and empathy are to help a person rise.
Yeah. A
So-
hand up.
Exactly. And so when I was in 6th grade, I was pretty miserable. Like I lived in a lot of homes. I had homes that they did use terms like the N-word. I lived through a lot of just not very fun things. My mother was the kind of person, well, not the kind of, she's exceptionally horrible, in that she would make me call her Your Majesty, and she called me slave girl.
Was your
But-
mother white?
My mother's white.
What?
I know. So...
That is
But
unbelievable.
here's the thing. You can have a ton of things happen to you. And just because they happen to you, they don't determine your destiny.
They
and
don't
that's what
define you.
happened. For me, when I was in 6th grade, the year before, a kid had called me a name, and I jumped over a table and I pulled their hair. So some people will say, well, is she street? Maybe a little bit. but so I pulled this person's hair, and it took 2 teachers to pull me away from them. And so the teachers said, or they cast lots to see who was going to have me as their student. And so I had this teacher, Mr. Garza, and the beginning week of school, I was a scowly-faced, miserable human being. And he said, come on outside with me for a minute. And he takes me outside and he goes, you know what? I've heard about you. And he told me, the teachers, we had to decide who was going to
You're
get
the
you.
problem child.
But he actually said, I actually wanted you to come into my class. So the first thing he did was validated and made me feel like I was important.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And
And-
chosen.
And then he said, the decisions that you don't get to make a lot of decisions in your life right now. Everybody's making, the state makes decisions, your guardian ad litem makes decisions, your foster parents make decisions. You're a kid. You don't get to make the decisions. But who you decide to become, that's on you.
Brilliant.
And it blew my mind. It seriously blew my mind.
Gave
And
you
it
your
was
power.
like, exactly.
Oh,
It was like all of the awful that I had been being told, and how people reacted to me. I got to define who I was. Nobody else got to put me in a box and say, this is all that she is and all she will ever be.
It's a stereotype that the foster kid's going to be the one who's violent in class. The foster kid's going to be the one failing at school. They're going to be hated and disliked, and you're
Yes.
moved around constantly. So she's not going to have any friends. And yet here you are, just empowered in the 6th grade by a teacher that says, you don't have to fight if
How
that's not
much-
who you want to be.
How much did you have to chew on that afterwards? I'll
Not.
bet you,
It was literally like instantaneous.
but though, like you didn't go home that night and just like,
No,
'Cause-
I looked around and I saw that there were kids who had it worse than me. Maybe they didn't have foster care, but maybe they were, not that attractive to look at, or maybe they were not that smart, or maybe they stunk.
Well, enough about
different
me.
things.
And maybe they were being abused in a home.
And maybe
that
they were being-
didn't
yeah,
even get into the foster care system. Not that
Yes.
that's better, but
right.
maybe they were in the throes of it by the 2 people that are supposed to love them most.
Right. And so for me, it became a situation where I always loved to read. And that was probably my saving grace.
It's
And
a great
I would,
escape.
yeah. And I would read books like, it's crazy to like represent, we can talk about representation, but I would read books like Little Women and The Secret Garden. And like The Secret Garden, Mary completely changes who
oh,
she is.
that takes nightmares
I love
into
it.
me.
I loved it when
Oh,
I
my
was a
little
kid.
sister burned those VHSs to the ground. She watched them so
Did you know
often.
they were books? And
I
was a little girl reading
She
those.
could have read those books. I would have been fine. But to every day watching those,
I think
Little Women.
if that isn't a testimony to little kids and the fact that it's gone away, we're all on these now.
Right.
And just the very fact of reading can change your life because it'll let you escape to so many different places and you see redemption, true redemption. That's incredible. So you were a big reader.
Yeah. And so, and that made me realize that you can be kind of a light in the world. You can look around at other people and see. There was this boy, his name was Joseph, and we've actually kept in touch, but he'd be the kid who'd get the swirlies. You know, he was the kid who was really, really bullied, and he would come into class and he would have his hair wet. And the simpleness of just saying, "Hey, Joseph, how are you?"
Yeah.
Something that simple. And luckily for me, at the end of 6th grade, I went into a foster home. They weren't particularly wonderful, but they did give me the opportunity to go to private school. So I went to Christian school. And I got to completely redefine who I was.
Ooh.
So it wasn't
girl
because the
knew
kids
you.
still had to realize, oh, the girl who pulled out two sides of this girl's hair, you know, that was a process for them. You know, can we trust her? Is she still scary Cari? You know?
Wow. Yeah.
And then I went to Christian school and completely was able to redefine myself. And that's the way I've stayed. So always wanting to like look for the underdog and lift them up. So when I find out that we're intentionally making kids underdogs,
Yeah.
I get very upset about
Victims.
that. Absolutely. And I realized, so later on, I'd, grow up, get married.
Yeah, you picked an awesome last name. You're looking around and, hi, I'm Adam. Adam who? Adam Bartholemew. And you said,
You can't say Bartholemew without saying it.
You guys actually,
I'm snatching this cat.
I actually said Barthol over you. Really?
Oh, you had a little bit of that street in you, girl.
Sorry, Adam.
Loey and your own husband in the first meeting.
And your husband is also on this network.
He's on our network as well.
He makes Life is Driving.
Yeah.
So,
what is his show? Oh, goodness. That tells you.
Do you know what time it's on?
Well, it's when he's around, but it's usually on Mondays. And I think from 4 to 6.
Guys, go to
he's kind of
media, Main Street Media.
Oh, he's a little bit of a troll.
What is it? KKMMU.org, and you can go to the Monday night show.
Yeah,
and
it's called.
Check out Adam Bartholomew's show.
He's got Life is Driving.
It's called Dragging Maine. I remember now.
Driving Meme?
No, Dragging Maine.
Dragging Maine.
Dragging.
But I know when I look at it on here on our back end, it's Life is Driving with it. So maybe he renamed it and something else.
Another reason to go and subscribe because his shows are all archived too, and you can check them out there.
He's an interesting cat. He's a bit of a troll, a bit of a loose cannon, and we need that.
And they liked him. The media group liked him just like they liked us because he wasn't your everyday, hey, let's all play along to get along. We kind of upset the apple cart a little bit and try to expose truth. And that's kind of what you'll find in all the hosts that KMMU have chosen is that we're not just the average talking heads. We try to inspire truth, at least where we can at least find it and be transparent. And Cari has been on the show and we've been wanting you on the show for a while. We're sorry, but now you're a candidate. So
I am.
You're actually
stepping up to the plate.
Please use this show to advertise to your delegates because we are really trying to get in touch with delegates, and we always share this on our state delegate pages as well as our own counties delegate pages. And I just try to reach out to delegates all the time and let them know, even though Twilla County can't vote for this young lady, but we actually, Utah County, you're on notice. You got somebody in the race. So go on. So now you're in private school and you've redefined who you are.
Yeah.
And you see now as a mom, are you a mom?
I am.
How many?
I just have one. We were only able to have one child, but we did foster. And so we tried to foster to adopt. And that is when I was introduced into trauma-informed care. And the absolute disaster that it is, and to try to make teachers do it makes me.
What is trauma-informed care?
Well, so trauma-informed care, restorative justice, maybe you've heard of that, restorative justice, where you cannot hold certain kids accountable based almost always based on their race, almost always, but it can be other things. It can be any point of intersectionality, but you don't hold kids.
But it's racist,
gender
it's sexist,
asphyxiation,
homophobic, because
and
you're saying, oh, we can't do this because she's a Black young lady,
right,
and she just can't handle this, and that's racist as hell.
Well,
absolutely,
they did that in Virginia, in that Loudoun County, Virginia, with that young man. That is what they did.
Yes,
they hid it and moved him to a different school, and he did it again, and it blew up in their faces.
That was the rape that happened based on a transgender person who went into a girl's bathroom.
He wasn't transgender. He was what did he call himself? Gender queer,
or non-binary.
Yeah,
but he was using the ladies' restroom because you can't ask anybody to use the one with. Anyway, the rape happened, and that's kind of how they handled him, because you can't hold someone with that kind of identity responsible, and yet to me that's as sexist as it gets, or genderphobic, or whatever.
And if I can tell you a story about a minority family that I met when I was talking to them about restorative justice, and they said, "Oh, that's what happened to my son." So another boy and he were on a team, an athletic team, and one called him a racial slur, and he beat the crap out of him. And his dad wanted him held accountable, because just because someone uses a word, and I'm not saying it's a good word, nor should it be used. It absolutely shouldn't be, but
it's just a word.
But the son was not held accountable, and the father didn't understand why. And he said, so my son's not supposed to learn about values. My son is not supposed to be principled and learn to control his anger because he's a minority.
Because it's
what
assault.
is going on?
Yeah.
Right. And long-term assault. And so you want to talk pipeline to prison? So
that kid learned that that's how you manage.
That because if someone calls you a name, then you can, and we have a huge problem with race baiting that came to Utah. So we have this group, it's called Utah Roar, ROR, Rooting Out Racism. But it's ran by some of the most racist people in Utah. These are the people who, so we have this DEI, and these are some of the reasons why I'm running. I stand against DEI, I stand against CRT, which is just the college version of DEI is across everything.
CRT is critical
race. DEI
is
kind of
theory.
A corporate side.
DEI
or CRT is the legal college term, side that's been brought into.
Yes. And so just to let people know, if you don't know, DEI is diversity, equity and inclusion, which usually, remember folks, when it says one thing, it usually means the opposite.
Always projection.
And critical race theory is what's been taught to our kids, to think that they're slave masters and they don't have redeeming qualities because of the skin they were born in, without any say in where they were born or what political class or financial class, but they are the slave master. And the victims are those who are born of a color. And the problem is you're victimizing one side, demonizing another. And these are innocent kids who are not born inherently racist, don't even understand what racism is yet. And here now they're self-loathing. Right. They hate themselves, while this other class is like, oh, well, I'm a victim then. I can't do this. It's a series of I can'ts.
And then then at the end, we play to the lowest common denominator, which is equity. Equity is equal outcomes. So if we have, which we do, a proficiency rate for literacy of 16% for African Americans, and we say, oh, well, it's racist for anyone to do better than them, let's lower that let's lower the standards. And so that's just one place where we're seeing equity play out. An example would be, we used to have grading systems, and sometimes we still do, of A through F, but now we've changed it to numerical grading. And then that 3 is really the tricky spot, because the 3 can be anywhere from an A- to about a C, and your child doesn't know. So they're walking
that is
around.
what they're doing is they're grading not just on whether you pass the stuff, but whether you meet other criteria might.
So that's
adjust you in there.
competencies, and that's different.
That's
So there's
ridiculous.
the competencies are how empathetic is your child. Remember,
That's
again,
insane.
empathy means something different than what we think. Resilience is the one that I always use, because resilience means that what we think of it is that we've gone through something hard. I'm a very resilient person. Fall down, get back up, always think about plan B. That's resilience. That's what I think most people would call resilience. What our kids are being taught resilience is to take on remove your old ideas, old customs, old religions.
Your mom and dad's core values they've taught you.
Yes. Remove all of that. Still have a shell of what you believed. So still that shell of maybe I'm a good church going kid. But your church has been gutted from the inside to embrace all of these things. But you're resilient because you're still part of that shell, even if the values within are not the same.
They're saying remove the 4 olds.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
You know what that is? That's the Red Army in China. That's Mao's second coming.
So here we have something called the Sunrise Project. And if you want to blow your mind, look at the Sunrise Project.
There's so many nightmares tonight.
I know.
Wait, who has this? Our state school board?
No, this is not state school board. This is national, but the Sunrise Project. So in Utah, we have the Armed Queer Militia. Armed Queer Militia. You can drive downtown Salt Lake and you'll see these signs for them, pictures of them. I think I sent you guys some pictures, and one of them is pictures of these young people with their armed militia.
What is their goal?
Well, so queer, that's a good thing. Okay, so queer, what our kids are saying, they'll say things like, I'm part of the queer, it might not be there. I don't see it. That's Loudoun County. That's an interesting thing we can go through. So what we think queer means is just being accepting, just being inclusive. So that's why we need to really discuss what diversity, equity, and inclusion means. Diversity never means diversity of thought. This is why somebody who looks like me, but doesn't agree with the narrative.
You get all the arrows.
We get all the hate you can imagine. We are
from the very, very thoughtful left, who's so accepting
from Utah Roots Out Racism. Yeah, I believe it was called Melanin Deficient, Uncle Tom. Then they went after and talked about my son, who's a minor. So
they talked about your son,
people are dirtbags,
who's a minor, and so they talked about his physical appearance and how I shouldn't be around any kids because I don't have the right way of knowing.
So you're getting attacked by not only your own culture, probably, but now you're getting attacked by a bunch of liberals who think they know what black is, what it means to be black or biracial,
and sadly we have some of that on the school board.
Unbelievable.
So sadly,
nothing merit-based. It's all about your appearance. And now you're a light until you start talking logic and about loving your kid first. Now you're the devil incarnate.
Yes. Yeah.
A traitor to your race.
Exactly.
Which you are mixed. So that's got to confuse them, because which race am I a traitor to?
Oh, no, they are very clear. They tell you to identify as your oppressed side. Identify as
So they want you to be a victim.
Absolutely. And so
just by saying oppressed makes you a victim.
And that's what happened in Washington State. They said, identify as your oppressed side and reject your oppressive. And I'm sitting there looking at my son who looks like he's Irish. And I'm like, so you want him to go into his 7th grade classroom and tell all of his friends, the same boys who come over all of the time, you want them to come on over and you want him to tell them that they've oppressed him? And I called the school and I said, so we're not doing that. And then I said, but I did see that you want to have both a Kids of Color club and a Black Students club at the school. And I said, almost all of the kids, in fact, I would say all of the minority children in the area that we lived in were adopted by Google, Microsoft families. They would be what you would consider privileged, right?
Yeah.
So I said, I would be happy to come in and be their mentor. And what I imagine is we can put these posters all the way around the room of people who have succeeded, people who have overcome.
Exactly. Celebrate success.
That's what I'd like to see.
We talked about this last night, and Candace Owens said it perfect. I'm from a culture that celebrates the nastiest people.
Yeah.
The people that have
Yes.
done horrible things,
Yes.
but because they were oppressed or beaten by a
The right
white
narrative,
person,
right.
now we celebrate, name streets after them, and make holidays
Yes.
after it, where we have so many successful Black influential men and women that we don't celebrate.
And we don't want to tell their stories. So a story that I tell all the time is the story of the Rosenwald schools. So I'm just finishing up Booker T. Washington's Up from Slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And when he talks about, what he did was after he got out of slavery, he decided that he was going to go and educate his communities, and they needed a schoolhouse. And so they went to a Jewish man. I mean, they went to a lot of people, but they finally went to this Jewish man, Julius Rosenwald, who part owner of Sears and Roebuck. And so Julius went and said, you guys need schools. I will give you the seed money to start your schools, but you have to do the work to build them. You have to do the work. So then that builds resilience once again, right? And it also builds confidence. And they found their teachers, and what the narrative, and I find this really interesting because the narrative then and the narrative now tend to be exactly the same 200 years later. So the narrative right after slavery was, well, Black people don't need a school because they inherently don't have the brain. They are too traumatized because of slavery to be anything more than a serving class of people. Okay. That's what they were told.
That is straight ethnic eugenics, I thought. That is
sure. But we're doing it now too. We're saying, let's get rid of testing.
I know. And the sad thing is that
insane.
it's fostered by I don't like saying Black people, because you got Walter Williams and Thomas Sowell and
right.
all these people that don't support it. But you've got, I mean, you've got Kendi and those guys who say that, but yet Kendi opens up a philosophy school that, I mean, maybe it was a money laundering scheme. I don't know, because it failed.
Yes.
It failed. It crashed and burned, but a lot of money was given to them for it. But it's their own people. Is it the successful ones maybe pulling the ladder back up, or are they just saying it for political means?
So all the way back in the time of slavery, they would have they had their slave master, but then they would have the person the overseer.
Mm-hmm.
The overseer was often the same color as them.
Yeah.
Quite
and
often.
they would treat people badly. They would treat because they got treated better for it.
Yeah.
Hasn't changed. Again, in Booker T. Washington's book, he talks about how in the South, they were so eager to have a chance to read books and to flourish and to learn, even though they were poor. They were eager for this. And then when he got just a little bit older, he went to Washington, D.C., I think just for the summer. And he said in Washington, D.C., there was a sense of entitlement. There was a sense of, they've done this to us, so they owe this to us. That was 200 years ago. So those are the ideas that have stuck with so
you're
many.
saying
What?
Yes.
The Blacks that were in DC had that sense of entitlement?
When he talks
It was there
about
all the way back then.
When he talks about it, he says that they would take carriages, and even though they made very little money, they would take a carriage and dress up as fancy as they could just to feel important that day, instead of learning to work.
So one of the biggest
Yes.
slave owners back then was Black.
Yes.
And it wasn't about the color of his skin. It was about how much money they made.
It was-
empowered by the financial gain of it.
Right.
And yet the reason that slaves weren't encouraged to read back then, it wasn't because the white folk were thinking they were too stupid to carry a book around. It was because they feared their
That's
education
the key to freedom.
would get them out of
Yes.
education. So it wasn't the color of their skin per se, again, or the fact they were slaves, they weren't smart enough to comprehend. No, they were terrified of slaves reading because they would eventually
and in some
put an end
places,
to their ability to be enslaved.
in some places, he talks about how after slavery, their masters, their kids hadn't been taught basic skills. And so the people, the freed slaves were doing well, and they would, because it was inherent in them that they took care of these children, these babies. So when they saw them not thriving, failure to thrive, even though they were white, they would say, here's money for your food. Here's, like, they were giving them money because there was a relationship there. And I'm not,
what kind of wild turnaround is that, right?
yeah. And I'm not justifying slavery. I want to be very clear, because
No,
somebody's going to pick
absolutely
that
not.
up and
Look,
make it a
I'm
clip.
going to say it right now, it's not about justifying or not justifying.
Right.
It was the global economic model for
Yes.
thousands of years, and
And
the
it's,
invention of steam, of making explosions in enclosed boxes, entered the ending of that. The U.S. ended at kind of midpoint. Slavery that we have now is for degradation reasons. But prior to that,
it's still for profit.
it was the economic model.
And it was, every color was enslaved back then.
Every color's been enslaved. Everyone's descendant
And still
somewhere.
is. I mean,
But-
we've got more slaves on the
but that's
planet than we
not the-
ever had ever. And
but-
they're called sex slaves and
Let's continue with this original argument. It was the economic model of the world prior to the Industrial Revolution.
Right.
So that's why it was everywhere. That's why
which
it
is
was
why a
in
black man could be the biggest slave owner in the South at a point, because
Well,
he had an amazing business.
the
It was
first
part of
legal
owning-
slave-
I was going to say the first one.
the first legal
Yes.
slave owner was a French descendant named Robert Johnson, if
Yes,
I
it's
remember,
Johnson, yeah.
in Louisiana. He was the first legal slave owner in what is now the United States. But it's not about, it was the economic model,
Yeah,
because
it was about the money.
But
we
that's
hadn't
not
even
even-
invented steam yet.
Right. And that's not even the focus. My focus is, why do our kids not know the story of the Rosenwald schools?
I know.
Why
that's-
do we not
I'm-
know the
I'm
stories?
digging this story. Well,
Yeah.
I've heard anecdotes that right after slavery, when they had schools,
Yes.
these previous slave children exploded. They were
Yes.
voracious readers and learners, and they all loved and desired for it. And it really wasn't
They were
until
hungry for it.
FDR's farm bill
Until the
that they
1930s.
ran into the cities, and then they
Right.
built a different culture in the cities.
Well, and if you read Thomas Sowell's Black Liberals, or
Yeah.
sorry, Black Rednecks, White Liberals,
Yep.
he talks about how the culture in the cities was just a copycat of the way
The Scottish.
Yeah, but the
Highlanders.
Scottish, yes, exactly. But the ones that were the masters. So
Yep.
when people are like calling people racial slurs, white racial slurs, like cracker culture is specifically what
Mhm.
ghetto culture is.
Yeah,
It's
Thomas
parallel.
Sowell lays it out,
Amazing.
and he dug into it, and it's wild. And then, I mean, look at what they did in Liberia.
What did they do in
when they were-
Liberia?
Under Monroe. He sent a
People
voluntary shipload over to Liberia. They landed, first thing, enslaved the natives.
Yeah.
First thing. And now Liberia just went through a civil war where you had a general butt naked. The best generals come out of these crazy civil wars. Like you got General Barbecue right now, General Butt Naked. They're all cannibals.
That's a real guy.
General Butt Naked? Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to tell my son that.
Yeah, he's a real
So
guy.
go on. So you're getting
So I'm really interested in full history. That's not revisionist history. This is the alternative or the solution to teaching the 1619 project, or throwing Black Lives Matter into our schools. Or the book I have here is called Ethnic Studies. I did send you multiple pictures of that, but ethnic studies, we brought this into our schools. So Governor Cox decided in 2020, with the advice of some of my favorite people to bring in ethnic studies into Utah. And I met with him a couple of months ago to show him that it's an absolute Trojan horse. Christine Sleater, who kind of headed up ethnic studies, and she's all over YouTube. She presents for the NEA. And if you don't think that the NEA and the UEA are verbatim the same thing, then you just don't know what's going on. So
what's the NEA stand for?
National Education Association. And Utah has the Utah Education Association.
And those are unions?
So association, the teachers union is the NEA, but ours is an association. So they like to say, well, we don't have a union.
State.
Right. But you pay these fees.
So if you were to go up to that, or I can show it to you, whichever one you'd like to do. But if you go to the unions page.
Let's dig it up. I've
okay.
got them pulled up. Just
well,
So
I
this
want to
one-
know
yes,
quickly
yeah.
though. You left Washington.
Yes.
Do you feel like you ran away from Washington to get a better
Absolutely.
life?
Absolutely. Well, we ran home to
Okay.
Washington. So what we did is, or we ran home from Washington. Adam's from here.
Okay.
And we thought that surely when we left here in 2008, it was very, very different than it is today. All of that is ethnic studies. So if you type in UEA, we can go there from that. But so we thought surely we were coming here. It was really stressful. I got jumped in Washington State because I carried a sign that said "Character Matters" and had Martin Luther King's face on it. And the girl who looked so much like me, first there were these other two girls who were talking to me. One turns, uses their phone. Then by the time this is our little, not really a rally, but Adam was running for office. And so as I was walking back to my car, this girl jumps out of her car and says, "I will not allow you to spread your hate." And then she punches me in the throat and she kicks me and she steals my sign. And these kids are so trained.
Yeah.
They're so trained.
They're mini
is
activists.
a big hate word. I mean, she was triggered. I don't know.
So
how she-
what was the rally?
So it was just, it wasn't really a rally. It was just standing on the end of a street corner holding our signs. So I never went to a BLM rally. I've never been an instigator who goes to their things. This was, people were holding their signs for governor and for Adam for running for state representative. And
This is terrifying.
And I had a sign that I was holding that said, "Reject CRT, they are using us." So I was fighting at that point, but just in a very kind of mild way. I thought, surely they're going to wake up. Surely this is not going to happen.
We've all thought that.
Because I'm sitting there watching like COVID, right? And you're watching them say everybody needs to be locked down, and our junior high kids can't go outside and play. They can't be with their friends.
Especially in Washington.
Exactly. But then we have marches across bridges where people are shoulder to shoulder, and we have
Riots in the
sex
streets.
parties.
But Fauci
sex
said that was
parties,
okay,
right?
though.
Yeah.
I mean, Fauci,
You
he
couldn't
was
kiss
the
on the
science.
science.
mouth. That was it. You just couldn't
Is he
kiss on the
still
mouth.
the science, or was he just the science?
He's
then?
retired.
There's a
Science
difference
now.
between the science and science.
But he's the
But yes,
science.
he is the science.
I
yes.
am science. Whatever.
Yes, he's.
We were
okay.
attacking the science.
He's a supervillain in this crazy
Yes.
story.
Yeah, and so I'm watching that, and
Were you
just the
hurt?
common sense logic part of me, I was shocked. The girl looked so much like me that I was beyond shocked. I was just like, what? And like, part of me wanted to fight back when she was taking my sign, and part of me thought, this is a kid. What's going on? This is a kid.
How old are
But
you
then
thinking?
she's maybe 21.
I
And
wonder if she
so-
recognized, like later on that day, she looked up character in the dictionary and saw what it meant and went,
Probably
Oh.
not that day.
No, they've changed the
They've been
dictionary.
taught. These kids have been taught. But what was scary is that the kids literally march in lockstep.
Oh,
They
yeah.
literally march in lockstep, lock their feet, and turn.
It's
as
like
if they're in the
youth.
military.
They're taught at such a young age how to activist,
Yes.
and then that their words don't matter. Violence will
Yes.
get their attention,
yeah,
and that's okay.
it's the Red Army.
It's that same.
it's the Red Guard.
It's that same thing you mentioned earlier. There's no accountability. The kid hits another kid for
Restorative
words.
justice. Yeah.
And then it's accepted, and now they're adults and they're hitting people because they don't like their words.
Right. I just interviewed
Did
a
you-
person who got
did you
out
go
of
to the
Antifa.
hospital?
No, I didn't go to the hospital. In fact, I waited. I was just in shock.
Did you
She
call
wasn't that
police?
strong. I called the police a few hours later, and they said, "Well, why did you wait so long?" And then there was this woman, and I swear it wasn't her, but it looks so much like her, Robin DiAngelo, who lives in Washington. So, but it was. But
You thought maybe it was?
well, because I walked up to the woman and she leads this group, and I said, "Your people just did that," and she goes, "Well, then you shouldn't have had that sign, should you?"
Oh,
And I just thought,
It's Dumb and Dumber.
how the saviorism, this idea, like it is so cult-like.
Yeah, they're the God. They're the judge.
They believe that they have insight and they don't see the ugliness of what they're doing. And that's where I decided I have to get involved, because I'm not willing to let beautiful children become ugly.
Yeah,
for
they're
an
not born this
ideology.
way.
Well, it's not just
No,
that, but
it's
do
taught.
we want to elevate this generation into a group of the Red Guard
Right.
or the aftermath? The Red Guard were all executed at the end of that.
Exactly.
Once Mao got back in, he executed all of them.
Yeah. Yes.
After they had cut the feet off all the cats in China, that's a little unknown story. Mao didn't like cats, so the Red Guard hunted cats, and they'd cut their
Still,
feet off and
But once
watch them
it's
wander around
violence,
on stubs.
That's
Right.
it. You got nothing but
Oh,
violence. There's no more
That's what they did to
speech.
the old people.
And
that
you know,
was
we
rough.
tried to get some of my friends tried to get a bill passed that kids had to learn about communism, but Utah's left. And if you don't think Utah has a squad just like DC, you're very, very wrong.
Oh
They
yeah, it's
do.
the what's her name?
Romero.
And
Luz-
Kathy. No, the
Oh,
one.
You tell us who's in the squad.
Romero, Luz Escamilla, all of the ones who dressed in funeral garb for the DEI bill. Like, I mean,
What a stunt!
I didn't even hear or see about it.
it was.
That's how big a deal it was.
It was amusing because they dressed in funeral garb and they said, "We don't feel seen." Meanwhile, when we go to speak, so there's a group of us, we're called Path Forward. And so when we go and speak at these events, and we're quiet, we're professional, we're humble. And when we go and speak, they will just tweet the most vile, racist things about us while we're up there. Or when I went to Weber State and had a bunch of teenagers turn their back and protest me without even knowing what my message is. And my message is so neutral. It's just, you cannot let some people be centered around at the exclusion of others, because eventually even the allies are going to resent that they're never, ever the focus, that they have less worth as a human being because of an ideology.
Yeah.
That's my message. And the kids couldn't hear that. So they came into the
Wouldn't
room.
hear it.
Well, they were groomed
Exactly.
into so that's
Okay,
that's
guys.
us.
Pathforwardutah.com is what she's referring to. And
Yeah.
I'll put it here in the show comments.
Yeah. And so
Pathforwardutah.com.
and we are conservatives who want to change the narrative. We don't think that the squad, one of the members of the squad is Governor Cox's appointee to the Ethnic Studies Commission.
Who's that?
And let me
That's
tell
that
you,
Rubio girl.
no,
Oh,
that's
no?
Michelle Loveday.
Michelle
So
Loveday.
yeah, I know I'm just dropping bombs right now, but it's Dr. Michelle Loveday.
Oh, I've read about her. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
This is Utah, which is supposed to be a very red state. These are people who are calling our
She said some
minority
really
groups
controversial
in-
things a few times.
Just a second. They're calling our minority groups victims, and yet then they're victimizing our minority groups who
Yeah.
disagree with their message.
Right. And so I'll get people who will send me messages and say, "Hey, I heard what you said. How do you have the strength to go against?" I mean, we all know we're Democrats in Utah. And for me, I have never been a Democrat, not because I'm weak, because I'm not, but because when I was 18, I had a teacher and I said, "Okay, I'm aging out of foster care. I don't know anything about life. What do I do politically?" And she said, "Oh, that's so easy. You're Black and you're poor. You're a Democrat."
Wow.
Whoa.
Again, you're a victim.
Yes. And I just
Whoa.
thought, I don't want to be poor forever. That doesn't work for me. And so.
And I'm a human being. See that first.
Yes.
See
and
my
I
worth.
knew that she didn't. I knew that was
just an idiotic statement.
But it's what people believe.
A good teacher would
And
have
it's a
slid
culture.
over a couple of books, like a Thomas Sowell, a Walter Williams, Ibram X. Kendi,
Constitution.
But no, it doesn't matter. But
Constitution of the United States.
I would have slid them over, and I said, read these guys. These guys are, these guys. I mean, Thomas Sowell is a start for political theory and economic.
Right, and we're really blessed to have like Bob Woodson come.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's come to Utah multiple times and he's spoken. And that's where I learned about the Rosenwald schools. So I teach his programs, but they don't want them in our schools.
Where do you teach?
So I teach at a homeschool co-op.
Awesome.
So I teach, I teach for a homeschool co-op, and I teach the kids critically thinking, and then I sub for American Preparatory Academy, which I used to be a para-educator for, but because I didn't feel comfortable putting my son in full-time public school, we homeschool. We do a hybrid of.
There's a lot of folks in our county that do a hybrid of homeschool as well.
The co-op I teach for is called I Create Collaborative, and the kids love it. What we do in my class, it's about 100% different than the movement of Disagree Better. What we do.
We both laugh at the same time.
Well, because Disagree Better, there is a feeling of you're walking into the room. I already know you're just going to, and it really seems to me to be saying conservatives be quiet and be nice.
And compromise on all
but
things.
The other people don't. But so that really, it seems like gaslighting to me.
And it's the weirdest movement. We're going to name ourselves what we demand you do.
Yes.
Instead of we're going to call ourselves what we're going to try to be.
Right.
And I feel like it's Disagree Better means you better be prepared to give up your sole principles.
Yes.
And accept what other people say. And yet I think there's no reason to ever give up your principles. You can be kind in conversation, but when the other side starts being unkind, hits below the belt, starts calling out your race, your gender, whatever.
Right.
They should have lost the argument, but that's rewarded.
Right.
Because you have compromised.
Exactly. It really is. Well, we can come back to that if that's okay, because I want to finish. Yeah. So what we do in my class is I always ask my students, and I've posted it up on the board at Socratic Seminars. And so when we discuss in my class, our basic question is, how can we be less wrong more often? So I will write something like, what makes the person a good person? And then we spend an hour with 12 to 15 kids talking about that, and you have to listen to each other. You have to be respectful. At the end of the class, we kind of gauge: did you move one way or the other in your opinion?
So you do like an epistemological.
Exactly.
Epistemological.
Actually, I did learn it from Peter Boghossian, right? Mm-hmm. And so I watched several of his things, and then I brought it into my class because I started to realize that there are adults who will say, if we can't agree, we can't have this conversation.
Right.
And they'll like walk back, literally walking backwards. And you're, what is going on? This is insane. The other day, our subject was, did Aldous Huxley get it right, or did Orwell get it right?
Ooh, how fun was that?
So
the kids also had to explore those two books.
Yes.
Brave New World in 1984. Yes. And then how'd that come out?
So
why don't you record these? That'd be awesome.
Is your class in person or is it on Zoom?
No, it's in person.
So in this hybrid, do these group of kids go to different people's houses throughout the day? Or how does it work?
No,
we have
a location. We have a location in Orem. And so they go there, and in this classroom. Now, I don't even, because it's shorter. So what we do is we use Academy of Ideas, which is the brilliant YouTube station where It's out of Canada, and it's like very classical liberal values.
And this is your
Mhm.
And he
homeschooling.
uses yes.
So it's out of
So-
Alberta and not the rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Academy
and so
of
Academy of Ideas. And so we'll like watch the video, or we'll even watch like leftist professors talk.
You should.
And we pause it, and I'll just say, whenever you have a comment, we'll pause. And all we do is listen to each other. We just talk. These kids are so much more armed
Yeah.
than the kids that
with both
Could-
sides.
Exactly.
And
Not
they learn
to
how to
mention,
critically think.
we need leftists there because sometimes
sometimes
we
they have
need
good
some-
ideas.
and we need someone that's going to say, hey, this over here, this is a problem. You see what's happening?
Yes,
We need that.
exactly.
But I want to know how
Come
the Huxley and Orwell, how
Okay,
they come out.
so the big discussion is, are we being led by fear,
Uh-huh.
or are we being led by pleasure?
Ooh, God, which way?
What do
It's
you
a-
think?
I think pleasure.
I
and
can
fear,
argue.
Actually,
I can argue both
You're
right
right.
now.
The devil
How
represents
exciting
both.
was that class?
So you can argue both, and that is what we do.
And I
It was
imagine those
just-
kids went home and wore their parents' ears out
And they
talking
do.
about it.
They
That's
do. It's pretty
fantastic.
awesome. Yeah. I had one kid who had to leave early, and he was not happy. His dad showed up, and
I
he
want
was
to know
just
how
like,
that's. No, what
So,
if you
yeah.
just did audio recording?
I could do audio recording
Because
Yes.
because these theories. How old are the kids?
So that class is 13 to 15, and then I have another class of 11-year-olds, and so we just take that a little bit more slowly.
And you're teaching them
fast forward.
Socratic method,
Yes,
which
we are.
in now's day and age they might learn their sophomore year in college,
Right.
maybe.
Right.
And so you're teaching that already. You're teaching the kid to explore why.
Right.
Yeah,
Why?
you're teaching them
Right.
critical
Why?
And
thinking
now you have
skills.
to remember that in our schools, they'll say, oh, we're leaning towards the Socratic method. No, they're not.
Not at all.
Everything that's happening right
They
now.
didn't lean towards it when I was in school.
Yes.
You didn't ask a teacher why. You did what they told you
But
to do.
now
I
they're
don't know. I think it
taking
depends on the
words and
teacher.
ideas, so we can say something like, oh, go ahead. What are you
I
gonna
had
say?
great teachers that encouraged critical thinking, and I can name them by names, but they were few and far between. But again, it was my literature teacher, my poli-sci teacher, even my science teacher.
Right.
In high school, you had poli-sci?
Yeah, well, I was in the present.
AP.
Oh, smart
yeah.
kid. Never mind.
Well, I got college credit in high school, which now
Yes,
they're doing,
AP.
but our school was the first to do that
But the thing is that
in the state.
when you hear words like critical thinking, because they'll say, oh, we want the kids to learn critical thinking, you have to understand our words are being weaponized.
Absolutely.
So we've got resilience,
And
meaning the opposite
changed.
of resilience.
definitions.
Absolutely.
changed.
So when they say critical thinking, what they mean is Paulo Freire's critical thinking, which is to look through everything through a lens of criticism,
Criticism
not
in
analytical.
politics.
Exactly. So when I say CRT, I know what it means, but what I call it, when I break it down for just your layman, I say critical resentment theory.
Brilliant.
Because we're
Mm.
teaching our kids to find reasons to be resentful. Can you pull up a few of those? There's that
Find
wheel.
out why you're losing.
Exactly. So
I want
Okay,
so
okay.
this
Yeah.
hybrid
Tell me
community
where.
sounds amazing, and I
see
would
the
love to
wheel?
have
There
you.
go.
I want to
Yes.
have you come on again and
Yeah.
go over this because I think a lot of families like myself
Yeah.
have considered homeschooling, but then I think in my life I go, oh my gosh, I can't teach my kid.
Yeah.
But
If you can't teach your kid, then that says something about what the school system was.
right, well,
if
for
you're
me,
not
I
equipped-
lose my patience. Not
Yes,
that my
yeah.
children don't listen to me, but
Yeah.
I teach we do a Patriot camp every year here
Oh,
in the
yeah.
county, and I teach kids, and other people's kids love me.
I'm coming to
and
your
I
camp.
get through. Great.
I'm doing Harriet.
Awesome.
Oh,
So
Awesome.
I do Harriet and I do Elizabeth. I don't know if your camp is Elizabeth. I think your camp asked me to do
We
Harriet.
were at the racetrack.
So who's the head? Is it
It's Colette Johnson. She is and Whit Cook
Okay.
I
maybe.
hope
know,
so.
okay,
We're
but
Patriot
yes.
Camp Twila Valley.
Okay.
And I
yeah,
am
I'm sure it's 12.
I'm like the assistant director or whatever.
Okay.
But we do it at my racetrack. And this is
Yeah.
the thing, like I watch these little kids just like light bulbs. You can tell when they connect with something.
They love it. They love
And
to
it
learn.
feels so amazing to see their minds just growing and growing as
Yeah.
they're asking me questions that I throw back on them. Why do you think it's like this? Because we're talking about the very basics of the book, the
Constitution.
Constitution
Yes.
and the Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights.
Right.
And to watch them
light up
see.
and understand.
And so I know there's a great community of homeschoolers out here, and most of their kids go to our camp.
Yeah.
And my kid, who is 14, thinking, Mom, I think I'd like to homeschool, because his friend is getting all the subjects he wants to learn about, that he's passionate about.
Yes.
And he gets to do it on
customizing
his time.
education. Yes. Yeah.
And so here we are. My husband's like, we can never do that. We need him to socialize. And I'm like, no, these kids are doing everything.
Right. Yes.
So
yes.
I would love to have you on. Separate note, and any of you homeschoolers out there that I know, my personal friends, if you're watching, I would love to do a meeting with Cari and you guys, because implementing something like that, and all we'd need maybe is someone to donate so we could create one location. Because right now the homeschooling moms I know take their children to different locations.
Right.
One of them takes them to a music teacher who is a brilliant pianist, and her son gets brilliant teaching. And yet, how many private teachers could make a great deal of money?
Especially right now with the whole, and that's controversial. But
it isn't to me.
But there's the $8,000 grant, right?
I gladly give a wonderful pianist
the
money
teachers,
for private lessons.
The teachers could make money. They could.
And that's
If
what's
you're a
happening.
good
A lot
teacher-
of teachers are getting out. A lot of teachers are getting out. And I'm torn on that, because I don't want them to leave spots open for the people, because public school is always going to be a thing.
Well,
And
it has to be. There's a gun to your head.
Right. And so, and there's just people who aren't informed, and they think that everything's fine. And so those people, there's got to be gatekeepers there. There's got to be protectors there. I heard yesterday about a biology teacher who, before he started his class, he said, I have to teach you this. These are not my beliefs. I do not agree with them, but this is the curriculum, and I have to teach you this curriculum.
Happens every day.
And the curriculum immediately said, no God, infinite genders.
Again, my son's learning about global warming right now.
Yeah.
And there's
that's
no
very scary for
There's
these
no
kids.
prerequisite,
Infinite genders.
because these kids are learning that their grandma's going to be underwater in Florida in 8 years. And yet, where's the proof? Where's the science? And yet, when I was in high school, our teacher said, I'm teaching you evolutionary theory.
Right.
And yet, at the same time, I'm like, well, are you going to teach the Big Bang theory? Are you going to teach the God theory too?
Right.
Because you can't prove any of this.
And that's the whole thing. Teaching theory is fact. That's why I asked you to pull up this wheel. This is just one picture, but there's multiple that we can go through. But this is just one picture from ethnic studies.
So we got
This is
Look at the
ethnic
bottom.
studies.
This is what
highlighted.
What
we
does
got
your gender
sex,
have to do with ethnicity?
homophobia, sexism, racism, colonialism, classism, xenophobia. They could have added an ism on that.
This
Come
is
on.
absolutely ridiculous.
Gender.
It's in your book right there.
first chapter.
Transphobia.
This is what our governor wants in everybody's school.
Just so you can see, it's definitely a.
What's
we have all my stuff
the
here.
one that's cut off? Ethno what?
Oh, let me pull it up.
Ethno someism. Ableism.
Ableism. Meaning you're
Ageism.
not disabled. Yeah.
And heterosexism. So
So people bring this into our schools thinking, oh, we're just going to learn about cultures. I've had people accuse me flat out, like a radio show, accuse me of being anti-Semitic, while I had just interviewed Brandy Schut-Fatinsky of the Center for Liberal Values.
And you're
Can I-
touting the amazing works of this guy who created, who
Julia
donated to
Rosenwald.
this school.
Yeah.
can I lay out one thing I
What does
recognize?
ethnic have to do with
I
transgender?
I recognize right now that they've got
Can I pass that
trans listed as well as heterosexual, but heterosexual is listed as an ism, which means it's a problem from the person
Yes.
experiencing it, and phobia is listed as a problem the people outside of them. So it's
Phobia
already
literally
it's just
means fear.
listed in one direction.
Right.
Transphobia means
It-
fear. Ethnocentrism.
Okay, ethnocentrism.
Ableism ageism,
That's the one I couldn't read because it's cut off halfway.
heterosexism. This is a
But
bunch
it's
of
the way it's written.
Bravo
That's written.
Sierra.
But let's look at the vocab words below, you guys.
Okay.
So this is the first chapter of gender studies for 11th and 12th graders.
Okay.
And we've got the terms that they're supposed to know.
Agender.
Yep. Bigender, gender fluid, gender queer, gender neutral, non-binary, transgender man, transgender woman. In the very first chapter of an ethnic studies book.
What does this have to do with culture or ethnics?
Maybe it's the P. Diddy part of it.
Still, nope, doesn't even work there.
I don't know.
So then you were talking about
Intersectionality.
you were talking about Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah.
He's an advisor in the book.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
You were talking, it's only socialist voices. And that's funny because it's called Voices, but it's only socialist voices now.
This is garbage.
Oh, wait, just wait.
This is in our
How
schools.
much did this book cost
in
you?
public schools?
It
Probably
did
our
not
kids'
cost.
book.
No, neither one.
Did
Neither
it come
one.
home with?
No.
Does it go home
No.
with kids?
I do a podcast where I lift dissident voices, and somebody realized I've been going through I've been going through social and emotional learning because that's a whole nother Trojan horse.
Oh, and then the way they break up to
Really
which
fast,
has the
what's
power.
the name of your podcast?
Oh, it's called Carib Marcel. So Carib Marcel is my birth name, but no, everybody thinks I spell my name wrong.
Spell
so
it for me so I can share it with
C-A-
you.
Carob.
Carob.
And last name is, or my middle name is Marcel. Marcelle.
I just want to.
Is that just the name of
All
your
of the highlighted
podcast?
pages are,
I
Carib
just
Marcel.
want to point out. Oh yeah, yep, there she is.
Robin DiAngelo.
Mhm.
W.E.B. Du Bois,
Mhm.
but Booker T. Washington is only called an accommodationist. That's the only line. he
Well,
gets in
yeah,
this
because
book.
Booker T. Washington would have called all these guys morons.
Yes,
And you're spelled Cari.
right.
Yep.
So, but my Carob, like the health
Carrie's
food.
podcast.
Here's what we got. You look at it. For any of you watching, picture a wheel, and you've got three concentric rings. The outer ring explains. I don't know what it's explained because under racism it has marital status. Sexism comes in, it's got race. Did they just not spin the wheel correctly?
So it's,
in some of the
it's
places?
about power. So you
But
go
you've
around
got
that center of the wheel, and then
The
you get
center are people who are strong.
right, and so it's male, cisgender, white, French or English heritage.
Oh,
so it's the inside.
The outside
Yes.
doesn't really reflect what's
Right.
directly inside of
And
it.
so what the wheel really is about is centering around the marginalized. So remember, this book is for 11th and 12th graders. Once it goes through, it becomes requirement for graduation.
You're
have to take
marginalized,
this
Holly,
class.
just so you know.
Why?
You're marginalized. You're a person of equity or whatever.
So,
Shoot.
okay.
Right up here. See, you're right there. That's you.
So what that means
That's me.
is
I
that-
should really just take a step back.
Exactly. That's exactly what it means, is that you need to center around the marginalized, which is why we're getting all of these crazy people in these crazy jobs. Like, the
environmental
attorney, the environmental guy, the attorney who wore her dress backwards, like all of these people.
Fannie, or you got Fannie Willis.
Willis, exactly. So
Or Fawny, I guess it is, right?
I
Fawny?
don't know. I mean, I have other names, but I just look at the idea of walking into a classroom, how degrading is that? So say that because this is real, I'm thinking of a specific situation. Say that your parents own a very successful children's mental health clinic and your father is a Black man. Okay. So where do you fall? Or say that you are a white child who is in foster care. Your dad's a meth addict. Your mom works in an undesirable job. Okay, but you have to sit in
Are you
class
saying
and
a
read.
lady of ill repute?
A lady of ill repute, yes.
Well,
So,
here's my question. Okay.
yeah.
So if you're marginalized, do they sit you in the front of the classroom or are you allowed to sit in the back? And then when you first go into class that first day, how many weeks do you go through the math equation to figure out where you sit in the class?
You sit where
Do they
you want.
order it from left to right? I mean, how they've got to put these guys on a scale.
Right.
You know, and then like say the kid comes in, and do you jump down a scale? Like
you're trying to make sense of
your
it.
father gets laid off. Do you suddenly move further forward or maybe backwards in the classroom that week? Do you got to go in and say, I declare that I have moved down the wheel of power?
I think that if you are a white male, it's about what's inherently yours. And so I don't believe that you can change places,
But
and
wait.
that's not really the goal.
What if you choose to be gay? Not you're born gay, because whatever,
Sure.
if that happens. But what if you say, look, I want to sit on the third row, not the fourth row.
You want to identify.
So you say, I'm gay.
And I identify.
And you don't think that happens?
I know
But will
it
that
does.
move you forward?
Yes.
It'll actually make you more popular.
Why do you think?
Oh.
Why do you think we have such a huge increase?
Exactly.
So
I identify
when
as a
you
furry.
are oppressed, when you are told you are the problem,
Yeah.
you are the problem as a male. You are the problem. The only way to get out of it, because you can't change your race, although people are trying, but the only way to get out of it is to move into these
So
other
you
circles.
identify. That makes sense. That's why we have so many kids who are, I'm bisexual.
Well, they
I'm-
throw a party
I'm
for
a
them
furry.
every time they
And
do.
yeah, and now you're no longer marginalized. Because
Right.
you can't be a white young lady who's
And here's
smart
the
and whose
thing.
parents are still married. Now you are the problem. No,
Right.
you have to identify as something.
Well,
I'm a
and here's-
victim somewhere.
Here's the thing you have to understand. Queering was never about stabilization. So it's not about
What is
being
queering?
Queer means exactly unstable.
Queer means
I thought it meant
Google it.
Awkward or
it means-
not or different.
It means
Queer means to ruin. Period.
Mm.
That's what queer means.
Then why the old days? That's queer. It almost like it was a question. My
Right.
grandmother would say, "Well, that's very queer," and I'd say, "Pardon?"
Yeah.
Or you have a query.
Yes.
It's
Now
usually
you
I
know
thought
better.
meant
Question.
It's questionable.
But if you look it up on Google, you're going to see the words to ruin.
Really?
And so we are ruining the minds of our kids. And it seems like it has to be
poor
intentional.
immigrants that have to learn our words, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden they change meaning.
Oh, I saw something today.
The Muslims are dealing with it well up there in Michigan.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
doing fine.
What did you
up
see
there.
today?
On KSL was defending DEI and saying these words
hold
are
on, I'm
beautiful.
shocked. I'll clutch my pearl.
But they were all holding they were new immigrants, and that was the hardest thing because people come here for something better. But then I was interviewing a guy named Alvin Loey, and he has a podcast called Courage is a Habit. And I said, what is the difference between the African American experience and the Asian experience? And he said, African Americans are taught to look one generation back or back and to go.
to look in reverse.
Yeah, they're taught. Well, every other person who comes is taught to look forward. So the ones that were looking in the back are going, long ago, I was a slave.
They're not building tomorrow.
And these guys
They're
are being
looking in the
taught.
rearview mirror and not the windshield.
Yes, and the people and the other people, even if they're coming from Africa, Nigerians, they're
Yeah.
being taught in one generation you can be a success. You
They're
can have more
not
than
being
you've ever
taught
had.
that. They're taking that.
They
They're looking
were.
at that going, and that is what I want.
They were, and now we're bringing in this garbage that is turning. So now we're telling them the same thing. Why are you oppressed? Nigerian person who came here with all the hope and promise. Let's look at why you're oppressed. And then we get equity all the way back to equal outcomes. So diversity of thought, never, ever, ever. If you don't have the right way of knowing, you do not get to speak. Brian Schott, he said, I will never ever highlight an event that Cari Bartholemew speaks at.
Oh, Brian Schott said that? What? You know how on the
like
start
Jeff.
of our podcast we say if
Head trauma.
if Head Trauma had a podcast?
Yeah.
That's Brian Schott.
Isn't that how he gave you a review of your podcast?
Yep.
Yeah, oh yeah. So there's him, and then there is so that's diversity, equity, always.
But he
equal
argued with
outcomes
me
for
and
those
told
of
me
us
he's a
lowest.
Republican one time. I said, good,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't care.
Yeah,
Republican doesn't matter to me.
yeah.
I know.
I'm a conservative. That's what I
Yeah,
am, and I'm not
that's
ashamed of
what I
it.
am.
I'm a realist because
Yeah.
I'm a liberal,
Mhm.
a real liberal, not
You're a classical liberal,
yeah, but it should just
Yes.
be called liberal. I'm a
but they usurped that word a long time ago.
Libertarian
So
too.
here you go, you
It's
guys.
got
Here's
different.
Black Lives Matter.
hey,
Crazy Black Lives Matter in the book.
You mean the
yeah.
organization that took all this money from donations and didn't
Yeah.
spend it on the movement, but spent it on homes across the world?
The organization that's dealing with all sorts of financial issues. Meanwhile, where's the charter school?
The organization that helped bail out actual criminals
I like
after
this.
assaulting and killing
Yeah.
people
I've gotta
during
show this. So
2020
they-
riots.
Yeah.
They show a picture of phrenology, right?
Yeah.
That's called phrenology, where they measure the head to
Mm-hmm.
see if you were a Jew. That's specifically the Nazis doing that. And that is what they are doing.
Yeah.
They're saying that other
Yeah.
people do that, but that
Yeah.
is what they are doing. You are white, therefore, or you are straight, or
Mhm.
you are wealthy, or you are, and then moving you in according to phrenology.
Right. Well, and the next part of it is defining whiteness.
Defining whiteness. I'm gonna have to expand
Again,
this.
for 11th and 12th graders. And then the scary part is that after every couple of pages, there's a come together as a class and discuss it. Hello, struggle session. I mean,
that is seriously.
I mean, I have one page.
All
where,
they need to do is start calling people blacks and reds,
Yep.
and they will have.
Oh, you mean like far right versus rightists?
Yeah. Well,
I
you
mean,
got
it's the same thing.
when they say blacks and reds. That was what China did
Yes.
during their revolution. You were a black, and you were pushed out, and you
Yes.
were a red,
The red
and you were
class.
kept in.
But
And
they also use the term rightist.
rightist, yeah.
I'm listening. That's another book I'm doing right now, which is Red Scarf Girl. You want to be horrified? Listen to what they did in Mao's Cultural Revolution and compare it to today.
Dude, Mao's Cultural Revolution it should scare everybody. It should.
It should be demanded reading in
It's
every
Absolutely.
school.
It's a nightmare what they did. All the things so Mao became the head
He's
dipshit.
the biggest murderer of all time.
Well,
over
anyway, let me.
Hitler and everyone.
He's the head guy and utter failure. So he gets kicked out of the party. So what he does is he starts a revolution of college kids. Everyone listening
Right.
real close, and
Yep.
sends them out and regains power. It is a for real revolution. It's
And
not
high
a
schoolers.
and high schoolers. It's not a revolution of the mind.
No.
It's a real revolution that he started amongst school children.
Yep.
And sent them out into the world. And they would go from town to town abusing old people,
Mhm.
burning banks. They would have
It's called the
public-
4-olds.
the 4-olds, public, they were executions that happened, but he had them at like public struggle sessions where these kids would stand there with bats and clubs and some of them guns and force the town to endure their first struggle session. And there's a new movie out. I haven't watched it yet, but it's the Three Body Problem, written by a Chinese guy, Xinjiang Young or something. I will mispronounce his name,
Okay.
but it's a sci-fi whatever. But it shows what this was in the beginning of the show, and But it is it's a nightmare what they did. I mean, the Soviets had their own form, but the Chinese one is it's a whole new animal. It's like a religious takeover.
So can we compare that to today? Can we compare that to teachers? Teachers losing their jobs because somebody is offended. Do you know that they had that done? I can't remember what it was called. There's a Chinese term for it, but all of the students were told that they needed to write complaints about their teachers. If they didn't write a complaint about their teacher, then they were
that is a
trouble.
Struggle session.
And so what are we having today?
That's really being done here?
Universities? Oh, I've got a friend who was fired from a university. What do you think Twitter is? You say the wrong thing and they're completely like blasting you. Not that Twitter doesn't have good things, but there's cancel culture. When you are, it's absolutely. So we're reading the book. When I drive to school, we listen to it. And so as I'm driving to school, we're listening to it. And you're just like you're just holding onto the steering wheel because you're like, whoa, this sounds extremely familiar. They would say, I don't like that my teacher gave me too much homework. And then the teacher would be punished because the teacher gave them too much homework. Do we not have that going on? Do we not have people who
just like World War II where they were designed to be spies? And this is something I see all the time is that they will have kids fill out these pages in class. The kids don't turn them in.
Yes.
They're thrown away.
Yeah.
But they'll fill out these pages in class and just so they can show where you're a victim and get insight about your family. What's going on in your home? What's the thing that makes you most angry about your parents? All these things so that even though they don't turn it in, so there's no record of these questions.
Right.
But it's happening so that the kids can actually tattletale on their family.
Oh, we have an app. Have you heard of the Safe Utah app?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
So we have an app that Roar, Utah's Rooting Out Racism, openly says use this to report on white people when they assault,
and that was never the intention of the app.
No.
And yet it's been weaponized.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, it makes me so angry.
I had a teacher who said, Cari, you're not right about that. And then this year she called me and she said, Cari, tell people to stay away from this app because that is what it's being used for. So now you're looking at...
And it gets reported through the University of Utah, correct?
Advocating for change. Go ahead.
Okay.
So advocating for change. This is the focus of our UEA, social and racial justice.
Time to share.
Fine. Oh, sorry.
No,
okay.
You've got no...
Okay.
Sorry, we're just getting to the good stuff.
Okay.
So this is the advocating for change. Teachers are the solution.
Yep.
Invest in education.
And the sad thing is that I know for a fact because they send me messages. I know that there are great teachers who feel like their hands are tied behind their backs.
They're being run out though.
They feel like they can't say anything. I have people who are like, I support you. I have people running my campaign behind the closed doors, but they will not say it out loud because they're teachers and they don't want to be.
Isn't that horrible?
Yeah. So, I mean, all of it, it's just collective bargaining. Collectivism is not a good thing.
Can I see that book again?
Yeah.
So this is in public schools.
This one. Read this one. This is Loudoun County where you were talking about and what they say for kids.
In recent news, the news has been filed with angry parents protesting at school board meetings, disagreement over issues such as the teaching of race and ethnic studies, masking during COVID pandemic, and the rights of transgender students have led to the events like the parents shown at this ruckus school board meeting in Virginia.
This is that
parent
school board meeting.
Protests of school policies are not just a recent phenomenon. However, in the 1960s, many white parents put their children into private schools in response to desegregation policies. In the 1970s, they protested busing policies aimed at integration. In the 1990s, conservative parents protested the teaching of sex education in schools.
Shocking.
This is discussing the parents arguing rights of transgender students, when actually this is a protest of parents arguing rights and protection of their little girls in their own bathrooms at school.
Now look over here. These are the survey questions. Right where my little green note is there, it talks about, and it says, what role, if any?
What role, if any, should parents and guardians play in determining what takes place at school? I'm sorry, everything. Your parents should be involved in everything. Which form of protest in the collection do you think is the most effective? Why? And why is examining protest and other forms of activism an important part of ethnic studies? Can you go back to us really quick?
Yeah.
I want to show you what this book looks like. And this is a Utah book.
So it was printed in Utah.
Do you folks see this? It's called Voices. This is going on in your curriculum. And
it's not in our schools yet. So remember, this is Ethnic Studies 2024.
So this was printed in Utah?
If we don't stop it, late in Utah.
Really?
In 2024, Ethnic Studies is coming to Utah.
Unless we can stop it, yes. So we're working on it.
At the behest of our governor, who thinks this is a good idea, or is this
So I brought it to him, and he said, I was thinking of Martin Luther King's dream. Now here's the next part of this whole thing.
Well, yeah, they pull the wool over your eyes. You've got to dig in.
Well, but it's more than that. What all of this is colonization. So all of this is about, so there's a whole chapter on this about colonialism and how bad it is. Meanwhile, our kids are being taught that there is only one way to be good, and that becomes social and emotional learning. Social and emotional learning. If you go to their website, it is fully a progressive agenda, and it matches ethnic studies to a T when you type in equity and start going through their things. It's the same thing. So when I went to the Ethnic Studies Commission and the president of the UEA said, we want ethnic studies as embedded in our curriculum as cinnamon is in cinnamon bread, they weren't joking. They want it in our math. They want it in our science. The example that we heard.
So all the questions will be a question that does a dual objective, teaches you the subject, but also
barely teaches you the subject. Yes.
Maybe the subject
Yes.
is mentioned, but gives you a race-based thought process.
The focus is activism.
So, Pedro picks oranges while Josh plays Xbox for this many hours.
Exactly. And so, and that is already happening. Here's an example of
Isn't that called praxis?
Third grade kid. Yes, praxis. A third grade kid having to do an intersectionality thing. If you see over here, one of these squares, she says, I don't want to answer this anymore. That's what's going on. An example, locally, I had a parent call me, the child has not returned to school. The teacher decided to do the assignments on rainbow paper. When the 7th grade boy said, I don't want to do that, the teacher said, well, why not?
So these are the intersectionality flower.
Yes.
This is Rachel. What age is this?
She's was a third grader.
Third grade.
And
so age. 10.
Yeah.
Gender, female. Social class. Why are you trying to corrupt 10-year-olds into this?
Because if you can change the children, right? If you have control of the children.
Race, nationality, white, Caucasian, education,
right?
Family. This is health. I have a hard time reading this.
So we have, the writing's hard. I just wanted people to see that the kid doesn't want to do it.
That's just sad that they.
And that's just an example of we didn't need what they're putting in our schools now. So social and emotional learning. One example, when we went to see the school with a program called iFocus or InFocus, says, what is a citizen? And this is for kindergarten through third graders. What is a citizen? A citizen can join a cause, has their little fists up in the air, little dreadlocks for K through third grade. And then they're supposed to learn about citizenship this way. Then they have a little boy building a tree house, and he's got a red hat on, and the kids come up to him and they all have their little signs that say no trumpets.
That's a straight up just political bandwagon speech.
For
Or
for third
anti-Nephi
graders.
on top of the
For little third graders, and you're just like, so I asked them,
So it's 8
why are you
years
doing
old.
this?
It's like having the third
Yeah,
graders
for
go out
kindergarten to
and
third.
march against climate change, march against
They
gun
do.
violence, and yet
That
these
is the goal of
kids don't
SEL.
know better. They're doing what their teacher said, and sometimes grade is involved.
We have to be careful about the teacher because it's not the teacher. They're doing what the curriculum says. Those teachers oftentimes don't.
Right, but these things happen right after some big event happens,
Yes.
and somebody's
Yes.
encouraging them to walk
But
out.
what about the teachers that say, "Oh, I'm going to hang the gay flag,
Yeah.
the rainbow flag in my room"? I don't know what it is now.
Sure.
They keep
the
adding a
intersectionality flag.
new thing to it.
Intersectionality flag.
You know,
Right.
and pretty soon it's going to have a
And that's why we need strong people on the school board, because
yes.
we need people who are going to set the standards, who are going to realize
Could
what
the
they're
school
doing.
board adjust the UEA's abilities in the state?
That's a good question.
What could you do on the school board? One of 13, you said?
Right.
Like, could you
What could you do?
could you tell the UEA you shape up, or we're going to find someone to replace you?
We can say no to funding. Well, teachers can say no. There are options. So one of the people who's running is Cole Kelly, and he really pushes for an alternative to the union because the union doesn't represent so many teachers' values.
Well, the school
what
board
The
should be
union seems
representing the
to-
teachers' values. The parents should be
But the thing
representing.
is that it's when you, what I've been told by more than one school board member is that they will go to a meeting, they won't know that they need something, but when the money comes, you know, when the strings are attached, they don't care about the strings if that money is impressive. And so
And
we need
UEA
principal
brings
people. Yes, but also federal programs bring money.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I just heard that we're adopting, Davis County is adopting whole child, whole schools. Well, that's a nightmare.
So what do you think about Natalie Klein?
Oh,
And-
goodness.
I mean, do you see yourself, because we had her on the show
Right.
just a couple weeks ago and going through curriculum,
Right.
and it was baffling.
Right.
And
So where I will go with this, because I did make a video, it's available, but that's as far as I care to go in the conversation. But I'm not trying to be rude. I just
No, that's okay.
But where I will go with this is that Natalie has given us so much information that we would not have. I probably would have been just as blind as anybody else if I didn't see the stuff that has been out there. And I think that's a godsend. So
that's very fair. And I'll have to say that you've just given us so much, which is something that as a parent, I want more. If
Right.
my kid is not bringing that book home because they don't want you to bring the book home because your
Right.
parents might read it.
Right.
If my kid is doing those assignments like you've shown us
Right.
and they're not bringing them home,
Right.
they're not getting turned in.
Right.
Natalie explained that.
Right.
That's how they're getting around it.
Yeah.
What's
Lots of
we know-
of online curriculum.
do we know what school that came from?
No. So a parents send me things. Here's the thing. We have, especially in my position, or the incumbent, rubber stamps. Just rubber stamps, anything the union wants.
Go along to get along
There are
too.
two people on the board who I would say have drinking the progressive Kool-Aid, who believe they have insight,
Who's
who
that?
are elitists. Brent Strait and Randy Booth.
Okay.
Those both of those seats can be taken.
Where are they from?
So Randy Booth is my
Uh-huh.
incumbent, and Brent Strait is out in Ogden. He has a wonderful person, Rod Hall, running against him.
Okay.
So
when you say rubber stamp, do you mean that
I mean,
they've
they
been
say
paid
yes to
by
everything.
the-
I don't know about that. I just know they say yes to everything. I was asked to, if we can hit those
How
places,
far
the
incumbency
different
are
bills.
they? That's a big question.
The which one? How far?
Yeah, like are they into it like 5 years where they're just that chair's awful comfortable and they don't want to upset the apple cart, or
I mean, Randy Booth has been involved in he was local school board before becoming state. This is his first round in state.
Mhm.
and honestly, I'm not trying to be mean, but it should probably be his last, because there's a time when you go for someone because they are nice or because they have accomplished certain things at BYU. And then there's a time when you go for someone who's going to stand and protect our kids from what's facing them now. You asked me what I do differently. The board is being asked to make all sorts of decisions on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they have read about it. They've studied it. They know it. They go to trainings about it. I've lived it. And when I've lived it, I will go out and I'll work at the Cherry plant specifically so that I can mentor kids that are out there. And they will say, how come we're learning more from you than we did in school? Or there will be kids forced out of the charter school because they age out, because charter school in my district ends at 9th grade.
Mine too.
And then they are forced into the public system and they're cruising by, they're learning nothing. Or I've got someone that I know who is graduating this year, doesn't even care to graduate because she feels like she's not cared about at all. We've got teachers who are flat out. And I have a young woman who has told me this. She's 21 now, but when she was in school, she was told her teacher brought her to her house and smoked pot with her. Her teacher brought her to her house and smoked pot with her.
There are young men in high school having sex with their teachers.
There are people having sex with their teachers, and we don't understand that there's a problem. And when you listen to the incumbents talk, and whenever they're asked what the problem is, we need more funding for public school. No, our kids, we need to restore hope for our kids. One of the ways that we restore hope is we teach them real history and we teach them that our country is something to be proud of.
Exactly.
Second thing is we give them enough of a schedule and enough activities, and we foster activities and we bring back the importance of families. There is an app that says, it's called Schmoop, and it'll say, this one's for teachers, starry eyes. This one's for student, little nerdy. This one's for parents, super angry. And this one's for the districts. Close your mouth. We're openly saying that.
You know what? I'm fine if schools, quit teaching history. Just teach them tools that'll get them into the world so that they can succeed, and let them explore history on their own. I don't care. You guys, what do they think is the end game to this?
Sorry. Just in case.
Yes. Okay.
What's the end game?
So let me tell you that we had a bill called R277-328. We wanted it repealed because it required that our teachers be taught the nonsense we've been talking about, that they have to
in the curriculum.
So this was a teacher training. I've printed it off. It was a teacher training that they tried to do 2 years ago. When they brought it into the charter schools, it's called Equity in Our School, or Equity Within Schools. Okay. When they brought it into our schools, our teachers said, our people were appalled. Okay. Here's the subjects. Today's topics: privilege defined, privilege in schools, being a culturally responsive educator. Culturally responsive, that's one I want to hit.
That's a red flag right there.
But that started because there were Aboriginal people who didn't have any social skills at all. And they came to schools and they said, we've got to teach things that they understand.
Where?
Huge difference in Australia. Huge difference between that and saying that your average Black American can't learn the same way.
Yeah, these guys came out of huts and not even seen a white person in their whole life, thrown into this whole new culture with clothes
Big
on.
difference.
I can't even. Is this coming though from a Utah curriculum?
This is the bill that we tried to get repealed. So we said this should not be taught.
Who's we? Your Path Forward group?
No.
Parents.
Representative Jimenez.
Okay. Our guy?
Okay. Yes. Okay. So he brought this forward and said, get it out. And our school board met like 3 times and they watered it down. And they said, oh, it's fine now, but it's not fine because the people haven't done the research, because there's this, we're educated, we're elite, and so we don't need to, right? And
Our society is being taught to listen to the experts.
Yes.
Don't question the experts.
Absolutely.
And if you learned anything at COVID, you better start listening to your gut. An expert ain't nothing but a title, because you have to think about where they're getting their expertise from. Think about the education system they're coming from and being flourished in.
Fauci is the
And they
science.
have to, if they're not activists in here, then college didn't do its job.
Exactly. And so then it goes down to implicit bias, intersectionality, microaggressions. Microaggressions. You look me in the eyes, that's offensive. You look down at the floor to avoid me, that's offensive.
You open the door for me, that's offensive.
Exactly. And so they're being taught these things as fact. And that's my issue. I'm a pretty reasonable person. If you want to teach, some people believe this and some people believe this, where do you fall? That's different than teaching these things as facts. And
Can
so,
I see that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's more pages to it. There's gender stuff. And so what they left in was anything related to gender. But as long as they leave in inclusive words or saying that one of the things that this bill said.
Show you this. You guys, this is a list of probably the left's top talking points on most every issue. When you're talking, you've got equality, equity, trauma, historical, systemic racism, implicit bias, intersectionality, microaggressions. You guys, this is like sitting in a college right now, and they're trying to take it from the college level down to your children. How young?
All the way.
All the way.
We're
So
talking-
if your kindergartner knows what
Yeah.
microaggression is, get them out.
Or if your kindergartner comes home and says, I'm suffering anxiety. Because that's also, we're talking a whole lot about feelings. One of the things the book talks about is that we should be steering kids away from using logos, i.e. logic, and instead using pathos, because people respond better to emotions. And then we wonder why our kids.
And facts don't care about your emotions.
Right. And
They just don't.
And that's, so the good thing is, because
this
I know
is such,
it's mind-blowingly.
It is.
Yeah.
And we've got like 10 minutes, but I don't mind if we go on.
Oh,
if
sure.
you have the
No,
time.
I'm fine.
So listen,
Yes.
when we had Natalie Klein on, and we also had Monica Wilbur, who's running for our district.
Yes.
And Monica was a concerned parent who's going to the school board and asking the hard questions, and found a ally in Natalie, because Natalie was trying to answer the questions, and she was finding, according to her, she was standing up for what she thought was right, and she was standing alone with her school board. And so, you know, we asked her to come on, not to discuss the arrows that have been thrown at her. That doesn't matter to us. What we wanted was, I wanted to know why the arrows.
Yeah.
Because you're asking to be a school board member.
Right.
And maybe possibly, if you do your job well and right, according to me, a parent, arrows are coming at you.
Yes.
And you're strong enough to take them.
Right.
You're ready to take them.
Yes.
You have lived the very single life.
It's sort of like,
as
what
a
are you going to
victor.
throw at me?
Yeah. I'm a victor. I refuse to be a victim, and I refuse to encourage that mindset in my child, let alone your children, because it only hurts them.
Right.
To consider themselves victim only hurts them.
And I have so much love for my students.
Obviously.
I mean, the reason that I spoke against 261 was the biggest thing for me was that I could not teach a class of young boys, teenage boys, and tell them, you know, work hard, study hard, but it doesn't matter because you're not going to really get to go to college because you're a white boy and you'll be the first on the chopping board. If I can stop that from happening, if I can stop them from not having opportunities, because that's what it's called, the Equal Opportunities Initiatives. So when we call it the DEI bill, it's wrong. It's the Equal Opportunities Initiatives. We took nothing from the other groups. We just said, you have to be fair. You have to be willing to listen. You cannot just bring in leftist speakers. For every leftist speaker, you need to bring in a conservative speaker. And our people, that's why they they wore their squad gear and did their funeral because we wanted equal opportunities.
And that's never been the plan on their side.
Never.
Equity, it's not merit based. And this, you guys, this is the problem. We've talked about it before. When you don't go with a merit based system in your children, in your society, in your neighbors, you are going to totally have chaos, and planes will fall out of the sky, and judges will just abort the Constitution, and your government runs amok. There's nobody's accountable, and everyone's a victim.
It makes me wonder if this, I was listening to it out there, if this emotional focus stuff is why we have a suicide elevation in our school children. I went through school and I can't think of one suicide of one of my peers.
Right.
And my girlfriend's son is working on 2 now, and he's 2 or 3. We had a young girl in town a couple months ago at 12, and granted, the stuff that happens to these kids is
It's getting younger,
horrible. There's
younger.
bullying, but if the teachers are only giving them tools to maintain victimhood or to express that, and not to express strength or finding avenues for strength,
Right.
could that be a reason?
No, I think the power of suggestion is real. So when you drive, not when I came out here, because I don't even know how I got here, but
She doesn't know north and south.
You go the
folks.
back way?
But she's teaching your kids.
But on this,
I wish she was teaching my
I do
kids.
too, honestly.
but on these roads, you'll see signs that'll say, let me hold your pills until you feel safe. Let me hold your gun until you feel safe. And I find that extremely, like, why not change that? Why not have something super joyful?
Hope.
Why not, instead of something
Tomorrow
so
is a
negative?
brand
There's a
new day.
museum where the whole upstairs of the museum in Salt Lake is a dedication to mental health. And I took some of my students and my son out there, and we looked at it, and they were shocked. They could feel the manipulation. They could feel that they were supposed
Brought to you by
normalize.
Pfizer.
Yeah, they could feel that they were supposed to normalize mental health. Now, you should never shame somebody because they have a mental health crisis, but we also shouldn't be making the mental health crises.
Have you seen the expert?
Abigail Schreier? Yes,
You're
I
on
love
my
her.
same page when
Yeah.
she said, why are we
Yes.
constantly having patients relive their trauma
Yes.
and then wondering why they maintain mental health when it's proven that when you keep reliving your trauma? It was Abigail that actually brought up the fact that the paperwork that's getting done in schools,
Yes.
she says, teachers are fielding, they keep bringing you back to trauma. What about the kids who don't have trauma? Then they start looking at what could be traumatizing. Their mom said no.
Right.
Their mom won't let them do this. Their dad won't let them do this.
Yeah.
And you keep reliving this trauma, you keep people sick.
Yes.
And yet
Well,
you need to give them hope and get them over the trauma. Don't keep reliving it. You compartmentalize it, call it what it was. What did you learn? How can you defeat? Where do you gain your power back? Take your power away from your trauma and keep moving, and then be a teacher to others about how to keep moving. We don't have that mentality. We're paying therapists for years. Well, isn't therapy supposed to be something you would graduate from because you've gone through the trauma?
Well, and that is something that I was, because I was in the foster system, my one person was my therapist, Paul Martin, and he was always there, but there was always a goal. And when I was 17, he said, you don't need me anymore. You have graduated. And it was hard because I felt bonded to him. Whenever I would move to
Yeah.
another home, he would be there, and no one else would. But
How empowering.
the goal was to empower. The goal was, let's find you a role model. Let's find you this. What do you want to do with your life? Everything was patterned. Now, Michelle Obama came out in 2014 with school counselors and this objective that school counselors needed to change to social justice agents.
Amazing.
And
And back then, social justice wasn't the swear word it is today.
right. But
So
Michelle, I
it's
think,
just
always had her
the
idea.
beginning. Oh yeah, she wanted to change history.
Yes.
She wanted to change your language, your
Fundamentally
history.
change our country, right? I believe
Her
that's
words.
what they said. And so I only recently found that out, but I was very shocked to find that out. And I honestly think that we also have a problem of parents who don't want to parent. And that is the
Gleefully
issue.
ignorant.
So they feel like it's a trophy when their kid gets a diagnosis. Oh, my kid has a diagnosis. Now they get this accommodation, this accommodation, this accommodation.
Oh, it's so true.
Sometimes it's valid, and sometimes it's
Parents are just as sick as the kids.
Munchausen.
Parents are
Yes.
they do want a kid to be transgender because it makes them special. They
Yes.
do want their kid to be. It's just horrible, but this is Munchausen by a cultural standard now.
Yes.
Look how many celebrities are praising the fact they've got 2 transgender kids or this or this, and it's like it's the new dog in a handbag.
Yes.
This is horrendous. These are people, and we're not teaching the value and importance of that individual spirit, that life, that
Yep.
God-given precious miracle of a life, that they're not a collective. These are individuals who can do extraordinary things. And we're
China
not
won't
even
need to
teaching
invade.
them their value because kids
Right.
don't even see themselves as valuable.
No, they're pawns.
They are, but
Our
look at
kids
it.
are
We're
pawns, and
telling
that's
them they're
where-
not.
Right.
If,
Well, even
if
this-
they're not
did you-
standing up
No
against
faces.
something,
Did you?
yeah, no faces, just voices. And if they're not all together on the exact same idea, doing the exact same thing, they're not important. In fact, they're against you.
Yes.
This is why so many white women in America, Karens, scream loud for you,
Yeah.
a woman of color.
I don't want
who've
their
done all of this,
saviorism.
right?
Yes.
Then they think they're all this, and yet they'll be the ones harassing you online because
Yes.
you stood up for yourself.
Right. And the words that are most inflaming are no, thank you. That's
Oh my
literally
goodness.
the most inflaming words to some of these people. I will replace, when I get hate, I'll replace it with Martin Luther King's hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that.
And light
that
can
just
drive out darkness.
blows up. And you just sit there going, if this is how you react to things, I want you nowhere near our kids. So if I can just sum that up, the USBE is being asked to make decisions on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they have nobody there who can really speak to that and who can speak to it having come out the other side.
It's amazing. I mean, you're living the life. You are an example of a success story, and success is relative to
Yes,
whoever you
mistakes.
are. What success means to you is something different to me because each of us are individuals. I challenge people to really, really consider. I hate the fact that they have these school board meetings at 9 a.m. on a
Right.
Thursday. That's asinine. And I hope if you're elected, maybe you and the rest of them can get on board to have them in the evening where parents can actually attend.
That would be amazing.
Because I think transparency should be key. I know Natalie said she will lead with transparency. Monica has agreed to that. I think that if you were elected, you'd probably agree to having
Absolutely.
an evening school board meeting, even if it goes late.
Right.
Um,
They do go until like 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes. I mean, and
I
that's
get
another
that.
thing where it's
why don't we have one then twice
Yeah.
a month instead of once a month and 3 times a month? Do what's needed,
right.
but a parent has to be a part of everything that school board does.
Right.
Otherwise, there are parents who are gleefully unaware of what's happening in their kids' school.
But there's also
And-
people who tell them to be. That is an issue.
Absolutely.
Administrators
Same in the
who just
government.
say, who will like send out I know you might have watched this podcast, but I just want you to know that none of it's here and it's completely made up. That's why I print off things and bring in the evidence, because I'm not a liar. And it's just, it is here. I
That is
wish
the
it weren't.
American voter too.
Yes.
They read headlines. They don't read
Yes.
stories.
yeah.
And the people writing these stories are skewed to one way.
Right.
And then the parent will watch the evening news
right.
and it'll reiterate what the headline told them with no context and no need to dive further. And parents are the same. I'm guilty. I never cared about the school board until my kid got some bad curriculum that was just off. It was, I mean, it could be seen as okay, but he was in second grade and it was over what form of government does America have? And it was socialism, communism, or democracy. And my son put D, a representative republic, and he got it wrong because there was no D and that wasn't the option.
Oh yeah. Wow.
But
I
go
that
in
is
there
a big deal.
ready to huff and puff. We are not a democracy. And
Right.
the teacher was a doll, and she's like, well, this is just the curriculum, so we have to grade based on that. And so you have to take it up with the administration, which I did. They said, well, we got to go to the school board who approves the curriculum. Well, it's still the same. 2 years later, my daughter had the same test, and I just went,
Yeah.
when did me as a parent, why do I got to go to the school board? Why aren't you advocating for me as the teacher? Why aren't you as the administrator advocating for me? And going up the chains, that's when I started to get really.
We also need
my
to
kids
remember
are in
it
a
goes back to
charter.
this, right? It goes back to closing. It goes back to closing and not telling what's going on. So there's oftentimes we had multiple schools with teachers who asked for genders at the beginning of the year. And when parents went and said, what's going on? Multiple schools said, oh, it was just a substitute's mistake. They forgot to tell it. And
Of
you're
course.
like, why is it the same thing in different schools? And then I was talking to a friend in another state, and she said, that's the same answer we get. And so then you start going, what's going on then?
It's a practiced answer.
It's a practiced answer.
It's
So what's going on?
It's Natalie Klein referred to, I watched one of the videos where she had said she was asking questions because they weren't including white and Asian students in the graph, the Venn graph about whatever. And she asked, why are white and Asians not considered races when you're talking about college school kids? And she's asking a bureaucrat who's sitting there like you're watching something on Congress. Well, I don't have that in front of me, but I did not write this graph. And she's like, great, I'll wait to find out who did, because I'd like to know, are white children and Asian children not considered races? And why aren't they being considered in this? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And they pawn it off to a bureaucrat that doesn't have it in front of her. Sorry, I can't help you. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're going to be the boss of these bureaucrats.
Right.
As an elected. You're the one who's accountable. These bureaucrats wait you out. They'll wait for your predecessor. They'll wait for whoever. They keep their jobs.
Right.
Nearly impossible to fire. So as a school board member, I would want you to make noise there.
Right.
And Natalie Klein stands alone, is taking arrows. I want her to have partners there. I certainly want whoever's representing us to be standing up.
I do have to say that because I know a lot of them. I know a lot of the school board members. And I think that a lot of them align in the same way as Natalie does, but they do so in a different way. And so there are some people who are just literally sending messages to legislatures saying, you've got to put something stronger here.
How are they voting when
so-
the public is watching? This is my question.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not that easy to see their voting records, but I do know
Got a
that there's
troll in the
probably 4.
comments.
Ha ha ha. Yes, we are pawns too. Whoever said that. Absolutely. We're all.
Do you have a
being
website or a
pawns.
Facebook page we can share?
Some troll
Oh,
says,
yeah.
where can I support this excellent candidate? We
And-
do need to bring that up.
On Facebook, I'm Cari for Utah. So
Is it spelled out FOR?
Cari? No, FOR on that one.
Okay.
And then on YouTube, I make just short videos that are campaign related, and that's Cari for Utah Kids. So
And it's Cari, Cari.
I
Correct.
had your website pulled up a minute ago.
Oh, okay. That's cariforutahkids.com.
On YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
That's my website, and
Cari
that is
for
not
you.
me. A picture of Fanny. No, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to put this in the show notes also
Great.
because it's spelled out, you said.
Sorry, UT Kids. UT Kids.
Cari for FOR. UT Kids.
So this is what in the world? That's not it. Where am I?
Are you spelled
Is it
out?
FOR?
Cari for UT kids. I don't know why it's not try.com. That should be there. For on YouTube, it's for FOR because Adam set it up. Well, that's odd. Where's my page?
Well, we're
Anyways.
trusting Google here to. You're
That's
gonna
odd.
be at the bottom.
Okay,
There's
so
that.
do you have a donate button?
I do have a donate button and I would appreciate it because I am working class mama.
Absolutely. And
So
campaigns are expensive.
they
and
are.
That's Cars for
Yeah,
Kids.
Cari for Utah kids. You guys,
1877
that's so
Cars
weird.
for
How
Kids.
come mine shows up?
Can you share that on this show? If you just share it and then copy
An
link,
airdrop or okay?
copy link,
Okay.
and then go to Facebook, go to our political page or Political
Okay.
Head Trauma.
Okay, so I've got
In
your
the comments,
YouTube.
you can share it.
There I am. Yep.
There's your YouTube.
And then if you
Perfect.
share that in the comments, and
Okay.
then we can go and copy it and maybe put it in the show notes.
Okay.
But you guys,
Wonderful.
if you're in Utah County, tonight they're doing a school board debate actually
They are.
for our district. And are you in one as well?
We're waiting to find out if we're going to get to do one or if the incumbent will do one.
Oh, well, is it just you and the incumbent, or do you got a couple
No,
in the
there's
race?
3 of us.
Okay, well
So-
then Utah County, get this
Yeah.
debate going, and we thank you for doing it. And hopefully you're filming it. The chair of Utah County, Christy, is really great. I
I
hope
love her.
that
Yeah.
I hope that you will support the debate if you're able to attend, folks. But in Utah County, these are moms or dads running. But if you can't give them money, I say this every show, offer to make calls for her, offer to share her stuff, just offer to talk about her, because there's so much you're involved in. And I think people don't realize when someone's got passion about something and they really believe in it and actually are living what they preach, that should carry so much weight with you. I really hope that you will support people you believe in. And I mean, I know that we could probably sit here for hours and go through that book.
Oh, yeah.
That book is garbage.
Yes.
It's hot dumpster fire.
But
garbage.
remember that every place is getting something. And so, because a lot of people will say, well, we're not getting that book. Thank goodness we don't have to worry. This is the goal of ethnic studies.
Did you share it in here?
So, I don't know if I shared a picture of it itself.
Oh no,
Oh,
your website. Did you
Yes,
share
I
it in
did.
the comments
Yes.
here?
yes.
I'm not
It is
seeing
having
it.
a hard time pulling it up.
That is very strange.
Well, Cari for
So, yeah.
Utah Kids, please look her up on YouTube. She's got some shorts. It's going to explain some of this. We're looking at real documentation, folks. She has brought in laminated copies. I wish I could steal them and use them for a future show, but
Dave
I know
wants to get a copy of those, so we'll probably have to take pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, or
well,
you can just share them.
those pictures.
You
She
can
sent
share
you.
them with me.
Yeah.
That is sad that they force children to pick apart their lives like that.
Right.
That's got to be.
Child's not
I
even
wonder
ready.
how that affects a child.
They're
Yeah.
being colonized.
Granted, me when I was
That's-
10, I was almost as smart as a gnat. So I'd have probably just slid right through it. I was like greased. But the average
May I see
thoughtful
your
kid,
flyer here? Oh yeah. This is
I-
great. The colors and everything. This
This
is
is
a really good looking
wild that-
flyer. I hope that you can see that on the camera. And
That's super weird.
informed, resilient, caring. So you're actually taking back the word.
Yes.
And that's it. Resilient can't be when these people literally redefine words. And we're just supposed to sit back and be like, yeah, that's fine. And especially in the education world.
Right.
I'm sorry, your whole goal is to make sure people like me grow up and understand what these words mean.
You have to understand there is no truth but power. That is a progressive ideology, and
Mhm.
our children are being forced
they're
to become progressives.
focused on power politics. Oh,
Yes.
I'd
with
like to
no
get Katie
education
Hall
on how
on.
it ends, guys, because
She's
if they're not teaching history and they're not teaching right history, and I don't mean the right and left, I mean true history. They're not teaching that. Our children will never get to see the end result of what their progressivism will be.
Right.
So they don't see that they're helping march themselves into absolute and utter loss.
Socialism. Well, what's worse, right? So forced socialism.
a long march through the institutions.
You mentioned Antifa,
Yes.
which you probably experienced in Washington,
Yeah.
if they existed.
Yeah.
The government says they're not even a thing.
They're not a group.
But you absolutely know for a fact after 2020, they're not only organized, they're highly funded.
Yes.
And they are the biggest cowards I've ever seen. Cover your face, cover your mask, and then create absolute chaos, hurt people, burn things down, damage people, try to shut them up with physical violence.
Dismantle, crush them in any way possible. And they have no idea. So I just interviewed a young man who got out of Antifa. And he said the reason he got out is because he wanted to understand why he was being told to hate people who, he would see in his local grocery store. But he was told, I hate them. And so he read Mein Kampf. And then he realized he was doing that.
He was exactly what
he was the fascist. And so
what they're doing is literally fascism.
Absolutely.
And you know, you get a conservative person like yourself to show up, and Antifa in return turns their back in protest or plugs their ears. Why are you afraid of the other side? And why are you okay with another person telling you to hate the other side? It's by design, and it's from such a young age. Just don't teach kids critical thinking skills.
Right.
Don't teach them to question with boldness.
Yep.
Teach them to follow as a collective, as an ant, and do their worker bees and kill anything that comes in between your collective and your group.
It's nihilism.
Yes.
Utter nihilism. They are being taught a very hopeless way to live. And so dismantling, when they say it, when you go to the UEA's page and it says we want to dismantle unjust systems, then you have to remember they say everything is unjust. Everything is unjust.
Is that over at, where's that?
That's like in St. George area.
I recognize the
Look
area.
at you there.
Yep, I play Harriet.
Do you carry a pistol on you?
So I do. No, I carry a full-on rifle. It's the right time.
Also Harriet carried a pistol.
I didn't know she carried
She
a
had
pistol.
a pistol hidden in her dress.
Okay. No, but yeah, that was a fun day.
She carried a holdout. Harriet was awesome. She's one of my personal heroes. She broke all the laws. She carried a pistol.
She was pretty fierce for a 5'3" woman. 5'3".
She was a tiny little thing.
Yeah, and that's
she was not pretty fierce.
Yeah.
You encourage so many young people, I think, just by your the look of you. Okay.
Yeah.
You are supposed to be the victim, and you need special ways to get into college. You're not smart enough to understand how to vote because you need to be a Democrat because that's you're poor and you're Black. Like all these things that you have been told. And it's like Ben Carson. He's like, my parents never told me I was a victim.
Right.
My parents always expected the best from me.
Right.
In my grades, in the way I behaved, in what I did. I had to be, a pillar in my community, not the problem.
My dad always said, you ain't smart enough to go to college, and I ain't rich enough to buy your way in. So I joined the Army.
But what I'm saying is when you are that, you're living proof that labels are bullshit. Like they are. They're full of crap, and yet you're a victor in your own story.
Yeah.
And I think kids can probably sense that from you.
I think they feel it.
Yeah.
I think, and they feel loved. Somebody told me I was fortunate enough to do Benjamin Boyce's podcast.
Yes.
And
I watched that. I
yeah.
like his podcast, and you did well on there.
Thank you. In the comments, somebody said, she is the archetypical mother. And as somebody who couldn't have more than one child and desperately wanted to, that is how I run. Not that I'm trying to take over other people's parenting, but I want every kid to feel like they matter.
Yeah.
Not in some woke, fake way where I turn it off when you don't do what I want, but I want kids to thrive. They deserve to thrive. And the things, I'm sorry, I'm going to cry, but the things that they're taking away from them,
Their innocence, their value.
I see these kids, right? I'll see like a little, one specific situation, these two little girls. One is white, blonde hair. One is Asian. They wear the same sweater. They wear their little cardigan from school, and they put their sleeves in together, and they're like, we're twins. And one's heavy and one's not. And you're just like, okay. And taking that, walking them into a class and having them have to wrestle with the fact that they're not twins.
Yes, they shouldn't even be friends.
It's cruel, and it does turn them into not being friends. It turns them into, oh, your politics are different than mine. We've got kids who are walking up and giving other kids notes that say, you're not empathetic enough to be my friend. And what they mean by empathetic is you didn't join the queer club, but I did. And so we can't be friends. But I'm virtuous now because I know what empathy is and you don't. So kick to the curb.
Kids aren't born
and then we wonder
racist. Kids aren't born
sexist, nothing.
class identity, gender
I'm calling
gender
Joey
issues.
tomorrow.
Kids aren't born that way, and the problem is that it's all taught.
Yes,
Empathy has
absolutely.
to be taught.
Yeah, but the
and
right
if it's
way.
not happening properly in a organic and real way.
Right.
I
And
don't
we
think
have to be careful with empathy because that's social and emotional learning. I just saw something, the Peaceful Playground. Be careful because it absolutely comes into.
I think the golden rule,
yes.
do unto others as you would have done yourself, is the maximum way to teach empathy.
Yes.
Would you like someone to treat you that way?
Right.
Then don't do that.
Exactly.
Period. The end.
Exactly.
I wonder if they think that anybody's sense of pride in accomplishment is not as good as pride in just inherent circumstance or body
Right.
that I'm born into.
Right.
Or circumstance. Now, granted, there is something to be said, like there was always wealthy kids who looked down their nose at everyone, and they didn't earn that. That's something that someone else
And
earned.
they learn that from their parents.
But the pride in accomplishment, the kid who wins a spelling bee, or this is for you, Dave, the math bee. I don't know what they
or scores a
Again.
touchdown.
IQ of 94. I've elevated.
Would you read something in the bathroom on your way in?
I read the shampoo bottle. It's in the bathroom. But anyways, but yeah, that's a sense of accomplishment versus, I mean,
It's earned.
they're actually teaching the same thing the rich kids learned. Look down your nose because of something that you didn't earn, or something that, like you're born with. Look down your nose at other people instead of gain a piece of pride for an accomplishment.
Your key there is other. That's my issue. Stop teaching any child.
Yeah.
Stop as adults othering each other.
Yeah.
Just stop. Look at a person as an individual. When we are told lean into collectivism, that should be the biggest red flag in the world. You have to look at the person as the individual. Understand why that person might still be wearing that mask. You might think all sorts of things, but you don't know why.
Yeah.
Understand why I didn't wear it. I didn't wear the mask because I was sexually assaulted for 3 days. So for me, the idea
brings up trauma.
It brings trauma. And to have people yell and scream at me in stores, it was like, it's not your business. It's just not your business. Leave these kids alone. They have all sorts of things that they've gone through that's not your business. Your job is to give them hope. Period.
The individual spirit it matters. That's why God put us here in this time, and we're hopefully creating a generation that can save us, because we've done so much damage in the name of security,
Right.
in the name of progressiveness. And the truth is, we're going to need these kids strong, and we don't need we
Well,
need them to understand.
I'm going to tell you right now, keep going.
Their individual spirit is the only thing that gives them strength.
Yes.
I keep going this way. The kids will be made strong by the hard times that these kids make.
It's true.
But no, you keep going this way. You'll make the weak men. The hard times will be made.
Yep.
And then someone down the line, your great grandkids, will have to earn it.
Yep.
They'll have to make the good times again.
It's going to be sooner, I think, than we
it's
realize.
a circle of life.
Right now, we're watching our children get marched into their own destruction, and we're not doing anything. You're doing something.
Trying.
You're running for office. You're created a part of a collective of moms and parents who want to homeschool, and you're teaching. And this is how I feel when I do the Patriot Camp, just teaching these kids. It's that light. It's that individual light you see, and each one of them start to go off. And there is no greater feeling than having an impact. I would love to have had 10 kids, but I was blessed with 2, and it was way late in my life, and it was a miracle on its own.
Yeah.
And I am so excited when I see young kids trying to figure something out. When my own children will bring up questions during a show that will stump me, and I'm like, let's go to the history and let's read about it, because I don't have the answer. And they look at me like, you don't have the answer? And yes, because I'm a real person. I'm up here in your eyes, but I'm fallible. I'm perfectly imperfect. And you are too. So are your teachers.
Be less wrong more often.
Absolutely. Right? But never give up your values.
Right.
And the things that feel right. And trust your instincts.
Right.
Trust them. Don't ignore them.
Right. And that's why we fight. We fight because they're coming for the values. They're coming for faith. And those are the reasons that, if they were just going to teach them math was wrong, we could reverse it.
I can hear that.
So sorry.
He's rubbing the mic. I'm wearing headphones.
I know. I'm just boiling over here. Like I had to, this is something that I mean, can you have a theme song? Like thinking Pink Floyd, a little bit of the
Leave my kids alone.
Yeah.
Seriously.
You know what? If we get to the point of parade season, if I make it out of convention, I probably will have a song like that.
If they won't let you have it, I'll be down there with the boombox following you with it.
Yeah, say anything. You're out there.
Yeah. I just need to get me like a.
Are you running convention only?
But I don't think.
Or are you getting signatures?
No. I would.
Hear that, folks? Music to my ears.
No, I believe that's the one way that we elitism is the biggest problem in Utah. Probably one of the biggest problems, because people don't listen.
In elections,
they just think that they know everything, and so
haven't heard it put that way yet, but you're right.
Yeah,
this is the way that the little people have a voice.
If money gets you on the ballot, it does now in Utah. Thank you, SB 54, and the very legislatures that will tell you to your face during election season they don't agree with it. When it's time to do the work, they're not putting bills forward to end it. So that should tell you the very legislators that control it and say they'll do something about it, do nothing. And I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it. You either believe in the party's private right to run elections the way they see fit, or you don't. And if you don't, it means you like having enough money to get your name on that ballot for the primary. To hell with the delegates. They're a bunch of right-wing crazies who don't understand the values of Utah. And yet they're the one people that are sitting home doing the work. They're learning each candidate. They're learning their name, their platform, their good ones. We may not have good ones. I mean, it's corrupt too in ways that they get people to run as delegates.
Right.
Regardless, but when you put it like elitism, money gets you on the ballot in Utah.
Yes. Which I did not expect. I honestly moved here thinking that Utah was that place of loves America, loves family.
You're thinking about Wyoming.
So
no, she's thinking about Twilla County.
Okay, so for anyone who wants to move to Twilla County from California, what you do is you head south, hit the border, then head east, and it's spelled weird. It's spelled Arizona. But, Phoenix, wherever, Mesa.
I don't know.
Enjoy.
They could even head west. There's a place called
OCEAN.
and they have no taxes there, no state tax. So
That is true. That is true.
But Tula County got closed off, and we really feel bad. It's a problem. I mean, I don't know how you got in here into the county.
Like I said,
Or she doesn't
direction
either.
it really was twisted.
Were you
around,
running Google
so-
Maps?
Yes.
Good. That's a good call. If
Did
you
you have
don't know
service
north,
the entire time?
Yes.
Okay, then. I think you came the back way, maybe through Lehigh.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome
Yeah.
to Twila County.
Yeah, it
Went
was
through
pretty
Stockton?
weird. I don't know.
Okay, when
I
you're
went through
going
nothing
home,
and then
just
I was
know.
here.
When you get out of this neighborhood, you're going to take a right, and you're going to go there. Let me tell you about Stockton. I've gotten one ticket in my life. It was in Stockton, and I was doing 2 miles over the speed limit. So watch your it's speed trap town.
Yeah, but because of equity, I won't get a ticket.
maybe.
Oh.
But also,
Oh.
Stockton's whole police department quit like
Well,
what,
not
6
on
months ago?
purpose, but
Or they're
yeah, now
gone.
the county is
Okay.
watching out for. So you actually might be okay now. Maybe they don't have someone watching speed there
I
anymore.
don't know.
But
We'll have to ask Nando
Yeah.
sometime.
can I watched your show before, and I already just thought you were awesome, but I feel totally amazed at this human being that is sitting here with me. Not him. You are amazing. What a
Yes.
light.
Thank you.
What a story. And I bet we could
Mm-hmm.
have you on for 5 different other shows. So
Yeah.
I hope that you will consider.
I would be happy to come back anytime. Yeah. You know what though? Can I just say, and I know we're not supposed to say that on the campaign trail, but I'm a light because I'm a Christian. So I'm
You're
just
supposed
gonna
to
say
say
that. I mean that's where that's where love and that's where redemption comes from, and that's why I fight this stuff so hard, because there's no redemption in Marxism. So
You're
that's just
speaking
it.
right to my heart, because my whole being and self-worth comes from my Father in heaven and the promise I have to be with people I love when this is all over.
Yeah.
And that we have one job in this world, guys, is to love, to be loved, to be kind, and to raise kids that feel the same and do the same, and carry out the name of God and do it with that love. You have no reason to apologize for saying
Yeah,
that.
I don't think you.
None.
I'm not even religious, and I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, I really do. Like even James Lindsay will say that the way that we save ourselves from this mess is Judeo-Christian beliefs. Like that's the
Oh.
only
Crazy,
thing.
right?
It's a moral people
Yeah.
that give us our freedom.
Right.
And when they're not moral, our freedoms are gone. And
Yeah.
that was what, George Washington who said that? Or was it
No, it was Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin? And the thing is, he probably wasn't the moralist of people,
Well, he was more unless you were a young French lass.
but it was freedom
That's
of
the
religion.
part of history they don't teach.
They taught it somewhere, because I even knew that. But that's the thing. I think that your light does come from God, and yet it's so much more than that. You're a bigger individual than just your story, because you're
Mhm.
living by example, and I can feel it from you. And this is something that, I mean, I've seen you on video, I've heard about you, I've met your darling husband. This is
You're-
incredible.
Lesser half.
Equal.
He's a very good man.
Adam is a
even
stud.
if people think that, he's a troll or
No,
whatever.
I
he's
love
got a
it.
heart of
I love trolls. I love trolls
Well, at least
because
he's a troll that admits
you
he's
got to
a troll.
keep it funny.
Yeah.
You got to keep it
right.
fun,
Right.
and he does that.
Yeah.
I like Adam a lot.
It's so weird in my ears. It sounds like you have a bird.
There is a bird
There's a
outside.
bird right out there
It's seriously, it's coming
because
through.
the window's open. We
It
could
sounds
close
like
the
we have a
window.
bird. No, it's too late. I mean, it's too late now. We're half hour over. And I don't know. Do you have anything else you'd like to share? Because I'm just,
Can I look? Do you care if I go
No.
through my list, see if there's any
I
points
just
that I'm
told
like,
my-
what did I miss?
Go ahead.
I told
While
my
you do it,
homeschool friends while we were talking, I'm like, you need to watch this, because
I'm going to
they
share
know
your.
that I'm on the fence about homeschooling, and I've got a big fear, and they're like, it's really a collective. We can do it all together, and I'll chip in. And I'm like, Yeah, but it's scary. Well, my kid's worth it.
Go to
Both my kids.
Cari, the number 4 utkids.com. You can donate there. You can read about her, read up on this stuff, get information. And then you can also, from there, you can find her YouTube channel because she's got her links to her videos that she's put up on there. And from there, you can go and subscribe to her YouTube. You can check out the Harriet Tubman.
Tubman, that's
And
funny.
Harriet Tubman, honestly, is an awesome story. And she's tough. She fights.
And the reason we have these character actors come to Patriot Camp is so that our kids can actually, they kind of get into that place where this person, when you do this, you walk in there and that's exactly who you are.
Right.
So when they ask you questions about, well, how did you go to school? Like, did you have to go to college or did you have to, and you give them answers as if you're her
Right.
in that time period.
Yes.
Well, we don't have computers. We don't even know what that is. So what are you referring to? What is this Google? And it's so neat because the kids really get a face and they get an experience. And I don't know if you charge for what you do, but it's absolutely fascinating.
No, and the same thing with the homeschool co-op. I do get paid a small stipend, and if depending on where I go,
As you should.
So, but we can do this. I just want to say a few things. One, 52% of Utahns do not have a college degree. And maybe they should be a little bit grateful for that. Not that there aren't wonderful people with college degrees. I know many, many brilliant people who have the degree to back it up. But if we left school feeling that we aren't confident enough to raise our own children and we need to trust them to the experts, then our schools didn't give us what we needed.
Right.
So I feel like that is vital. So I can stand in a room with senators and representatives and hold my own. And I did not graduate from college. So I think it's important that people recognize that we are perfectly equipped to take care of the children that God gave us. I'm happy to, whether I win it or not, bring my presentation on DEI in K-12 to anybody who wants me to, just as long as you're safe.
You hear that, folks? So any of you listening that would like to potentially sponsor a presentation of hers, to charge?
No.
So you just have to have a venue and a group of interested, like-minded people. And if you guys are running homeschooling groups, or I'd love to have you do a parent meeting sometime on behalf of the party.
Yeah, sure.
After, let's probably get campaign season over.
Right.
But I think it's crucial that parents know what's going on.
It's a mission. It's an absolute, actually, when I went to the school board and I said, I need you to hear me, and they didn't, I said, if you don't hear me, I'm going to work harder than an LDS missionary at making sure parents know what's going on. And
They heard that, right?
now they have. So beforehand, not so much. I think the last thing that I want to say is dignity. We are being asked in every corner to get rid of our dignity, which means that we are asked to swallow lies and pretend they're truth. The second that we knowingly accept lies as truth, we've stripped dignity. That's what's happening to our kids. That is ultimately the reason to fight, because these little people who haven't even developed, their full minds aren't even fully developed, are being told to swallow a lie. They're being told, oh, the person next to you who thinks that they're a fish, you have to respect the fact that they're a fish, because that's being kind and empathetic. It's not kind and empathetic to the child who believes they're a fish.
Nope.
And it's not kind and empathetic to the kids who have to live in a world of insanity. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude.
No, it's
just
truth.
Facts.
And the thing is, it's the same. It's the same in transgenders and all these other things, when we all sit back and be like, yeah, that's fine. Once we've resorted to just acceptance. I mean, that's what they first said they wanted, acceptance. But nope, it's more than that.
Mhm.
Now they want you to be an activist on their behalf. And if you're not, you're crushed.
Right.
And the truth is that if it was an anorexic,
Right.
you wouldn't sit there and go, hey, no food for you today. And by
Right.
the way, you could remove 20 pounds if we just cut your legs off.
Right.
And a doctor would go, yeah, that sounds fine.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm going to make money off you. That's insane. So when you start playing the game, now you're the problem. You're
Right.
not helping these kids. You're hurting them worse.
One more thing that you said, because it's access. So James Lindsay has this really good point on how that happens. It's really important for people to understand that the first thing that we do is we say, oh, okay, somebody needs access. So let's take scouting. It's just a perfect example, I think, because you take Boy Scouts and girls say, I want to be
What's
part of
this
Scouts.
organization you speak
Yeah.
of that no longer exists?
Right. The end game is to dismantle, but it's very clear in formula. The first thing is to say, oh, well, they need access. We want to say yes, because that's the kind thing to do. So we say yes. Then they want accommodation. I don't like the way that you're doing things. So for scouting, I remember my son was a Cub Scout when it all changed. And they said, we don't want guns anymore. So you can't even have Nerf guns for Cub Scouts. So then we got rid of, we accommodated. Then they said, well, now that you've gotten that, we deserve a seat at the table. Right. So give us our seat at the table. Then they wanted to run the table. Then after running the table, they dismantled.
They run it into
The
the
goal
ground.
is always to dismantle. And so as soon as we let in the access, as soon as we fall for the whole, you have to be kind.
This almost sounds like the military.
It's all
Well,
so much.
I
And
wonder
if that
what's-
is the end game to dismantle
Dismantle it
from
all,
within.
dismantle the
Jared,
West.
that's an insanely good point.
I said that the other day. They're trying to tear this down. That's why they washed out. That's why Obama started washing out loud opposing political. He
Conservative.
just did field grade officers. He did probably captain promotable through colonels, and he washed them out, 147 of them. And you're right. That's what they do. I wonder
the
what Sir
playbook.
Baden-Powell would say about what his organization became.
Right.
He wrote it. He initially, this is
Yeah.
the best story. He wrote it as a training guide for military scouts. And the British military said, that is too hardcore. So he brought it over to America, and the Americans said, we want to teach this to our kids. I love the story of that. And that's what
Awesome.
happened.
Yeah. And now we're in a place where it's all to dismantle. So the way that we win is not to. So my son is still in Scouts because we found a group of people who weren't buying into this nonsense.
Just carried on the old
And we're
school.
keeping on the old school.
Got the old
Exactly.
Weeblo book that was still brown.
Well, I'm like, I know
Yes.
women who've got their girls in Girl Scouts,
Mhm.
and they didn't even think about
Right.
joining the Boy Scout. It literally was called the Boy Scouts.
Right.
And so it's
And our boys need it.
why do I have to infiltrate? Why are we going back into
Because we can
segregation
dismantle.
practices again?
To dismantle.
And it's our very own minority citizens that are ready to bring segregation back. And yet, what
part
did
of them.
you fight
Only a
for?
portion. They're just the loudest. These are luxury beliefs.
Oh, right.
So the people who believe in them, the people who are part of the NAACP of Utah, those are people who are at least middle class, if not higher. Those are the people
And they
who
all
believe this and
usually have
push
a
it.
college degree
Yes.
in common.
Will that
Yes.
will doing that? It looks to me
Yes.
like doing that is them pulling the ladder up on young
Yes.
black and brown people coming up below them that have opportunity to learn. They
Yes.
just don't want competition at the top.
Yes, they want it's about power for sure. And so, but the cool thing is that more and more people, the picture that you pulled up of us at the Capitol, there used to be 2 of us.
Yeah.
Now there's 17 of us that are just on the board of speakers.
That's
So-
amazing. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
One
Is this right
Person.
here?
Yeah. So there used to be
One
2 of us.
person-
Me and one other person spoke at everything.
I'm
He's
telling
no
you
longer part of
guys,
it,
one
yes.
individual can move mountains.
but yep.
And that's with their faith, that's with their fact, their belief, their dignity intact. and they don't waver. They follow truth and they seek it. And then you are contagious. I mean, your presence, I think that's what I was trying to get across, is that I've seen you on video, but to be in your presence, it's like I want to do and be and excel and hug and love. Just by being around you,
Please don't start a cult.
I know. Here we go.
Please don't.
If you start a cult,
She's gonna sign up. It'll be the new Moonies.
those things you're working for is what inspired all these other people.
Yeah.
And that's just 17.
Right.
How many are sitting home right now watching going, I would show up to a meeting for her.
There's lots. I mean, and it is coming out. The
It's
best
so easy.
voices against this is, Coleman Hughes.
I just listened to him.
He's
today.
got an amazing voice against it, and he's fighting it. And it seems, and he's not even like a conservative or a Republican. He's just, I think, I've always believed this, is that
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
people with music degrees are like the most intelligent, holistically intelligent people we have, because they have to learn like theory and math and how to make that beautiful at the same time. And I think it makes a more
music has its own language. It's like learning a second language.
well-rounded intelligence. And that's why you see a lot of people with musical talent really be able to dig into subjects. I mean, musicians have always been able to write songs that explore a thought or an idea that bring other people along with them.
That actually touch the human condition in a way that a speech couldn't.
Well, that's the same. That's the same with theater. Having a background, it's not exactly the same, but that is why you can. That's why watching people like
learning and making it beautiful at the same time.
Exactly. That's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see excellence restored in our schools. If we're going to bring in these speakers, then we need to bring in the very best of the best so that these kids leave feeling hopeful. 1776 Unites curriculum would be wonderful in our schools. And I say it's too political. And I sit there going, look, every time you say something's too political, you mean it's not your kind of politics.
Yeah, 1776 was one of the biggest, most political years in our history. So
it's the Woodson Institute.
Ignore politics. I'm sorry. I don't care if you like to watch the news or not. I don't care how you feel about politics in general. Everything that touches your life involves politics. So if you're not awake and actually knowing about the politics and the people behind it, then you will never feel like you have power over your own life.
So we can restore hope. I don't think it's over. I don't think our kids are lost as long as we tell them truth all the time.
This is something you support?
This is 1776 Unites. She just spoke of. I've never heard of it.
You guys, it has tons and tons of curriculum. This is where I learned about the Rosenwald schools, all free.
Nonpartisan, guys.
An intellectually diverse alliance of writers, thinkers, and activists. But when they say activists, they are talking about, they intentionally have a pragmatic view of history. There's Coleman.
Yep.
So
Coleman Hughes, John McWhorter.
Yep.
God, how many other awesome people are you going to throw at me?
Yep.
Is this organization, is it?
Bob Woodson comes, he's actually he's going to bring an office to Utah. So he feels that Utah.
Is this a Black run group?
Yes,
looks
the
like.
1776 Unites is telling positive stories of Black history. It's telling stories.
That's incredible.
Yes, it's amazing. And when we brought it and said we'd like to see this in our schools, we had people say it's too political.
It's the incorrect political.
Exactly.
Well, the thing
let's have it during Black History Month, shall we? Because this is
I
Black
teach it on mine
history.
during Black History.
We'll state a fact.
Yeah.
Yes. Most of the Blacks in the early Americas were brought here under awful conditions. That doesn't mean that American history is not that Black history, white history, American history, Native American history. There's tragedies in all of them, but they're all tied together. They're all tragic and beautiful. History is tragic.
Yes.
Everybody everybody that walks the earth comes to a tragedy in the end.
And if we learn
Everybody.
from it, it makes our future less tragic.
Right.
It's when we don't learn from it that we recreate these tragedies over and over again with different titles.
Yeah.
I like that. I want to look more into that. Matter of fact, I'm going to have you reach out and see if that guy can't come on, and I'll just sit here and listen to, because I love history, and
He's amazing.
There's, it's
right.
It's, and there's so many parts of history that are not taught, and most of the time it may not be because, we don't like the race of this person, but like the story of the Buffalo Soldiers,
Mm-hmm.
right? They went down and defeated the Spanish in Cuba. They were the infantry force down there. They're not really talked about because not very long after we went into World War I, which overshadowed all of that.
Right.
Because that was a world-changing moment. But anyone who gets into the military history, especially like the Old West Cavalry side, knows about them. Lots of people do, and it's
Bob Marley wrote a song about it.
Yeah.
but
That's what I was thinking too.
he did, but he didn't write one that even relatively came close to what their story is. I mean, they were stationed at Huachuca, which my brother was stationed there. It's a wild, interesting story.
But I think you're right. What's getting really bad though is who are these historians writing and recording this?
Yeah,
that can all be lost in translation. The value of the Buffalo
AI?
Soldiers, right? But
Right.
even our history has been skewed,
Right.
and so without the writings of Harriet Tubman, without the writings of George Washington, we're only getting some of the story.
Right.
Even then, we're only getting their perspective. And it's been almost like a by design
But
to wash our history.
But I don't think we can spend forever going, we didn't get all the story. We can't learn a lesson because we only got a part of the story.
Oh, never.
Right? Because you can hear a quote and go, when I interviewed the Antifa guy, he says, the problem with our generation is that we are a generation who learned on memes.
Oh, ain't that the
That's
truth?
all they've got is memes. And so,
but I love memes.
Okay.
Don't take memes away.
I love
There's
quotes,
not enough
but
context.
We can't. The problem is that not only are we obsessing about not having the full story, but we're also looking and being angry about not having the full story.
Well,
That's the
the
reality
problem
of
without
life.
having the whole story, though, is people will fill in the details that aren't there. And they will be wrong, and they will not.
Right.
They'll not teach it right. I mean, if you're going to talk about Hitler and how he came to power, you really have to talk about the good and the bad.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of things he did that was good to the people.
They wouldn't have
followed him.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
and
we talked about him in class.
If we can actually get to the problem, what I'm saying is there's a whitewashing of history to keep our young people from
There's a
pain.
red washing of history.
That's it.
That's the big one.
It's
is that they've
redwashing.
specifically gotten rid of Mao and Stalin and Pol Pot so that they can do the
Lenin, the Holodomor.
Absolutely. Most kids can tell
they
you
only know about
who
Germany.
Hitler is.
That's it.
But they don't know who Mao is, and they don't know who Stalin is. And
most adults don't either.
Yeah.
It's been shocking. And at the same time, in all honesty, I've only learned about these things in the last 3 years because you can teach yourself.
Because you were
can learn,
shocked
you can
into
listen.
it by witnessing something else.
Watching the Asian people in Washington State go, everything we saw, everything we ran from is here.
it's here.
And when they said that, and when they were willing to talk to me as a Black woman, because in all honesty, Asian people and Black people don't have that great of a connection together. But when they were willing to sit and tell me their stories, and as they're telling me their stories and I'm listening to Red Scarf Girl and I'm like, whoa, these parallels, as my son said when he was in 5th grade, Mom, the parallels between this book and Animal Farm are uncanny, or between life and Animal Farm.
Yeah.
Right. And so when they're talking and you're listening to them. And that's the thing. Why don't we have them come in and talk in our schools?
Absolutely.
Like, this is what I'd love to do. Let's restore excellence. Let's bring them in. They're here. We've got people here who were Jewish during, bring them on over. Like, why does Utah's left have to be people who own marijuana shops? And I mean, like, and these are the people who are the role models. Why? We have people from North Korea here.
Yeah.
Where are their stories? Go tell them.
I worked with a woman at my job who was from China, an immigrant from China. And I sat down with her. In fact, we had a party for her when she became an American citizen, and it was so exciting. And I sat down with her and just listening, and she's got a little girl, and she's like, I had to get out. Right. I was afraid all the time. And now she brought her culture home here.
Right.
But she also couldn't believe that she could do what she wanted. She could drive when she wanted. She could have a job. She could start a business if she wanted.
Yeah.
She was super brilliantly smart, and she attributes her culture to that
because their culture
discipline
believes in excellence.
Yes.
They don't believe in.
But and I'm sure she looks at other people and go, how are you even able to feed yourself? I get all that because Americans have a lazy culture, according to the Chinese.
Right.
And so listening to her story, I was like, no greater was I more proud to be an American citizen. And then I thought, how stupid lucky am I that I got chose to be born in this country under these circumstances? And yet this woman had to claw, fight, and bite to get out from underneath the regime. And yet she's watching us give our freedoms away.
Right.
And I think Asians get out of a lot of conversations on purpose. So do a lot of immigrants that come from other countries, Venezuelans, Cubans, because they're like, whoa. We left this. We fled,
Right.
Because fear ran us.
Right.
And the government's foot was on our neck nonstop.
Right.
And we came to the free country and the best country in the world. And we do wave that American flag out of pride. And we acclimated. And now we're watching these other guys come through the border who are taking like they're entitled.
Yes.
And that
Entitlement is huge.
Our culture is spoiled.
Yes.
We're spoiled.
Which is why when people say they want to dismantle it because they think that we're spoiled and we don't deserve to exist, they are not. Their viewpoint is not invalid. Still don't want it to happen. I'd rather just clean up our problems.
They're not incorrect about what we're
saying
in
the truth out
we're
loud.
coming out of the end of the good times.
Yes.
Making weak men. I want to close out on this. You know how you do these book studies with your kids? I would like you to have them read Robert Heinlein's books.
Who is this?
Robert
I
Heinlein.
only have a month left of school.
Says Jared, telling her what curriculum to.
He was I think a California state senator, Democrat, but he was a conservative senator, anti-communist in the 60s. But he wrote Starship Troopers.
Okay.
The Moon is a Cruel Mistress.
Oh, okay.
But each book, he explores a different political theory through a fictional story. Like Starship Troopers is pure republicanism.
Okay.
And Moon is a Cruel Mistress is about communism or techno-communism. But read those books. This might be something you have to embark on next year, but read those books and compare and write down.
I'll at least have Liam. I mean, my son.
Come to our podcast. Leave with homework.
But
welcome.
have him break down what he thinks the positives are.
Yeah.
But don't get it from the movie because the movie was made by a leftist that wanted to poke fun at fascists.
I like Starship Troopers.
Okay.
Read the book. The book's
Actually, I'll
1,000
probably
times.
go buy it for him on my way home.
Yeah.
Wow.
You
are a
Robert Heinlein's an
doer.
interesting cat. He's really interesting. He's one of my favorite politicians.
So we should probably cut her loose because we're an hour over.
Yes, and she's over here yawning behind the mic. No,
She's
it's
got
okay.
a long
You're
drive through she's
nowhere.
going on walkabout to God knows where, but we pray that she arrives safely home. And please get to know this candidate. Cari is amazing. Get to know her, reach out. I'm sure you're getting responses from your website if people want to reach out to you. And please, if we can share something for you, our
Perfect.
Our page is your page. So go ahead and send us what you want us to share.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And then if you do have like a debate or something, let us know.
Okay.
But tell delegates in Utah County, get to know her. I think that we need more like her at the school board. And I know I'm holding my candidates at least accountable to the level that I think she's established here. I think Natalie Klein has established it on a lot of her research and a lot of what she's done. And I think if you're doing your job right, then it's the kids and the future of these kids that is the very top of your list.
Yes.
And that should be simple. That's what it used to be in small little schoolhouses. That's what it was about, is making functional, good
Contributing members of
citizens,
society.
that would contribute to society, procreate, and live and grab their piece of their property and live till they're good and fat and happy and old. Right?
Well, when you nationalize stuff, it ruins
But
it.
that's it. Now it's turned into this, everyone's a victim and we're going to tell you how, and you can only change it by setting it afire and getting to the streets and kicking God out of your life and your mom and dad out of your life because they were wrong. And believe us, the experts, the elites, the college educated. But remember the ladder that we climbed is gone because we've taken it, because you're a victim. But we're the ones telling you that you're a victim. In the meanwhile, we're victimizing you day after day after day. And I hope people will get to know you, because I've enjoyed this thoroughly. And I thank you for coming out and spending this extra hour with us.
Thanks for coming in person. That was outstanding.
It's my pleasure.
I know it's a heck of a drive.
That was fine.
When Adam came on the show too, he come up here and bedraggled the drive. I'm like, you be okay to drive home? Because we did it later back then too.
Right. Yeah.
Back then, like 3 months ago.
No, I think his was like 2 years.
Yeah, it
Well, in
would
the
have
old
been.
days, back then was like 3 months, the way they had the
Oh yeah.
format. Then we got called to Fridays and we're like, wait.
Pride.
And everyone else said, how are we going to do 4 hours? And Jared and I are like, how are we going to do 4 hours? We go way over and the other
Every
people don't
time.
have
Right.
enough time. So
Yeah.
Every time. All right, everyone. We're going to cut you loose. Next week, we're looking forward to Camille Knudsen. Who else we got?
next week, I think we're reaching out to Gowd, if possible.
Oh, yeah, and Gowd. We try to get Gowd on. He's actually running for office instead of just being a thorn in their side. So
and a
we wanna,
topic of conversation constantly with our other guests.
yeah, we want
wanna
to get him on. Gowd's an outstanding guy. I always enjoy chatting
And
with him.
Camille is from Stansbury Park, and she is running for our district school board here in Tooele County. So we have been trying to get her on, and we are just really excited to have her. We're also extending an invitation to Matt Hines, who's also running, so that we get all of them. And you let us know. If you watch the debate tonight, it's going to be in Utah County for our district.
Yes.
They're all debating there.
They're in Lehigh High School tonight, right?
I believe so. Lehigh is all I know, but I'm excited. We have it shared on the Tooele County Republican Party page, and I believe it might be shared on our page.
Yes.
But go watch, go watch, go ask questions, get in front of these candidates. And she is a Utah County candidate. So get to know her. I hope you're at the debate maybe. And then you can answer questions of people that maybe just in attendance.
At a Utah County debate?
She's out of Utah County.
Yeah, but no, they're having a debate tonight from our district. It's just
right.
our
But
district.
last night we went to Trent Stagg's event and look at all the candidates that showed up just to be there, because you'll have state delegates there.
If
I
you want
was
to,
at a commissioner one yesterday.
Okay.
So,
see,
yeah.
excellent exposure.
well,
Get
I'm wondering if
exposure.
they're going to have a debate for your you and the other two that are running, the incumbent.
We'll see.
I hope so.
I might sell popcorn.
Girl, all you have to bring
You might
is
have
that
to sell-
little stack,
Might
and
have
I
to
would
sell-
make copies of it.
Yeah.
Because every time you hold it up, especially to that incumbent, you hold it up and then you say to the crowd, if you want a copy of this, it'll be over there at my table, and make sure you've got lots of them, because people don't believe it till they see it.
Right.
That
I know.
is that
I know.
that looking at that, what that little girl had to fill out was rough.
I know.
I'm like, that little girl had to go home with so many questions on her
Kids are
mind.
not equipped for this, nor
Yeah.
should they be.
All
Let them
right.
be kids.
Guys, have a good weekend. Be safe. Humming.
Hey, happy Easter.
Oh, yeah, it's Easter this
memory
weekend.
Of our Savior, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
At least for me, I'm grateful. I'm super grateful. And I hope that all of you enjoy your Easter with your family.
Yes.
And thank you for being part of our show.
Yeah. Everyone have a good one. We will be back, I think, Wednesday.
I think so. I think
All
we're
right.
going to start taking on a Wednesday night show. So, guys,
For a little while
from
to get
6
through
to
this.
8, we will go live, and we're bringing on special guests for those nights if we can't get everyone in, and that's what we want to do. So if you have a candidate you'd like us to bring on and you might be able to have a connection with them, reach out to them and invite them to talk to us, because we want to get everyone on, and that includes Democrats, independents. Educating our populace is what we're all about.
Mm-hmm. Have a good night. We'll talk to you guys